Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became the Hero Killer's Ally? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A green-haired boy walked into a bar. He was obviously nervous, and the barman wondered if it was simply due to being obviously too young for such a place, although this rundown building would have taken him time to find, and seemed an odd choice for underage drinking. Perhaps it was a dare? Well, he would find out soon. The boy was approaching. "Kurogyri?" he asked the mist-bodied man behind the counter. "Who is asking?" This could be a problem. Barely anyone knew the warper's name, even in the underworld. "Midoriya Izuku?" The boy, Midoriya, answered as though he wasn't sure. I was told you could take me to my dad if I changed my mind about joining?" Kurogyri was confused for a moment, but the name did seem familiar. He would need more information before deciding what to do with the child. And joining? Surely he didn't mean the league? As Kurogyri was debating internally, movement drew Midoriya's attention to the other patrons sat at the end of the bar. A white-haired man with extremely dry skin, holding a glass carefully with 4 fingers. He turned to look at the boy, considering, and asked one of Kurogyri's questions. "Join what?" Midoriya suddenly looked even more nervous. The league? A villains? Although honestly, I'm not sure I want to be a villain, but I'm not sure where else to go, and I'm just fed up of being treated like crap by this society, and Dad said he could help with that. Look, please just tell me if I'm in the right place or not." He trailed off, finally taking a breath. The white-haired man looked shocked, then began laughing, the wheezing sound seeming almost painful. "Kid, you're funny. But go home before I run out of patience." What? "But my dad." "Look, I don't know or care who your dad is, but go home and tell him that we aren't a child-minding service, and don't come back or next time I won't be so understanding." He slowly lowered his final finger, and the empty glass disintegrated. Kurogyri sighed. He hated having to replace glasses, and Tamura had said that he would try to destroy fewer of them. Well, he hadn't said those precise words, but he hadn't threatened Kurogyri when the smoky man had complained. "Shigaraki Tamura," he began, but was interrupted by the green-haired boy. "No. No." Shigaraki was obviously confused, which was the only reason he hadn't attacked yet. "No. I've had an awful day, been told to kill myself, been reminded that I can never be a hero due to something out of my control, and realized that I don't want my life to continue being the same. I know that Mum hates me, despite saying otherwise, and the only one who has encouraged me is my dad, who I have only heard from once in the last 11 years. So, my only hope is with this group with a stupid name." Midoriya's voice became stronger as he spoke, a stark contrast with the tears that grew larger. Shigaraki was losing his patience, if the scratching at his neck was any sign. Just F off before I hurt you. We aren't a counseling service, and have no idea who your dad is. But he told me to come here. He has a fire-breathing quirk, and his name is Midoriya Hisashi. It seemed this was too much for Shigaraki, and as Kurogyri suddenly froze with shock and recognition of the name, the white-haired man lunged forward, all 5 fingers outstretched. With reflexes born from avoiding explosive hands, Midoriya ducked to the side and brushed his own fingers along Shigaraki's exposed wrist. The older man twisted, and his fingers found their target. Kurogyri opened his mouth to try to stop any harm coming to the green-haired boy, then let it hang open in shock. Shigaraki's hand lay on Midoriya's neck, all 5 fingers touching, but nothing was happening. The white-haired man stared at his own hand, then pulled it away, picking up another glass. It stayed solid. There was fear in his eyes as he turned to Midoriya, who leaned forward and picked up the same glass, far more confident than before as he watched it turn to dust. 5-point activation quirks are always so fascinating. I would love to perform some experiments with this. The muttering seemed to echo in the silence. Kurogyri realized his memory was correct. Midoriya Hisashi, the pseudonym used by All for One around 15 years ago. He also wished people would stop using his glasses to demonstrate destructive quirks. Kurogyri and Shigaraki stood, frozen, watching Midoriya mumble while staring at the recently disintegrated glass. Finally, Kurogiri took a step closer to the boy. My apologies, Midoriya Izuku. Your father has not gone by the name Midoriya Hisashi for many years now, so it took me a little time to remember. Oh, so what's his name now? I presume it's his villain name? Maybe I've heard of him. I feel it may be for the best to let him explain that, yeah, Kurogiri was not getting into that mess, or running the risk of telling the boy something that his boss didn't want him to know. Okay, so can we go and see him now? Is he here? Midoriya looked around and focused on the stairs, wondering if perhaps his father had an office up there, and if he was in, why he hadn't come to investigate the commotion. I will take you to him. He is not here, but my quirk creates warp gates. Seeing Midoriya open his mouth, likely to ask many questions if he was anything like his father, Kurogiri held up a hand to forestall him. I will answer any questions about it at another time, but would you please return Shigaraki Tamura's quirk? Midoriya looked contemplative for a moment before shaking his head. Not quite yet. I don't feel that I can trust him not to attack me, and plus, it seems sensible to have a way to defend myself when going to an unknown location. I'll give it back when those facts change. Kurogiri nodded, not mentioning that the boy had seemingly come to the bar without a way to defend himself. He steeled himself and opened up a warp gate. Midoriya stepped through the purple portal and looked around at the cavernous room. It seemed to be the inside of a medical facility or some sort of laboratory, possibly underground, judging from the lack of windows. There were computers and high-tech equipment all throughout the sterile-looking white room, with a constant buzzing cutting through the air. The green-haired boy took a steadying breath before following Kurogiri past a maze of tall tubes filled with some sort of green liquid and blurred shapes that he couldn't quite identify. His nerves acted up the further they walked. Maybe this had been a bad idea? Oh well, too late to turn back now even if it was. And he had broken his promise not to use his quirk, although he couldn't bring himself to feel guilty about that. The glorious rush of confidence that had come with having a power was like nothing else, and it had even slightly filled the hole he was constantly aware of, beginning to sate the hunger he felt whenever he was with others. No, focus Izuku, you're going to see your father. The father who abandoned you at age 4 when it seemed you were quirkless, the father who has only contacted you once since, from a throwaway email address, basically inviting you to be a villain with him. At least he doesn't think you're useless. Izuku wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at the thought, and pushed it down. It had taken a lot for him to come here. He hadn't even been entirely sure the message was from his father, despite the personal details the man used as proof. In fact, it had taken the worst day of his life, in which his childhood friend had told him to kill himself, then later his hero had told him matter-of-factly that of course he couldn't be a hero, before leaving him, alone and broken-hearted, at the top of a tall building. Izuku had been very close to taking the quick way down. In the end he decided to do something that had only slightly less of a chance of ending his life, and that's how he ended up in this situation. It wasn't like his mum would miss him. Well, she would, but only because it was what she was supposed to do. She had always done what she was supposed to do, not out of love, but a sense of duty, a penance for having a weak, useless child. She had quit her job as a high-flying lawyer when Dad left them, and devoted her every moment to protecting Izuku from the big, bad world. Her fervor had died down over the years. Everything was still done for Izuku, but he could see the hate in her eyes, the blame whenever she heard things about the friends she had cut herself off from when they criticized her parenting. No, she would mostly feel relief if he was gone, and it was better that way. Izuku had made his decision. Whatever the outcome of this meeting, he wouldn't be going home. Kurogiri stopped by a row of doors and looked at Izuku, who gulped nervously. Is he in there? Yes, third door along. However, I do not know if you are aware, Midoriya Izuku, but he does not look how you remember him. I don't remember him though? It is probably best if you see for yourself. Would you like me to go in first to introduce you? At the vulnerable look in Midoriya's eyes, Kurogiri suddenly wanted to take him away, to protect him from whatever the outcome of this meeting would be. That's okay, I think it would be best if I went alone. Thank you, Kurogiri. I'll be waiting here if you need anything or are ready to head back. Nodding, Izuku moved down the line of doors, stopping outside the third one along. He knocked. Come in, a distracted voice instructed. Izuku took a deep breath and opened the door. In the corner was a hospital bed with rumpled covers, with machines standing next to it with electronic displays turned off. A corner desk held a computer, currently showing a fish tank screensaver. Next to this was a long counter covered in test tubes and other scientific-looking equipment that Izuku didn't take notice of. He was distracted by the man standing in front of this, muttering into a voice recorder. Izuku first noticed how tall the man was, then the several tanks on his back, then he must have made some kind of noise because the man turned. Did he recognize the man? No, the man's upper face was horribly scarred, thin tubes emerging from the skin to connect to the tanks. Without even any eyes, Izuku was sure he would have remembered that face, or his mother would have mentioned it to him. Then he remembered Kurogiri's words. "Can I help you?" The man seemed confused. Unsurprisingly, Izuku doubted many strangers found their way to this place. And Midoriya Hisashi? There was a sudden feeling of pressure. Izuku was scared. He had the strangest feeling that the sightless man was examining him and knew that if what he found wasn't to his liking, then he might wish that he had jumped. At least then death would be quick. The pressure lessened without warning and Izuku took a deep breath. Izuku? Is that you? The voice was almost disbelieving with shock, and if Izuku wasn't wrong, slightly choked up. "Hi, Dad." The tall man rushed forward and put his arms around Izuku. It was by far the most awkward hug he'd ever had. Both parties were extremely stiff, and it was only when Izuku reluctantly put his arms around the man, he sensed the hug wouldn't end until he did, that it became ever so slightly more relaxed. Izuku patted Hisashi's back, and the man took the cue to let go and step back. "Let's sit down." Hisashi broke the awkward silence and pulled a stool out from under the counter, placing it near the bed, which he sat on. Izuku took a seat on the stool and waited for Hisashi to start talking. "You got my email then?" "Yeah, it would have been nice to be able to reply though." Izuku didn't know where he got the courage to be snarky. He thought it was probably due to the unreality of the situation. Hisashi winced. "Sorry about that, but I couldn't risk being tracked down. At the time, I had some experiments that were at a very delicate stage and couldn't be moved, and I really didn't fancy the publicity from killing a bunch of heroes." He laughed as though saying something hilarious. Izuku decided to ignore the part that made him uneasy. "What kind of experiments?" "It's complex. I will tell you another time, should you choose to stay. Speaking of which, did you come to join? Or just to ask questions? Also, I sent that email months ago, so why now? I'm not going home, but I don't know if I want to stay. I may not be able to be a hero, but I'm not sure that I want to be a villain. And I don't want to talk about why now just yet. I don't know if I trust you." "How can I make you trust me?" Izuku paused but decided to just go for it. "Who are you? I get that you're a villain, but have I heard of you? When I asked Kurogiri about you, he didn't recognize the name Midoriya Hisashi at first, and when he did, he said that you hadn't used that name for a long time. So did you lie to Mum when you married her? And if your quirk is fire breath and Mum's is pull, why do I have the quirk I do?" The last words were spoken quietly, but were what caught Hisashi's attention. He was confused. Last he heard, Izuku was quirkless? But realizing it was something the boy, his son, didn't like talking about, he surreptitiously brushed his hand against Izuku's, sensing a quirk he knew shouldn't be there. When he realized what this meant, he had to stifle a proud smile. "I was born Midoriya Hisashi, but only rarely use that name. This is difficult to believe, but I am over 200 years old and do have fire breath. But that is only one of my quirks. My villain name is All for One, although I do not expect you to have heard of me. Those who know my name rarely like to talk about me. After all, no one likes the idea of an immortal villain who can steal quirks. And speaking of stolen quirks, it seems that you have Tamura's. He tried to attack me with it. I'll give it back later," Izuku answered automatically. He was trying to take it in. Did he believe the man before him was so old? "How did you know what quirk I had anyway?" "I could sense it through skin contact. Would you like to try?" Izuku nodded, and Hisashi held his hand out. "Touch my hand and focus." Izuku reached out with a trembling hand and touched the very tip of his finger to Hisashi's palm, closing his eyes and focusing on the point of contact. For a moment, nothing happened, then he felt himself beginning to be drawn in. He quickly pulled away. Don't worry, Izuku, when you reach out, you are in control, and I promise I won't let anything happen to you. Do you want to try again? Izuku nodded and reached out once more. The connection occurred more quickly, but this time Izuku followed it through. After a brief feeling of falling, while also being aware of his still physical body, he seemed to sense a space filled with different lights. Mentally reaching out to one, he sensed healing, another strength, and so on. It was thrilling, and Izuku ached to have this power for his own. He stopped himself taking one, calling on all his years of practice denying his quirk. Before pulling back, he just observed in awe at the cavernous space filled with hundreds of different lights. Pulling back, he caught sight of his own space, pathetically small in comparison, although disintegration barely took up any space, and realized that he did believe Hisashi's claim. Dizzy with the euphoric feeling of being close to so many quirks, he smiled at the taller man, and was rewarded by a responding small upturn of lips. Kurogiri wondered if he had somehow warped into an alternate reality. He didn't know what he had expected from taking Midoriya Izuku to meet his father, apart from a vague sense of worry on the boy's behalf, but it certainly was not the laughter that came through to the corridor. It was an odd laugh, as though the voice was unused to it, which Kurogiri supposed was the case for the scourge of the underworld, and he tried to remember the last time he had heard the noise. Maybe it was in fact when Midoriya Izuku had been in the picture? She had always made him act strangely, even marrying after only a few months. Kurogiri remembered how happy his boss had been, and had never been so terrified in his life, when he had announced that Izuku was P.R.G.N.T. All for One had always been a family man. He still spoke of the loss of his rebellious younger brother with regret, and the main members of whatever organization he headed at the time would live together as a community. Still, for all that he wished for a family, his relationships never lasted long. After all, the kind of people who were attracted to an immortal mass murder, not that this fact was advertised to them, were not the kind of people likely to offer an idyllic home life. Although Kurogiri was not entirely sure that his boss realized that the man himself was the main problem. The relationship with Izuku had also been close to ending when she fell P.R.G.N.T. This had brought the two closer again for a while. Kurogiri remembered being woken in the middle of the night by a panicked All for One to be ordered to warp Izuku to the hospital. It was the fifth time this happened that turned out to be the actual labor. Still, a mix of emotions resulting from dealing with a newborn while running a criminal empire had resulted in increased arguments. Unfortunately, Kurogiri was aware of the number as he was called in whenever his boss was told to sleep away from the house, and the two split up soon after Izuku was born. This worked well for a while, with All for One visiting as often as he could, until Izuku was 4, and diagnosed as quirkless, due to inheriting the extra toe joint from his father. At this point, Izuku had changed. She quit her job to look after Izuku full-time, and, having worked out that her ex-husband was a villain, threatened to take it to the police and press if he didn't leave them alone. Kurogiri knew that his boss had been tempted to kill her, but a mix of lingering emotion and believing that maybe Izuku was right that it would be a bad influence to have him around, made him obey. Kurogiri leaned against the wall, wondering about the future. He didn't realize that his thoughts mirrored the conversation now happening within the room, as Hisashi put Izuku right when the boy asked why Hisashi had abandoned him for being quirkless. Kurogiri started as the door opened and the two emerged after almost an hour, Izuku wiping his eyes. Izuku will be staying with us for a while, so prepare a room above the bar for him. Speaking of which, I believe it is almost time for dinner, so we should be heading back. Stifling his shock at the fact that All for One would be dining with them, Kurogiri nodded at the command. It shall be done. Do you have a preference for dinner? Izuku, both men looked at the boy, who shuffled anxiously at the attention. Katsudon, if it isn't a problem? And, Kurogiri, you can just call me Izuku if you like. Very well, Izuku. Please do let me know if you have any preferences for your room. He opened a portal, and when the trio stepped through, they saw that Shigaraki hadn't moved, seemingly still in shock. When he saw a head of green hair emerge, he lunged at the boy, although a sudden stop when noticing the third member of the party made him trip and faceplant. Izuku didn't dare laugh. Tamura, it seems you are a little upset, however. Do not worry, you will get your quirk back when you have calmed down. For now, let me properly introduce my son Izuku. He will be staying with us, so I hope you both get along like brothers. Looking between his boss' excited face, Izuku's nervousness, and Tamura's mixed shock and anger, Kurogiri couldn't help feeling that all. For one was wishing for a miracle. He also predicted many more destroyed glasses in his future, and had to stifle a groan as he headed to the kitchen to begin cooking. It was extremely awkward, sitting with his father and Shigaraki at a table in the bar, one smiling contentedly and the other glaring daggers at him. Izuku wanted to give the quirk back, but was terrified of what the white-haired man would do once he had it back. It was a relief when the meal was ready, and Izuku almost ran to the room Kurogiri was calling from. This turned out to be a dining room, but was also where Izuku encountered a new problem. It turns out that it is pretty difficult to eat when your cutlery keeps disintegrating. It was the second time this happened when Hisashi decided enough was enough. Interrupting Izuku's repeated and emphatic apologies, he spoke to the two younger men. Tamura, can you please promise me not to hurt Izuku if he gives your quirk back? Boss, I sense it. Hisashi nodded at Izuku, who slowly walked over to Tamura, but paused before touching him. Hold on. I have an idea. Izuku rushed back to his seat, which he had hung his coat behind, and pulled a pair of gloves out of one of the pockets, separating them with 3 fingers. Carefully, he placed all 5 fingers around the base of the thumb, and repeated this with the index and middle fingers of one glove, then for the other, effectively creating a pair of mostly fingerless gloves. He went back to Shigaraki and handed them over. Put these on and I'll give you back the quirk. Surprised, Shigaraki did as he was instructed, then felt the space that had been empty for the last few hours fill as Izuku once more brushed his wrist. Such a simple solution, Tamura muttered, trying to work out how he felt about suddenly not having to think about everything he touched. He didn't like the way that he was suddenly less of a threat, but he could always take them off before interacting with others. Suddenly he realized something that would have made him disintegrate the wretched gloves fully if Sensei hadn't been looking so proudly at his son. And hadn't that been a shocking discovery? Are you laughing at me? They're all might colors. He spat. I'm sorry, they're the only ones I had. You can get some different ones? Izuku cowered. He hadn't really thought that he would get this reaction. Hisashi decided to interject. Tamura, wear them for dinner so it is easier to eat. We can get proper artist gloves or something similar tomorrow. Izuku, I know that may have seemed a harsh reaction, but we do not talk about one All Might in this house. Okay? I'm sorry if he's a hero you like. I don't like him. The mutter was barely audible as Izuku avoided everyone's eyes. What was that, Izuku? I don't like All Might. The voice was stronger now, and Hisashi thought he saw pain in the boy's eyes. So you have some taste then? Huh, I thought all you NPCs loved the muscle-bound BSRD. Maybe there's some hope for you yet. I used to, but I can't love someone who told me I can never be a hero and just abandoned me on a rooftop. I know it sounds stupid, but he was always my hope, and when he spoke without even really listening to me, disregarding me as soon as I said I didn't have a heroic quirk. Wait, that's who you were talking about before? Sounds about right. He says he can save everyone, but he doesn't mean people like you and me. That's why I hate him, that, and what he did to Sensei's face. Tamura finished with a vicious snarl. Izuku stared. He hadn't wanted to inquire about the injury, but had been curious. He asked the silent question to Hisashi. Yes, Izuku, he did cause this about 5 years ago. I won't say it was fully unjustified though, and I managed a fair bit of damage in return. It was painful to admit, but Hisashi didn't want to lie to his son. Something slotted into place for Izuku. Hold on. That hole in his side from a villain attack, that was you. Hisashi started at the fact that Izuku had found this out, but nodded. He did have more important questions though. You said he abandoned you on a rooftop? Yeah, I kinda grabbed onto his leg to follow him as he tried to leave after saving me from a slime villain without listening to my question, and we landed there. Izuku laughed, embarrassed. It was just extra bad because I'd already been encouraged to take a swan dive off a roof and wish for a better quirk in my next life. Izuku trailed off, unshed tears pricking his eyes as his earlier emotions once more flooded his body. Hisashi was in shock. And what did your mother say when you told her? Please let him not have made a mistake leaving the two together. Izuku smiled sadly. There wouldn't be any point. I've told her about the bullying before, but she tells me that I encourage it by going out when I'm weak and defenseless. She just blames me for everything wrong in her life. It's why I came here. I can't live like that anymore. I'm not useless or weak like everyone says. And sure, I wanted to be a hero to help others like me, but it's not like there's a whole lot of career options if you're quirkless or have a so-called villainous quirk. I did the research. I don't think I can be a villain, but you're my dad and the only person who hasn't victimized or insulted me, and I thought maybe it was only because you weren't there, but basically my only choices are to be here or go back to that rooftop. Izuku was breathing heavily after his outburst. The room was quiet, its occupants staring at the small, green-haired boy. Hisashi's mind was whirling and all he wanted to do was destroy those who hurt his son. Would you like me to kill them? What? Izuku, they hurt you and I want to destroy them. The question is how to go about it. Izuku stared at his father. It was strange, he had known the man was a villain, but hadn't actually equated that to killing people. At least the shock had stopped his tears. And no, he panicked, please don't kill them, they don't deserve that. Hisashi privately disagreed, but he would listen to his son. Fine. But I can punish them in other ways. Wise. Izuku thought he might regret agreeing when he saw the look on his father's face. Now, I hate to ask, but are you definitely sure you want to stay here? You are more than welcome, and I won't make you be a villain. You will, however, have to promise not to reveal this place to anyone, or tell the police or heroes about anything you see or hear. Do you agree? I understand, and I want to stay. The only problem is that Mum will search for me. How publicly do you think she'll search? Hisashi didn't feel he could guess what his ex would do anymore. She had changed so much. Really publicly. She's so disappointed because she thinks she owns me and that it is her responsibility to make sure I don't do anything wrong. She takes it to the extreme though. She'll get everyone involved just to prove that she is a caring parent. I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? Hisashi was confused. I'm bringing you all this trouble. Don't worry about that. If you've finished eating, then come with me. Where are we going? To make you disappear. Midoriya Izuku was irritated. Did her son not realize that he was enough of a bother without doing things such as staying out too late? That villainous child better not be getting into some sort of mischief, causing problems for others that she would have to solve. She had meant something once. The mere mention of Akatani Izuku had struck fear into the hearts of opposing lawyers. A knock at the door interrupted her happy remembrances. The brat had probably forgotten his key. Sighing in frustration, Izuku got up. Of course he was too useless to keep hold of a key. She didn't know why she trusted him with even that much responsibility. Pausing before the door, she debated pretending that the knock hadn't been heard. Maybe a few hours without shelter or food would teach him to be less forgetful, and give Izuku some peace. Well, he had missed dinner by several hours already, so it wasn't as though he would be fed even if she did let him in now. Another knock broke that delightful thought, and she realized that the sound was far more purposeful than she would expect from her son. Who is it? She demanded through the crack between the open door and its frame. Before she could glance at the figure standing there, her vision was interrupted by a badge held up to her face. Police? Midoriya Izuku? Mother of Midoriya Izuku? So this was about the boy. She was tempted to deny the connection. Yes, what's this about? May we come in? This is not something that I wish to talk about in the hallway. Izuku considered the two officers. The one speaking was plain-looking and did not wear a uniform, a detective Tsukachi, according to his badge. His uniformed companion had the head of a cat, and yet still managed to convey an uncomfortable expression comparable to his companion's. Izuku closed the door to unlatch the security chain and opened the door wider. Come this way. Would you like tea? Coffee? Coffee would be lovely, although Officer Sansa prefers tea. Izuku nodded and gestured for the two to take a seat in the lounge while she busied herself in the kitchen. Naomasa looked around the room. He hated jobs like this, and had hoped that they would have become something he could delegate more once he had been promoted. To be fair, this was usually the case, but nothing could be left to chance on this occasion. He hoped to find a clue in the room to how Mrs. Midoriya would react to the news. It was hard to tell with cases involving the quirkless. It reminded Naomasa of a showroom. The only personal touches seemed to be the framed images, several certificates awarded to Akatani Inko, and photos of younger versions of the woman shaking hands with various important-looking people in suits. The only signs of another person living there seemed to be several middle school textbooks, along with a single photo on a sideboard of mother and a child, approximately 4 years old, both with similar green hair and eyes. A disembodied arm and white hair seemed to indicate that there had once been a third person in the photograph. Inko came through with a tray holding several mugs, milk and sugar, and a plate of plain biscuits. She placed this on the table and indicated for the men to help themselves, before settling into an armchair, leaving the sofa for the men. Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya. Before we begin, I will properly introduce myself and my partner. My name is Detective Tsukachi Naomasa, and this is Officer Sansa Tamakawa. We are from the Mizudafu Police Department. I'm afraid we come bearing bad news. He pauses to take a deep breath, and Inko interrupts. I assume this is about Izuku. He is surprised by the matter-of-fact tone. Unfortunately so, I am afraid to say. What did he do to get himself arrested? How much do I owe for bail? This makes Naomasa freeze. Why would she assume that her son was arrested? And asking the questions as though it was expected. Usually the parents of quirkless children would assume that they were victims due to being too weak to defend themselves against those with quirks, that is, those who still had parents who wanted them. He decided to tell her the news as quickly as possible. Mrs. Midoriya, your son was not arrested. I am sorry to tell you that Midoriya Izuku was found downtown earlier this evening. He had jumped off a building. Is he? Inko didn't seem to be processing the news. Naomasa could hardly blame her. Yes. He died on impact. I am sorry for your loss. Oh. And you're sure he jumped? You might not know, but Izuku was quirkless and so maybe. I mean, he wouldn't have been able to defend himself. Naomasa paused before responding. Why had he just registered a lie? I'm afraid that it was definitely suicide. He left a note at the top of the building. Can I see it? Naomasa handed over a photocopy of a notebook page. She looked confused. A photocopy? Yes, the original is needed for our records. He hated lying, even if it was for the greater good. As she turned to the page, he knew what she was reading almost by heart. I understand now what everyone was saying. Mom, please try to be happy now. I'm sorry that I made your life so hard. Please don't waste your time mourning me. We both know I'm not worth it. I wouldn't have amounted to anything, while you can still help so many people like you used to before I spoiled everything. I love you, Mum. I'll be your hero this way. Kaken, I know you're always right after all. When would the next #1 hero be mistaken? And so, I'll take your advice. I don't know if I can manage anything as graceful as a swan dive, but as I fall, I'll wish for a quirk in my next life. Then maybe you'll be my friend. Good luck with your hero training. Was there any more? Not that we found. It seems he ripped the page in half, so maybe he wrote more that he wasn't happy with. Tsukachi really hated lying. 14 years and this is all he had to say. Her voice was quiet, contemplative, and Tsukachi wasn't surprised to hear it crack at the end. He watched Sansa hand Midoriya a packet of tissues for the quiet sobs that she finally let loose. He looked away, allowing her some privacy, dreading what he would have to do next. Several minutes and 2 packs of tissues later, he delicately interrupted the slowing sobs. I hate to do this, but we do need to ask you a few questions, Mrs. Midoriya. What can you need to ask me? My son's dead and now I'm alone. You even said yourself that no one else was the cause. I'm sorry, but unfortunately we do need to ask a few questions due to the nature of what Izuku wrote in his note. He may not have been pushed directly, but there was obviously something that drove him to take such drastic measures. Look, Detective, I understand that you're just doing your job, but I think it's pretty obvious unfortunately, Inko sobbed. How so? Look, Izuku, as much as I loved him, was quirkless. Naomasa noted the past tense, and once again the sting of a lie. I am aware. I would be surprised if you weren't also aware that quirkless people don't exactly have the happiest lives. I know he was bullied at school but couldn't stop it. I tried speaking to the school but got nowhere. Any other school would have been the same, and I just don't have the qualifications to teach him at home. Inko's watery voice sounded defeated. Can I ask why, in his note directed to you, he talks about being worthless and not amounting to anything? And about being your hero? Look, detective, I don't know if you've raised a kid, but impossible dreams are cute in a 4-year-old, but become less so as they get older. I simply made sure Izuku knew to keep his ambitions low in order to not be disappointed. And about the hero thing? That was the boy's impossible dream. I didn't say what he accused me of, but if he was feeling depressed he probably took it that way. My parenting wasn't perfect, but I did everything with Izuku in mind. Is that everything? Can you leave me alone to mourn my son in peace? Anyway, when can I see him? I'll need to make funeral arrangements. I will have someone from the precinct contact you tomorrow with the details of where Izuku is and when you can see him. I do have to warn you, however, that it was not the prettiest death. He winced at the words but couldn't think of a better way to put it, and Tsukachi only felt it was best to warn her. He had seen the body, what was left, and hoped that the professionals would be able to tidy it up a bit before Inko visited. Just one last question. Do you know who the Kaken is that Izuku mentions? Bakugo Katsuki. He's a kid that Izuku grew up with. I used to be friends with his parents. I can give you the address. That would be appreciated. Once Sansa took down the information, they turned to leave. Mrs. Midoriya, thank you for your time. Here is my card should you require anything further. Do you have anyone you can stay with tonight? No. Friends tend to fall away when you have a quirkless child. Would you like me to call a female officer to stay with you? Tsukachi didn't feel comfortable leaving Inko alone. No, that's okay. I just want to be alone right now. If I do feel lonely, well, there's a few people I can think of who would probably be willing to come over. I'll be fine. Goodbye, detective, officer. Walking down the road back towards the car, Tsukachi dwelt on the enigma that was Midoriya Inko. She had certainly been upset, but he had seen parents after their child committed suicide before, and her grief just didn't seem as strong. No, he was being unfair. Shock and grief hit everyone differently, and if she had been a lawyer, she was probably used to controlling her emotions. Also, he had to remember that the child had been quirkless, and it would have been surprising if Inko didn't know the high death rates for the quirkless. She may have even been somewhat internally prepared for this outcome. But this brought him back to the times that his quirk had acted up, both when Inko had mentioned her son's condition. Midoriya Izuku was a far more confusing case than first met the eye. Tsukachi couldn't help but anticipate what he would discover after speaking to Bakugo Katsuki and the whole reason he was assigned this case, Yagi, tomorrow. Inside the Midoriya residence, Inko ran a bath and poured a large glass of wine. Time to sort out her feelings of grief, guilt, and, she couldn't deny it, relief. Katsuki found out when listening to the news next day. He was sitting at the kitchen table with his parents and a bowl of cereal, arguing with his mum, Mitsuki, about not wanting to model for a stupid magazine shoot while the local radio station played soothingly in the background, a normal morning. The normality began shifting when something caught Bakugo Masaru's attention. The man, normally content to simply spectate the morning antics of his wife and son, suddenly sat up and rushed to the radio, turning the volume up, causing the argument to die as the news report seemed to echo in the silence. The body has been identified as 14-year-old Midoriya Izuku, and while police are investigating the reason, they have released a statement that the fall was most likely suicide. Midoriya was quirkless, attended Aldra Middle School, and is survived by his mother, Midoriya Inko, who has not responded to this station's request for a statement. In other news, Katsuki tuned out. What the F dash? A pinch to his leg proved he wasn't dreaming, but what else could it be? Suddenly the scene, parents, breakfast, seemed surreal. No way should things be this normal when a constant part of Katsuki's life suddenly wasn't. It didn't matter how he felt about the Deku, he'd never really considered how he did feel about the other boy, just reacted to whatever the nerd did, even if all that was to exist, knowing he would still be there to irritate Katsuki tomorrow, and the next day, and likely he would find some way to still irritate him after Katsuki went to UA and began his journey to be a hero, something Deku could never hope to achieve. Point is, Katsuki suddenly realized that he hadn't pictured his future without Midoriya Izuku in it, still wittering on about how amazing Kaken thus. Suki, Katsuki. The voices seemed to come from underwater, and Katsuki realized that he hadn't heard his parents calling. I can hear you. He wanted the words to come out angrily, to show the irritation he should be feeling, but shock made them quiet. So, the worried look his parents exchanged. Katsuki, it's okay if you don't want to go to school today. We can watch films if you like, or talk about Izuku. If you feel up to joining us, we were going to visit Inko later. The unusual tone of Mitsuki's voice annoyed Katsuki. He wasn't fragile. It wasn't like he and the nerd were even close. I'm fine. His parents flinched, and he almost felt bad as he headed towards the stairs. Katsuki, I'm going to get ready. The screech of the phone silenced his retort. That was the house phone. No one ever called it. What else were mobiles for? And Katsuki often forgot it existed. Probably a cold caller, Masaru muttered, but went to answer anyway. Bakugo residence. Yes, he does. Who? Oh, and you need to speak to? Very well. Yes, this morning is fine. See you then. He hung up and turned to his waiting wife and child. That was a detective Tsukachi of the Muzutafu police. Apparently he needs to speak to Katsuki about Izuku's death. Katsuki? Why? Mitsuki answered while Katsuki felt his blood run cold. Apparently he was mentioned in the note Izuku left, so he has a few questions. It's better to get this over and done with rather than worrying all day, so he's coming over sometime this morning. Katsuki, go get changed out of your uniform, and we'll have a cup of tea and put the TV on. Katsuki just nodded and resumed walking up the stairs robotically. He had been mentioned in Deku's suicide note. Deku, who had jumped off a building, he suddenly recalled what he had said to the other boy the day before and thought he could guess what had been written in the note. Had he killed Deku? No, that was stupid. Words didn't kill. It's not like he had meant it. He hadn't even really realized what he was saying, just knew that he wanted to shut the other boy down somehow. Anyway, that's what you get for having unrealistic dreams. There was a reason there were no quirkless heroes. Anyway, this was just another way of proving that Deku couldn't have become a hero if he wasn't even brave enough to fight past a few cruel words. It didn't help much with the feeling of guilt that filled Katsuki's stomach, and he just made it to the toilet before losing what breakfast he had managed to eat. Tsukachi and Sansa approached the neat house, only a few streets from the Midoriya apartment. A quiet, brown-haired man answered the door and introduced himself as Bakugo Masaru in response to Tsukachi's introduction. He led them into the living room, where the other members of the household were sitting, and offered drinks. Tsukachi asked for coffee and Sansa for tea, and Tsukachi offhandedly wondered if they would actually get to drink these ones, before turning his attention to the introductions between themselves and the blondes. Once Masaru returned, he got down to business. Okay, Katsuki, I believe you heard the news about Midoriya Izuku? The boy nodded, hands curled into defensive fists at his side. I need to ask you a few questions as you were mentioned in Izuku's suicide note. The boy flinched but said nothing. As you are a minor, your parents will be here with you. However, I ask that you answer my questions yourself, rather than through them. Is this acceptable? A small nod, although the parents looked a little confused. They probably weren't expecting this to be as serious as it was. Thank you. I am also required to inform you that my quirk detects lies, and therefore I ask that you be as truthful as possible during this. Now, before we get to Izuku's note, I would like you to tell me about yours and Izuku's relationship. We didn't have a relationship. Naomasa was slightly amused, despite the situation, to see a tint of red in the boy's cheeks. I apologize for the confusion. I didn't mean a necessarily romantic relationship. Tell me about your past and how you got on now. Oh, the boy still looked embarrassed, but now more for his mistake. At least he had started talking. Well, I've always known Deku, Naomasa cut in without thinking. Deku? Oh, Izuku. I called him Deku cause I couldn't read his name properly when we were kids. He looked uncomfortable. You know what it means? Of course I do. I'm not stupid. There was anger in the boy's face. And yet you still called Izuku Deku useless. Well, yeah. Why? He's quirkless? And it's not like I was the only one to call him that. Tsukachi noted a mixture of defensiveness, but also that the boy acted like he was stating a fact. He also noted the lack of a lie when quirklessness was mentioned, but that was something to think about later. Okay, we'll leave that alone for now. I apologize for interrupting, please continue. Right? Well, I've always known Izuku since we were born. My mum and his were friends when we were babies, so we always played together. We were best friends I guess until we were 5. I got my quirk and he didn't. And that changed things? Of course it did. He couldn't keep up with playing heroes, but the Izuku kept harping on about how he would be a hero. He never seemed to get the point that he couldn't be one without a quirk. And he wouldn't stop following me around. Probably 'cause he knew that I was going to be the next #1 hero and he wanted a free ride. Tsukachi noticed the cockiness and surety that came with that sentence. You want to be a hero? I'm going to be a hero. The best hero, after all. My quirk is really strong, everyone agrees. He let off small explosions in his palms, obviously expecting Tsukachi to be impressed. I feel I should inform you that it is not just a strong quirk that makes a good hero, but we're going off track. He loved Yagi dearly as a friend, but sometimes he wanted to punch the man for how he helped society view heroics. How did this change your interactions with Izuku? Well, he kept following me, like I said, calling me this childish nickname. Kaken. He noted the boy's start. Why? Anyway, I tried telling him to leave me alone. How did you tell him? What? Did you have a private conversation where you told him how this made you feel? Or did you shout? Or did you use your quirk? Please remember that I can tell if you lie. The second too, the answer was quiet. Thank you. And how often did you use your quirk on him? I ask because I have heard that he was bullied. Katsuki, did you take part in this bullying? Yeah, and I guess I used my quirk more often than not. Katsuki was steadily avoiding his parents' eyes, knowing that he would only see disappointed looks, but everyone did. Even the teachers watched and didn't tell us to stop, so why would we? Isn't this how it goes? School is meant to be like a mini version of the real world, and it's obvious he wouldn't get protection out there anyway. If he shut up about his stupid idea of being a hero, maybe he wouldn't have been made fun of as much. After all, everyone gets made fun of for things they should have grown out of. Katsuki was tripping over his words, realizing after saying it out loud that they were weak excuses. After all, he'd never considered what he did as bullying. Okay, Katsuki, I understand what you're saying. Now let's move on to Izuku's note. He handed a photocopy to Katsuki, Mitsuki and Masaru peering over his shoulder to read it too. Kaken, I know you're always right after all. When would the next #1 hero be mistaken? And so, I'll take your advice. I don't know if I can manage anything as graceful as a swan dive, but as I fall, I'll wish for a quirk in my next life. Then maybe you'll be my friend. Good luck with your hero training. Can you please explain what Izuku is referring to? Katsuki just stared at the words in that familiar handwriting, feeling 4 pairs of eyes boring into him. He was going to have to tell them. Carefully avoiding seeing his parents, he looked straight at the detective and spoke in a monotone, trying to pretend he was talking about someone else. He was being especially annoying yesterday. The teacher was talking about our choices for high school, and I'm the only one from that shitty school who's strong enough to get into UA, but Izuku had put it down as his choice. I was annoyed because he was still living in a dream world and was still trying to follow me. Thing is, although there's no way he would be able to get into the hero course, he's not unintelligent. A scowl at this acknowledgement, so he'd be able to get into the general department. But I know that if he did, he would still try to interact with me and my class and would try and ruin my chances to be #1. So yeah, I was annoyed. I waited for him after school in the classroom and damaged one of his precious stalker notebooks. He writes loads of creepy things about heroes and quirks in them, he explained at Tsukachi's questioning look, and I wanted to say something that would hurt him so he would finally give up. I didn't even know what I was going to say, it just came out. And what did you say? I told him to take a swan dive off a roof and hope for a quirk in his next life. Large tears suddenly began to dot the photocopy. I didn't mean for him to do it. Yeah, I wanted him to face reality, but not give up on life just because he realized he can't be a hero. Mitsuki still wasn't sure about how she felt about these revelations, but at that moment it didn't matter. She took Katsuki in her arms, something he hadn't allowed her to do for years, and gently rocked him. Masaru turned to the detective. What happens now? I still have someone to speak to about this, and I will be looking into the school, and whether this goes on Katsuki's permanent record will depend on the outcome of the investigation. I will keep you up to date, however, please remember that this is a serious matter, and should it end up on a permanent record, that these are required by law to be presented to any heroics high schools that Katsuki may apply for. He turned to the embracing mother and son. Thank you for your honesty, Katsuki. I understand that this is a difficult situation, and you were very brave. Before leaving, he gave his card to Masaru. He walked towards the car with Sansa, the cat-headed man, the only one who had managed to finish his tea, or that mostly milk monstrosity he calls tea, thinking over the interview. Well, the boy, while obviously upset, had seemed to mostly regret what his actions had led to rather than the actions themselves. And he had had a point. Unfortunately, the school situation was hardly unusual, and Tsukachi couldn't help but feel that this investigation would have no lasting effect on any of the relevant parties. He had seen hate crime brushed under the carpet too many times, simply because the quirkless victim was seen as being at fault for being weaker and a waste of space. He sighed, hoping his parting warning would encourage Katsuki to think more about the consequences to his actions. Yagi Tashinori, better known as All Might, had been delighted to receive an invite to the police station for a chat with his good friend Naomasa. He had been somewhat confused to then hear that it was for an investigation. Maybe the detective wanted his input into a case. After all, Tashinori certainly had experience apprehending villains. Or maybe he wanted to use the number one hero's extensive connections. Well, the answer to that would entirely depend on why Naomasa was asking for them. In his skeletal form, he entered the station and approached the reception desk. Yagi Tashinori, I have an appointment with Detective Tsukachi. The officer checked her computer and looked all the way up to the man's face. I have you here. The detective may be a few minutes late, but you can wait outside his office. She gestured to several hard chairs outside a nondescript door before turning back to her work. Ah, thank you. He moved off, still a little disappointed at the lack of the awe he received when not All Might, despite having coped with this for the past 5 years. Awkwardly sitting in a chair not designed for someone of his height, he scrolled on his phone for a few minutes, checking the news sites for any emergencies. Nothing had caught his eye by the time the door by him opened, and Naomasa stuck his head out. Sorry for the wait, Tashinori, please come in. He opened the door wider, and Tashinori headed to the more comfortable chair in front of the desk while the detective settled behind it. Naomasa, it's good to see you, my friend. His warm, he hoped, expressions didn't always come across the same when not in muscle form. Smile wasn't returned. I'm sorry I can't say the same in the current circumstances. I would love to catch up properly soon, but today is about business, I'm afraid. Tashinori suddenly felt a shiver of worry about this meeting. Naomasa was acting as though the number one had committed a crime. I'm afraid I don't understand. Do you need some help on a case? Well, I certainly do need to ask you some questions about a current investigation. Tashinori was getting more confused by the minute. Oh, have you heard about the suicide in downtown Mizudafu last night? I believe I heard something, but what has that got to do with me? Do you recognize this boy? A photo of a green-haired boy, likely from a school ID judging from his uniform and unflattering expression, was pushed across the desk. He seems somewhat familiar, but I can't currently think why. Is this the victim? Yes. Midoriya Izuku, 14 years old. So young, what a tragedy. But, Naomasa, I really don't see how I can help with this. This was his suicide note. Tashinori wondered why he wasn't getting a straight answer, but picked up the photocopied notebook page at Naomasa's urging. This note was not ripped at the bottom, and showed a third paragraph. All Might, you were the reason for my dream. I always wanted to save people with a smile like you did. On the worst days, I would watch your debut for comfort. Surely the world couldn't be too bad if you were here? When I was confused, I would look to your interviews for advice. I would do what you said and follow my dream. My dream of being a hero was my life, and hearing you tell me, to my face, to give up that dream, well, I will follow your advice in this as in all other things. Thanks for the autograph. I guess getting one ticked off an entry on my things to achieve before I die list. Naomasa knew his friend had finished reading, despite not having looked back up from the page. He gently coughed to grab his attention. It seems you did know him, or at least met him. Do you remember now? How did he die? He jumped. From here, an aerial photo with the building circled was shown to the skeletal man, who winced. Sheet. Toshinori. I remember, can't believe I forgot. It was only yesterday after all, but there was so much that happened afterwards, and he was just another fanboy. Toshinori, forget the excuses. Yes, it's not great that you forgot him, but you need to tell me what happened. He finally looked up, although didn't seem to be able to meet the detective's eyes. Do you remember the slime villain brought in yesterday? Naomasa nodded. He hadn't dealt with it, but read the report later on. But All Might hadn't been involved in that capture? Well, this boy, Midoriya, I saved him from the villain before he attacked the other victim and Naomasa interrupted. Wait, he attacked someone before? And a child? Why wasn't this reported? And what did it have to do with you? I didn't think it was important as it had nothing to do with the final capture. And I had been chasing him beforehand and was low on time. Anyway, I had been chasing him through the sewers and realized he had exited under a bypass, so I followed. By that time, Midoriya had been caught and was obviously struggling to breathe. So I smashed the villain and caught him in a bottle, then woke the boy up. Woke him up? Yes, he was unconscious. And you called him an ambulance? Well, no, he seemed fine when he woke up, obviously very excited to meet me. I gave him an autograph too, and I was running out of time quickly. Naomasa wasn't impressed, but decided to leave it for now. So you left? Yes, but I hadn't realized until we were in the air that Midoriya had clung to my leg. He did what? Yep, and he wouldn't get off as we were so high up. I think this is when the villain escaped, so I landed on a nearby building. This building, he muttered, tapping the aerial photo. And then? Naomasa was dreading what he was going to hear. Well, he said he caught my leg because he had a question, and then he asked me if he could be a hero without a heroic quirk. And what was your answer? Wait, he said without a heroic quirk? Not just without a quirk. Yes, I'm pretty sure I would remember if the boy said he didn't have a quirk. Naomasa nicely didn't bring up that Toshinori hadn't remembered even meeting the boy before. And my answer was that he couldn't be a hero without a heroic quirk. He saw Naomasa's unimpressed expression and quickly carried on. I mean, what else could I say? It's in the name. How can something unheroic be used in hero work? Did you even ask what his quirk was? Well, I didn't exactly have time. So you left him there? Not quite. What does that mean? Toshinori looked guilty. I kinda ran out of time at that point, so he saw my true form. Are you serious? Unfortunately, so I explained my injury, which was a good example that this job is dangerous for even the most heroic of quirks. Then I left. So, let me get this straight. You not only forgot about someone who you told one of your most dangerous weaknesses to, but left a child who had just gone through a villain attack and whose dream you crushed on the roof of an extremely tall building. Toshinori had the sense to look guilty as he nodded. I had no idea he would go and do this. Do you really think it's my fault? Toshinori, you had no idea he wouldn't do this either. Why does the number one hero not know how to deal with the aftermath of a traumatic situation? But no, you may have been a tipping point, but it's not your fault Midoriya Izuku died. They both sat in silence for a while, contemplative. Toshinori spoke first. So what now? Well, I would like to look into the boys' school to see how bad the bullying got, but for that I will need permission from the higher-ups, and I'm not sure if I'll get that. After all, Midoriya was registered as quirkless. He was. Yep. That's why I wanted to confirm what he said to you. How odd. Will you be looking into that? If I can, I hate mysteries like this, but it is difficult to pry into in a delicate situation such as this. Is there anything I can do to help? I don't think so. I'll let you know if anything comes up. Thank you. And, Naomasa? Yes. Will you let me know the funeral details? I would like to apologize. You think you were wrong? My answer? No, but perhaps there was a better way I could have said it? Or, as you said, not left him there, a pause. But you have to go as Yagi Tashinori, not All Might. We're keeping your part in this quiet. That is appreciated. I hope we can meet again soon under better circumstances. Me too, Tashinori. The two men shook hands, and Tashinori left the office, heading straight to the nearest bar. He wasn't meant to drink with his injury, and was sure Chio would kill him if she found out, but he needed alcohol after that. Later that evening, Naomasa was watching the security footage finally received. From the rooftop. It was taken by a security camera from the next building, and thankfully hadn't been viewed before Naomasa got hold of it. He watched events go down as Tashinori had described. A large figure landing, a smaller green-haired figure in a ripped school uniform detaching from his leg. The two speak, and as the boy starts crying, All Might deflates in a cloud of steam and coughed blood. Naomasa couldn't help a slight smile at the panic that comes from the boy. After a short explanation, the man leaves and the boy walks out of sight towards the unseen edge of the rooftop, then comes back into the picture a few minutes later and follows the taller down the stairs. Naomasa sat up and fast-forwarded the video. A few hours pass in moments, then Naomasa quickly pressed play as the rooftop door reopens, the green-haired boy once more emerging. He has obviously been crying, but is now dry-eyed, with a determined look. He takes a piece of folded notebook paper from his pocket and picks up a large rock from the roof. Naomasa has seen photos of the rock that kept the note from being caught by the wind, before once more moving towards the roof edge and out of sight. Well, that explained why the body hadn't been found until late evening. It seemed that the suicide hadn't been a sudden whim, and somehow Naomasa felt that made it worse. Inko woke up to an alarm set for much earlier than usual, and it took her a moment and a glance at the black dress hanging on the front of her wardrobe door to remember why. Due to the lack of need for an autopsy, and a certain Tsukachi Naomasa, and an anonymous donor, Inko had been told there was a charity for cases like this, but hadn't been able to find any information about such a thing, helping to cover costs and speed things along. It was only a week after his death that Izuku was being laid to rest. She sighed and rolled over to face the day, and something that certainly hadn't been there the night before, in the middle of the other pillow, head at an angle Inko could clearly tell was unnatural, was a pure white pigeon. She screamed, looking around. No, she was being silly. Why would anyone come in her house to leave a dead pigeon? A look into the other rooms, including Izuku's, already with his belongings packed into boxes. After all, she wouldn't have time after going back to work, and the space would be perfect for an office, showed that nothing else had been disturbed. The bird must have flown through an open window, and could have snapped its neck by hitting a wall or something. That must be it. Trying to ignore the unsettled feeling in her stomach due to the fact that she never left the windows open at night, and that the bird had been too well positioned to be accidental, Inko threw the entire pillow, bird included, into a bin bag to dispose of when leaving the house, and began to get ready to bury her son. The funeral was not well attended. Inko saw the Bakugos, Katsuki looking as though he was forced to attend. Mitsuki had come over as soon as they arrived to hold her hand and say again how sorry she was. What a lovely child Izuku had been. Empty platitudes. But Inko had given a small smile and thanked the blonde anyway, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. She declined Mitsuki's invitation to sit together, saying they could talk later, and instead moved to greet Detective Tsukachi, who had brought along a tall, skeletal man, who looked more like he should be the cause of the gathering, rather than simply attending. Good morning, Detective. Good morning, Mrs. Midoriya. This is Yagi Tashinori, a friend of mine. He isn't with the police, but often helps with cases. A pleasure. I wasn't aware Izuku was an open case, however. She looked at Tsukachi, however it was Yagi who answered. Ah, no, Mrs. Midoriya. I am not here in an official capacity. I heard about your son and wish to pay my respects. I'm so sorry. At a surreptitious elbow from Naomasa, he added, for your loss. Oh, well, thank you. Please sit anywhere you like. It will be starting in a moment. She moved away as the celebrant came to go over a few last details. It was a simple service, and over quickly. Inko only stuttered once during her speech. She had read most of it unable to face the tiny congregation, but glanced up near the end to see two further figures, a tall, well-built man and short boy. No one she recognized, although they gave a familiar feeling, but perhaps the boy went to Izuku's school? They were gone the next time she looked up. "Can I get you another cup of tea, Inko?" "No thanks, Mitsuki. In fact, I think the previous cups are beginning to show their effect. Please excuse me a moment." In the safety of the bathroom, Inko pressed her eyes onto her palms. She just wanted everyone to leave. Over 2 hours of truly awkward small talk, soggy sandwiches, because Mitsuki had insisted she get a caterer rather than allowing Inko to make food, and Inko wasn't about to waste her money choosing someone expensive just for this, and enough tea to sink a battleship. It wouldn't be too bad if she was allowed to be herself, but everyone expected her to act in a certain way, as though she was suddenly made of glass. Mitsuki was the worst. She had been over every day since Izuku died, cleaning, cooking, and making sure that Inko wouldn't be lonely. Inko could scream. She knew it came from a misplaced sense of guilt, both due to Katsuki's actions to Izuku and her own abandonment of friendship so long ago, but she just wanted to get her life back together. It was only in the evenings that she had been able to clear Izuku's room. Don't think she hadn't seen Mitsuki's disapproving pout when this was noticed, and send emails. Speaking of which, re-entering the living room, Inko made straight for her blonde friend. "Mitsuki, can I have a word?" "Sure, sweetie, what's up? While I appreciate your help this past week, you really don't need to visit as often." "Inko? What dash? I'm going back to my old job on Monday." Isn't that a bit soon?" "Mitsuki, I just want things to be normal as quickly as possible. It'll be strange without Izuku, but I'm truly going to go crazy if I have nothing to do." She didn't look convinced. The two stared at one another for a few moments, but Mitsuki looked away first. Just promise you'll contact me if you want or need anything, okay? I'm here for you and don't plan to leave." Again, Inko couldn't help the nasty comment, and Mitsuki flinched but straightened quickly. Again. Also, it's been a long day and I'm tired. Would you help me get rid of everyone?" "Sure," a small smile, "then I'll help you clean up." "No need, really. I'm not even going to clear up straight away. I just want to have a nap and be alone for a while." "Okay." She turned to go, but Inko suddenly remembered something. "Oh, Mitsuki, did you recognize the man and boy who came to the service while I was giving my speech?" "What man and boy?" "I only noticed them near the end of my speech, and when I looked up again, they were gone. I was wondering if maybe the boy was a friend of Izuku's. He seemed a little familiar. I didn't see anyone, but I'll ask the others while I'm shooing them off." "Thanks, Mitsuki." No one else had noticed them. Inko hadn't gone for a nap. She'd poured herself a glass of wine. This was becoming a habit that she should probably try to quit before it got worse, and settled in front of her computer. She was expecting an email from her old office, who had gratefully agreed to take her back, containing her final contract. This would be the third draft. Inko had needed to set them straight on a few points, including salary, before she agreed to sign. It hadn't arrived yet. There were a few emails offering discounts on clothing. Those might be worth taking a look at, as most of the smart clothes she currently owned would get her laughed out of a courtroom, and one from an email address she didn't recognize. Curious, she opened this. Inside there were 2 video attachments and a short message. "Make them be Inko, my dove." Unable to help herself, Inko clicked on the first video. A classroom, her son, Katsuki, and 2 other boys, one with wings, the other with extended fingers. She watched as Izuku's notebook was burned and thrown out the window, and listened to the audio. Following on were other videos from earlier occasions, all within a school, and all showing Izuku receiving some sort of torment. Numbly, she closed the screen and opened the second attachment. A rooftop, All Might landing with, was that Izuku? Attached, she kept watching as Izuku was told by his hero that he could not achieve his dream. She couldn't even bring herself to show shock as All Might deflated. At the end of this video, she once again closed the window and stared at the message. Remembering this morning, she shuddered. Another name for a white pigeon is a dove. Inko guessed she knew what her first case would be. Earlier that afternoon, a purple warp gate opened into a rundown bar, and a man and child walked out. The man swept a hand over their faces, and the illusion of a tall, well-built man with a black hair and beard and a boy with a black buzz cut and gray eyes in a thin face melted into a thin man with scars instead of an upper face, and a green-haired, round-cheeked boy. How did it go? Kurogyari asked from behind the bar. Yeah, how come you're back this soon? Did someone figure you out? Tamura barely looked up from his handheld game. Ah, did you miss me? Izuku went to sit next to the young man on the stools at the bar. Kurogyari passed him a pineapple juice and began to make a coffee for Hisashi. Kurogyari was very excited by the new coffee machine that Hisashi had acquired once he decided to spend more time in the bar, although the time that he could be away from the medical equipment was limited to only a few hours. Still, limited time was no reason to only drink instant coffee. Ignoring Tamura's look of disgust, Hisashi answered, "The illusion quirk only works to distract people's senses for a limited time. I think Inko noticed us near the end. So was it worth it then?" Tamura asked the green-haired boy. "I stand by my reasoning that any risk is worth being able to say you went to your own funeral." Izuku put to rest the argument the two had been having since Izuku announced that he wanted to attend the funeral 2 days ago. "You are one weird kid." Izuku couldn't believe that had worked. He was free. Staring at the news reporting his suicide, he thought back to the night before. Following Hisashi, he'd been told to call the man Dad, but felt that would be far too awkward for both of them at the moment. They had gone through one of Kurogyari's portals back to the original room. Izuku was directed to sit at the desk. "You have a pen and paper, right?" "Why? Yeah, I've got my notebook." Izuku pulled it out of his bag, confused. "Write a suicide note." Hisashi didn't notice his son's eyes go wide as he looked for his phone. Even with a technology-controlling quirk, he still managed to lose it all the time. "What? Do you not want me then? You could have just asked me to leave." Tears began filling the emerald eyes, making Hisashi panic. He didn't know how to deal with a crying child. Kurogyari had always dealt with Tamura, who had always been more of a tantrum thrower than crier anyway. "Wait, Izuku? What's wrong?" He knelt by the stool, hands hovering uselessly near his son, not sure if he was supposed to touch the boy. I thought it was gonna be different, that you wouldn't want me to die." The words were difficult to understand through sobs, but they helped Hisashi realize the problem. He sighed, relieved this was something he could fix. "Izuku, I'm not asking you to commit suicide. I'm asking you to write the note so you can stay with me." What do you mean?" Hisashi realized he would need to explain further, suddenly appreciating the minions who would follow his orders without question. It took a few minutes to fully explain, and a few more, along with several packets of tissues, for Izuku to stop crying, before he began scrawling in his notebook, and Hisashi made his phone calls. The purple gate opened into an obviously unused warehouse. Izuku looked around at the tall windows that barely did their job, and the broken crates that littered the floor. He only noticed 2 figures in the dingy light when they began approaching, the confident-looking gray-haired man leading the way, and a short, nervous-looking person following, most of their face and hair hidden by shadows and a peaked cap. "It's not every day I receive a call from the legendary symbol of evil. What an honor. Jiren. A pleasure. I have heard a lot about you, and your discretion." A pressure filled the air before Hisashi continued. "I assume this is who you spoke of?" "Indeed. I am honored to be held in such high regard. You have no fear of my indiscretion, as I have no fear that you would go back on our agreement." He sounded confident, but Izuku could see the nervous bead of sweat that rolled down Jiren's forehead. Hisashi nodded and Jiren slightly relaxed in the knowledge that he would not die just yet. "Is this the client you spoke of?" He nodded to Izuku, who stood slightly behind Hisashi, hoping the beanie hat and gray contacts would be enough to hide his most distinguishing features. "Yes. Shall we get started?" "Okay, come closer, young. What's your name?" Izuku began but was cut off by his father. "His name is of no importance." "Okay, well come on then, kid. Mara here needs to get a bit closer to you." At a nod from Hisashi, Izuku approached the two. The second person, Mara, glanced at Jiren before stepping forward. "Give me your hand." "This will hurt for only a moment." Izuku hesitantly did what they said. This close, he could see a light green tint to their skin. Almost too fast to see, their canines elongated and were plunged into Izuku's wrist. He jumped. but was otherwise able to control himself. After a moment they pulled back, swishing something in their mouth, and emptied this into a test tube Jiren handed them. Izuku approached them while Jiren concluded dealing with Hisashi. Mera was chugging a water bottle with alarming speed as he watched. God, I hate doing that. Does it taste bad? Mera raised an eyebrow incredulously. Kid, I'm not just taking blood but samples of organs and other bits and pieces too. Imagine a mix of metallic blood, hair and offal, and you slightly get the idea. And sadly it doesn't mix with my quirk unless I taste it. So why do you do it if it's so horrible? Money, they answered bitterly. Anyway, looks like it's time for you to go, they nodded at a gesturing Hisashi. Oh. Well, thank you, he gave a quick bow and rushed over. The portal opened in an alleyway near the base of a familiar building. Are you clear on what you need to do? Izuku nodded determinedly. This was it, he did this and there would be no going back. See you at the top then. Izuku watched Hisashi disappear back into the portal and turned to face the entrance to the building All Might had landed on earlier in the day. Opening the door to the roof, he pulled the suicide note he had written earlier from his pocket, before finding a rock that seemed to be a suitable size. Nervous but determined, he stepped towards the edge of the roof, right where he had stood earlier. Okay Izuku, you should be out of sight of the camera now. Get changed. Izuku looked up into Hisashi's face from where he was leaning out of a portal hanging in the air, and took the pile of clothes from him. As he took off each item of clothing, they were passed to Hisashi, who was busy on the other side of the gate. Finally, Izuku was dressed in jeans, trainers and a hoodie, plain green, and probably the first hoodie that Izuku had worn that wasn't hero-themed. Laying his school shoes next to the note, Izuku helped Hisashi to lift a figure-wearing school uniform out of the gate. It made him feel a bit queasy. After all, it's not normal to see your own corpse. He had to admit, Mera's quirk was impressive. The test tube they had filled completely converted a corpse to have the exact genetic makeup of the blood provided. The downsides were that it could not be used on the living, it had to be administered within 2 hours, and the bodies had to be at least a close match for height and body type. The results would last for a long time, long enough that the subjects decayed beyond recognition first. Hisashi had told Izuku when he asked that the body happened to be someone who had died recently and the family was looking for an environmental way to dispose of the corpse, as they couldn't afford a burial or cremation. Izuku wasn't sure how much he believed that, but really didn't want to ask. Working together, Izuku and Hisashi stood the other Izuku, wearing the original's uniform, on the ledge and let go. The body swayed slightly in the wind before gravity took hold. Izuku couldn't bring himself to look, but wasn't able to close his ears, and couldn't help the shudder and tears that appeared as the body hitting the street far below echoed up to him. Hisashi helped Izuku back into the bar before turning to the security camera he knew was on the next rooftop, and using his technology quirk to check there were no traces of him and copy 2 scenes from today. He smirked as a familiar who reached his ears. He had an idea. Tamura didn't understand Midoriya. How was he Sensei's son? How did Sensei even have a son? Was he jealous? After all, Sensei was the only father figure he had ever known, but who would be jealous of an irritating kid like that? Of course, he had been a little bit cool when he took Tamura's quirk, although that was only something he thought when looking back at the situation. And he would never tell Midoriya that. Still, before Midoriya came, Sensei would never really spend time in the bar, and never stayed for meals. The past 3 days, Tamura had seen more of Sensei than in the last 3 years. And he had had dinner with them every night. Tamura might have to start complaining if they had Katsudon again though. Seriously, there had to be a limit to how many nights in a row you could eat the same meal. Midoriya didn't seem to mind though. He would always wolf it down as though he was starving, and yet still seemed never to speak with his mouth full. But that was when Sensei was there. When he wasn't, which was most of the time due to medical necessity, the green-haired boy would stop talking about quirk mechanics, his favorite subject. He would offer to help Kurogyari, and when he was refused, he would sit at the bar, writing in a notebook, or sometimes watching the television. Every now and again, he would ask Kurogyari a question, or whether he could go to his room for a bit, but was mostly quiet. That would be fine, but did you notice one thing? He would never speak to Tamura. Tamura might think he was being ignored, but the younger boy would glance at him every so often and flinch and look away if their eyes met. He would also deliberately choose a place far away from the other boy when they were in the same room and look like he wanted to run away if that changed. He hated it. Sensei had asked them to get along like brothers, which was hard enough. He didn't know how to act like a big brother, and kinda thought it either involved beating up the younger to show who's boss, or protecting them and treating them to lots of presents. Neither seemed like particularly Tamura's thing, but how were they meant to get along if the annoying green child wouldn't interact with him? He was acting like an NPC, and not even a useful one. Day 4 and Tamura had had enough. He was sitting on the sofa near the back of the bar, playing a video game, when Izuku walked in. Izuku started and looked around before realizing only Tamura and himself were in the room. Why yes, Shigaraki? He crept closer. Wanna play? Tamura gestured at the paused screen. I don't think I'll be very good. I haven't played before. What have you played then? None? I was never allowed a system. Tamura could barely believe his ears, not being allowed a game system. That was worse than villainous. Sit down. Izuku swallowed and followed the instruction, sitting on the sofa next to Tamura where he gestured, looking uncomfortable at the proximity. Right. We'll start at the beginning. What sort of thing do you want your character to be good at? Later, when Hisashi arrived for dinner, he found two rowdy children yelling at a screen while trying to fight off what looked like a group of bandits while, for some reason, standing on the sofa. He shared a smile with Kurogyri. The next day, Izuku approached Shigaraki. Hi Shigaraki. I have a question. You want to learn how to use this? Tamura gestured at the handheld device, or play the same as yesterday. Also, call me Tamura. Oh, thanks as Tamura. You can call me Izuku, and that sounds fun, but actually. What is it? Can I borrow your quirk? What? Izuku flinched at the loud response. It's fine if you say no, but if I can't then can I ask you questions about it or do some experiments? I just think 5-point quirks are fascinating. Breathe Izuku. Well, why don't you tell me some of your experiment ideas? It pained Tamura to react maturely, but he was going to try to control his temper a bit while it scared his new gaming friend. Okay. Izuku pulled a notebook out, seemingly from nowhere. Later, Hisashi's eyes met a Kurogyri filled with despair at the state of his bar, with Izuku bowing and apologizing repeatedly, and Tamura cackling in the background. Hisashi? You know you can call me Dad, Izuku? Yes, I know, but can I ask you something? Of course, what is it? You know my funeral is the day after tomorrow? I saw the announcement. Why? I want to go. There was a crashing sound as Tamura dropped his cutlery in shock. No way. That's, like, the main place you would be recognized. And why would you want to go anyway? Curiosity, mostly, I guess. See how Mum is, see if Kaken actually comes. That's it? You want to risk Sensei's operation for that? Well, when else would I get the opportunity to say I attended my own funeral? Tamura fought down a smile, and both boys turned to Hisashi with pleading eyes, though hoping for opposing responses. I'll think about if there is a way to make it possible. It didn't stop the argument, which would start and stop all that evening and over the next day. Before dawn on the day of Izuku's funeral, a portal opened into a bedroom Hisashi had not been allowed access to for years. He gently laid the dove next to his sleeping ex-wife and grinned. His next stop would be to scour the security cameras of Aldra Middle School for some choice clips, and collect a nice illusion quirk he had had an eye on for a while. Anything for his darling Izuku. Izuku was confused. Before meeting his father, he had imagined living in a villain hideaway to be more, well, villainous? But in the few months he had been living in the bar, it had been surprisingly free from crime. Kurogyri wouldn't even let him drink any alcohol. Not that he had really wanted to, but when Tamura had dared him, Kurogyri had put a stop to it pretty quickly. Tamura was a conundrum, but also one of the best things about living here. At the beginning, Izuku had been scared of the other, and for good reason. But, after observing and interacting with him for a few days, Izuku realized that he was just immature and bad with change and anger management. Despite Tamura's far too casual attitude towards killing, thankfully not in front of Izuku, and quirk usage, Izuku had found one of the best only friends he'd ever had in his life in the 18-year-old, provided he didn't talk about heroes. The bar was also a far cry from the shadowy, blood-stained, dilapidated warehouse Izuku pictured when he thought of a villain hideout. Kurogiri was meticulous about cleaning and disinfecting everywhere. Izuku felt bad for always sitting around watching, and had offered to help so many times that Kurogiri confided that he didn't trust anyone else to do it correctly, and would feel the need to look over Izuku's shoulder and re-clean if he did help. After that, Izuku felt more comfortable just sitting at the bar, writing in his notebook and chatting with the man. He was filling so many notebooks. Hisashi had bought him a full shelf of beautifully bound books to fill when Izuku had nervously asked for some paper, and he would soon need more. There were just so many fascinating quirks. And now that he had permission to borrow them, he could look at so many more facets, sometimes discovering things that even the owner didn't know. Even the sense of loss when he returned the quirk was worth it for the knowledge he gained. Tamura's, Kurogiri's and Hisashi's many quirks, which he hadn't finished going through, and doubted he ever would, and for some reason he was unable to take Kurogiri's, but the Smoke Man was willing to answer as many questions as Izuku had, obviously filled the majority of the notebooks, but the rest of the entries were on the bar patrons. They were the most traditionally villainous aspect of the place, a stream of patrons, regulars or otherwise, covered in scars, tattoos and weapons, wearing an eclectic variety of clothing, the majority with hoods and masks to hide behind. There were many more people with mutation quirks than Izuku would usually see out in public. Tamura informed him that this was because most shops and bars had a limit of how many people with mutations were allowed in at once, and Izuku found that these people were often either quieter or more violent on first meeting than the other patrons. After talking to them for a while, though, he realized that this was a reaction to their usual social interactions. This just made Izuku more determined to make them talk to him. After all, he couldn't borrow their quirks to understand. The patrons with other types of quirks always seemed perfectly happy to help Izuku out. He presumed Hisashi had something to do with this, and he had so many questions. It also felt more comfortable sitting amongst people with quirks he didn't feel pulling towards him, waiting to be added to the gaping hole Izuku was constantly aware of deep down. Tamura would often find him sitting at the bar, chatting away at a speed that terrified the chosen victim, but they would still wait for Izuku to come back from wherever Tamura dragged him off to in order to answer his questions, or leave a long list with Kurogiri if they had to leave first. One of Izuku's favorite patrons was a man with a lizard quirk named Spinner, who was also the reason Izuku started a notebook on weapons, especially knives. After all, you can't always rely on a quirk to defend yourself. He knew that better than most. This was also where he found his first new teacher. A few months before. It was a few weeks after Izuku changed his look, but before he gained the confidence to start talking to the bar patrons. His once green, unruly curls were now a pale gray similar to Tamura's on top, darkening as they progressed down to an undercut that Izuku was still getting used to. His eyes were now a deep reddish brown, and a face mask hid his freckles and chubby cheeks. With a new uniform of dark jeans and plain hoodies that shadowed his face, the only reason he got a second look was due to his youth and well-kept appearance, but as no one wanted to reveal their own backstory, the other patrons just accepted him, although most couldn't help but be relieved when they saw he kept to non-alcoholic drinks. He was sitting in a corner with a juice, sketching while surreptitiously people watching, when Tamura came to grab him, as usual. However, instead of stopping at their regular gaming room, Tamura led him to a room he hadn't previously paid much attention to. "Sensei asked to see you." "Really? Why?" Tamura shrugged. They were both confused, as Hisashi would usually ask any questions while they were having dinner. Upon opening the door, they were surprised to see a second presence. After a moment, Izuku recognized the muscular figure from their shoulder-length reddish hair, dark glasses and strange, pipe-like weapon. They were a regular visitor to the bar. Meg, something Izuku thought. "Thank you, Tamura. Both of you, come and meet Hikishi Kenji, who prefers to be known by Magna." "Magna, this is Tamura and Izuku. Call me Big Sis." First Izuku, then Tamura had their hands crushed. Izuku idly thought that it was a relief that Tamura had remembered to wear his gloves. He had a habit of forgetting them. Not a chance, Tamura scoffed. Maybe another time. It's nice to meet you though, Magna. Izuku had no idea how to act. This was the first time in weeks he had spoken to someone other than Hisashi, Kurogyari, and Tamura, and felt he was out of practice. He was also trying to ignore the urge to take her quirk while their hands touched. That would be rude. Thankfully, Hisashi interrupted the awkward silence between them. You're probably wondering why I brought you together, nods from both boys. Well, Izuku, you may be unable to attend school currently, but I do not intend to neglect your education. I kinda thought I would be learning online. Why is that? Hisashi seemed amused, as though he already knew the answer. I saw the papers on your desk about different online schools, Izuku admitted guiltily. I thought they seemed to have been moved. We shall have to work on your information gathering skills, Hisashi said with a laugh. Izuku was shocked. If he had done anything like this before, he would have been badly punished. It is true, I intend to enroll you in an online school when your new identification papers are finished, unless you would prefer something else? Izuku shook his head and Hisashi continued. Magna here is a master of quirkless fighting with and without weapons. We're getting fighting lessons? Why? Izuku was obviously excited, Tamura less so. So you can learn how to fight. Magna was the only one to laugh at her own joke. Well, you may not realize this, but it's a little dangerous to spend time around villains, Hisashi began with a sarcastic smile. I want you to be able to defend yourself if necessary, and fighting skills will come in handy no matter what you want to do in the future. What about me, sensei? I already know how to fight. I realized your skills were getting rusty when Izuku was able to defeat you so easily with no training. That shut Tamura up, red dusting his cheeks. After that meeting, 3 mornings a week were dedicated to quirkless, weaponless, to begin with, fighting with Magna, with a training plan to be followed on the other days. Izuku was eager, and soaked up knowledge and skills like a sponge. Magna said that once he gained some muscle mass and speed, he would be a force to be reckoned with. Tamura wasn't lying when he said that he knew how to fight, but due to having not kept up with training, and skiving off whenever possible, Izuku was soon leaving him with as many bruises as Izuku had when he first started the sessions. Not that he wasn't still ending sessions with skin the lovely mixture of black, blue and yellow that came with bruises in various states of healing. Still, this wasn't Izuku's first experience with this look, and found training to be a preferable way to end up in this state, especially as he watched his figure change and speed improve. It took some time, but once Izuku was able to hold his own against Magna for 5 minutes, without quirks or weapons, Hisashi interrupted their usual small talk at dinner to make an announcement. Izuku, Magna told me how well you're doing. I'm very proud of your progress, he smiled, something which still sent a chill down Kurogyari's spine. Well, I'm getting there slowly. I still can't defeat her, Izuku shrugged. Izuku, she has been a skilled fighter and killer for many years. It's an incredible achievement just to have come as far as you have. He held a hand up to stop Izuku's protests, and as such, weapons will be introduced to your training. Weapons, Tamura's eyes shone. Not for you yet, Tamura. You have been slacking off. Show me that you deserve it and you can join the sessions. However, you will begin working more with your quirk. Come to me tomorrow when Izuku is choosing a weapon, and show me what you have learned through your experiments. Tamura, remind me to give you the experiment notebook later. Tamura, who had looked on the verge of destroying everything in reach when Hisashi had denied his request, suddenly perked up. He had been jealous of the one-to-one chats that Hisashi would call Izuku to his office hospital room for most days. Also, Izuku? Yeah. After several discussions with Magna and Kurogyari, it has been decided that you will be okay to go outside. Wah? Izuku was shocked at the sudden announcement. While it hadn't been spoken aloud, he knew that he had been expected to stay inside, partly to avoid any chance of being recognized, and partly because the bar was in a dangerous area. With limitations, of course. However, we have decided that your level of disguise and fighting skill will be enough to protect yourself long enough for Kurogyari to open a portal. Speaking of which, he handed a box to Izuku, who opened it to reveal a phone. This is untraceable except by Kurogyari and myself. It already has both our, Tamara's and Magna's phone numbers programmed in, and I want you to call Kurogiri the moment there is any trouble." Izuku nodded, eyes tearing up. What's wrong? H&E. If you thought that after several months of living with a boy who would burst into tears and hug him at random moments, Hisashi would get used to it, or at least less awkward at giving hugs, you would be wrong. "Thank you," came the muffled voice, and Hisashi couldn't bring himself to mind that his expensive shirt was becoming damp. "No problem, Izuku. Other rules I guess. Keep your hood up, stay away from people, don't go too far, and stay out of trouble." "Got it, Dad." Hisashi tried to hide his blush in Izuku's hair. Kurogiri smirked at his boss. Izuku promised later that he really did try to follow Hisashi's instructions. The first time Aizawa Shoyuta, known in underground circles as Pro-Hero Eraserhead, heard of the new vigilante was when Hitoshi arrived home covered in bruises, and with a tale of a savior with a nullification quirk. Shinso Hitoshi had been on his way home from school when he was grabbed from behind and dragged into an alley. He froze, and hated himself for it. He had been training in situational awareness recently, but had been caught off guard as it had been a while since the bullying had been more than just glares and whispers, since Eraserhead and Present Mike had adopted him and transferred his school in fact. And wasn't that something that took some getting used to? But he should have gotten over the surprise by now, right? It was as the first punch hit his gut, and his body didn't react, that Hitoshi realized that it wasn't surprise causing his inertia, not that that was much of a comfort when he could feel every impact. Oh, his attacker decided to mix things up by adding some kicks, fun. To make it worse, he couldn't even speak to try and use his godforsaken quirk, not that it would likely work, judging from the usual, villain, insults being thrown at him with the blows. Hitoshi realized that he had reverted to his old coping mechanism of dissociation. Then, as suddenly as they had begun, the blows stopped. Hesitantly, Hitoshi sat up, wincing in pain, which was when he realized he could move again. Where was his attacker? They never just stopped. It was a moment before he processed what he was seeing. The older boy, was he only a boy? He had seemed older and more threatening when he had been attacking Hitoshi, was crouched, clutching at his chest and staring at a short, hooded figure who seemed to loom over him. "Give it back." "And what will you do if I do?" The figure spoke calmly, but his voice had an edge that sent shivers down Hitoshi's spine. It's mine. You can't keep it." "Says who?" It's not possible. Just give it back." He was sobbing now, trying to clutch at the other's leg, who simply stepped back out of the way with a sigh. "If it wasn't possible then you wouldn't need me to give it back," was said in a barely audible mutter. "Okay. I'll return it because I'm nice. But only on one condition, apologize and never use your quirk against someone innocent again." "He's not innocent though. He's a villain." "This guy? What makes you say that?" "He's got a villain's quirk." The alley's air suddenly seemed to freeze under a pressure that shouldn't have been possible from such a small figure, who crouched and grabbed the bully's chin, staring into his eyes. "Understand this, quirks. Villain. Now, if you apologize and get out of here, I will let you keep your quirk. But know this, if I find out you've ever done anything like this again, and trust me, I'll find out, it won't end so well for you. Got it?" His words were like knives. The boy frantically nodded, and with a rushed "sorry" in Hitoshi's direction he ran, narrowly avoiding tripping, out of the alley. Hitoshi stared, wondering whether to follow. "Are you okay?" Hitoshi started. He hadn't noticed the other figure, who seemed to be male, and possibly around his own age, approach. "Sorry I couldn't stop it sooner. I was just passing when I heard something in the alleyway, and when I realized what he was saying I couldn't just ignore it." "Are you in pain?" "Stupid question, of course you are. Is there a pharmacy close by? I really shouldn't have gotten out of the habit of carrying a first aid kit." "Wow, did he even breathe during that?" Yeah, I'm okay, thanks. And don't worry about first aid, I've had worse, and I'm not too far from home." "Oh well, if you're sure? Can I walk you home at least?" Hitoshi let the other pull him to his feet. "Nah, you're okay." "Really?" He knew that Aizawa wasn't keen on too many people knowing where he lived. "Okay then, see you around I guess?" After hesitating for a moment, Hitoshi's savior turned to leave. He made it nearly to the street before Hitoshi couldn't stop himself calling out. "Wait!" The figure stopped and turned back. "Yeah. Did you mean what you said about villainous quirks?" He elaborated at the hooded boy's questioning look. "Oh, yeah, completely. So do you think someone with a villainous quirk could be a hero?" He knew it was a stupid thing to ask. Saying someone with a villainous quirk wasn't a villain was a far cry from saying they could be a hero, and he already had Aizawa supporting his dream. But some days he couldn't help but believe that Eraserhead only told him that because it was his job as a hero and adoptive father to support Hitoshi. He wasn't sure why, but he wanted to know what this stranger, a passerby who actually interfered for once, would say. "What's your quirk? And your name, come to that." Shinso Hitoshi. And brainwashing. Response. Based. Yeah. Wow. You could be an amazing hero with that quirk. You'll solve so many situations without violence. After all, a strong punch doesn't mean that you're a great hero. Hitoshi wondered about the story behind the bitterness that was said with. "Good luck, Shinso. Work hard and you'll be great." By the time Hitoshi got to the street, the boy was out of sight. It was only later, when describing the event to Aizawa, minus their last conversation, that he realized that he hadn't got a name or a good look at the boy. He couldn't know that Izuku had run back to the bar in order to grab a notebook and start writing as many possibilities as he could about Hitoshi's quirk. It had been hard to hold all his questions, but hadn't wanted to scare the boy on a first meeting. Shoyuta had, for a few days, changed his patrol route to cover the streets near where Hitoshi had met the figure. He wasn't looking too hard. It seemed the boy had just been a passerby with good intentions, but someone needed to have a word with him about public quirk use, and Shoyuta was also interested to talk to someone with a similar quirk, remembering how he had been treated as a child. He wasn't entirely surprised when nothing came of it. Hitoshi's description had been extremely vague about his savior's appearance, and would have forgotten about it if nothing else had happened. Usually Shoyuta ignored gossip, but when the other underground heroes at the training warehouse they shared started exchanging stories about a short, hooded figure who seemed to disappear as soon as they saw him, just leaving behind would-be muggers and arpes. Once, shockingly, someone with a hero license, and Shoyuta would be looking into how they had managed to keep that, crying about their quirk having been taken, although it was always back by then. He started to become suspicious. Izuku really tried to follow Hisashi's instructions to stay out of trouble. It wasn't his fault that he seemed to run into situations whenever he left the bar. What was he meant to do? Just ignore someone getting hurt right in front of him? He knew he wasn't a hero, but this wasn't about heroics, it was just morally correct. Although he had had a few close calls with underground heroes, Izuku had made sure to run away as soon as he saw them. Tamura was unhappy enough that Izuku kept running into situations. He dreaded to think how angry the older boy would get if he knew Izuku had talked to a hero. Still, a side effect that did make Tamura happy was how Izuku's attitude was slowly changing. Before, Izuku had fully believed that it was only villains who were this morally reprehensible, but the majority of those he stopped were opportunists, people who thought they could get away with anything because they were good, people who were owed something by society. He'd even had those words used as an excuse by a disgusting purple boy, shorter than him, who had stuck a young woman who had been heading home after work to the ground with the same ball that seemed to make up his hair. Izuku, thankfully, made it before he could do more than this, and had taken great pleasure in punching the boy between the legs as hard as possible, and had delivered him to a gang who specialized in dealing with those who were less than respectful to others, especially women. Tamura could tell that something was wrong when Izuku came bursting into the bar, door bouncing off the wall with a bang that made Kurogiri wince. Even more unusual, he stormed past Tamura, ignoring him, and headed towards the stairs to his bedroom. Curious, Tamura followed. Leaning against the open doorway of the fairly untidy room, the only area that seemed organized were the shelves filled with notebooks, Tamura watched as Izuku threw more clothes out of drawers, obviously looking for something. Bad night. Izuku spun round sharply, not having heard the other following. Oh. Hi, Tamura. What makes you say that? He tried to grin unconvincingly. Tamura just raised an eyebrow skeptically. Everything? You're awful at hiding your feelings. Don't avoid the question. Izuku sighed and turned back to emptying his belongings onto the floor. I'm just fed up. Right? I know it's silly, but I always believed that heroes were perfect, that they could do no wrong, and I know better now, I do. How could I not after all might? But I think, somehow, I didn't entirely let go because otherwise why would I feel this disappointed? What do you think I've been telling you? Anyway, what's brought this on so suddenly? Well, I was out walking when something happened. Again? Seriously? It's not my fault. I don't go looking for situations. I think we need to tell Sensei if this keeps happening, you know the rules. Tamura. No, you promised. Izuku's glare made Tamura shiver. Okay, I won't tell him, for now at least. But you're gonna get noticed if this goes on, and they tend to call those who interfere without a license villains. And I thought you didn't want to be a villain. Shut up, was sent at Tamura's grin, but the words were soft. So, what happened tonight? The older boy came over and sat on the bed. Izuku didn't look at him, now searching the desk. Well, I saw someone leaning over a body and searching through their pockets, so decided to help out. Then I recognized his costume. Costume? Wait, he wasn't. Yeah. A hero. Oxman. Terrible name but useful quirk. He has increased strength and endurance. He debuted 5 years ago but never rose far through the ranks, and has a habit of changing the agency he sidekicks in every year. Never mind, he trailed off, having given the information without thought. So Oxman was standing over the body and I thought, maybe he's checking for ID or something, but then he just takes a bunch of cash from the guy's wallet and drops it. What a scrub. Right? So, I ask what he's doing. Obviously, Tamura groans. And his reply is that he's just taking his payment for defeating the unconscious guy's attacker, and told me to F off. There wasn't even another person, so he was obviously the attacker. So I snuck up, took his quirk to power him down, and held him in that chokehold Magna showed us until he passed out. Then I heard someone coming, so left quickly. He still had hold of the money, so it should be fairly obvious what happened, though I doubt anything will be done considering he's a hero. What did I tell you? This society is effed up, and it's the heroes who are the worst. Like you said, they pretend to be perfect, then don't come when it matters most, and people still think they're in the right. I'll see you later, Tamura. Wa, Izuku? Izuku walked back downstairs and headed to the training room. He had no idea how to make sense of what he was feeling, but throwing some knives usually helped to calm him. He just wished he would remember to leave them where he could find them when he hid them from Himiko. Several months previously, it had taken Izuku a while to realize that knives were his favorite weapon. On the day Magna had begun his weapon training, she had led him to a large table absolutely covered in weapons. So, before we get started, we need to find the most suitable weapon for you. Just one. Izuku hadn't felt this nervous around the woman for a while, but there was something very threatening about her standing next to the table, swinging her magnet idly. Greedy, ain't ya? She grinned at his stuttered objections and explanations of what he meant. I'm just kidding, Izuku, you know me. She ruffled the fluffy gray curls that still sat atop his head. It's better to know one weapon extremely well rather than the basics of many. It's also less likely that you'll start confusing techniques that way. She gestured to the table. Your dad picked up a selection of weapons for you. I'm not proficient in all of them, but if there's something that catches your eye, we can bring in a specialist. Now, why don't you pick something out to try? Just remember that most of these likely won't suit you due to your size and fighting style. I would recommend something light and not too large. Izuku was relieved. He thought he saw a medieval morning star in the pile, and was happy to avoid it. They spent the rest of the morning with Izuku trying a variety of weapons, but none seemed to fit him. This is hopeless, he slumped to the ground, using his t-shirt to wipe his sweaty forehead. Seriously? Didn't take you for a quitter? Izuku's glare was answered with a laugh as Magna handed him a bottle of water. They sat in silence for a few minutes before Magna spoke up. Can't sit around all day. Come on, and maybe try something with an actual point? I think a gun would suit you, but I know that you aren't keen. No guns, Izuku felt called out. He had been avoiding anything that looked too vicious, nervous of the idea of actually causing harm. Look, Izuku, I know that you don't want to be a villain, and I totally respect that. But I'm here to help you learn to survive. Now let me ask you something. What chance would you have of stopping me killing you if we were fighting seriously barehanded? Less than 0, she interrupted. Now, what if you had a weapon? What would your chances be? Maybe. Still less than 0. But a lot closer to a positive. And that number only increases with practice. She grinned at him again, and he managed a small smile back. If it makes you feel better, you can think of it this way: heroes use weapons too, to even the odds. Well, sure, there's Snipe as the most famous example, and he carried on, Magna barely listening, just happy that he seemed less reluctant, and watched, amused, as he picked out a huge sword. Knives were one of the last things he tried, still a little wary of them, but, strangely, he seemed to have a knack for them. Of course, he was still terrible, but could see how they would work as extensions of his hand-to-hand combat, and would be easy to conceal. It was also extremely satisfying when he was finally able to hit the target, a dartboard borrowed from the bar. Okay, I think we have a winner. Magna seemed as enthusiastic as Izuku. Just a few things. You are not to take the knives with you until I am convinced that you have enough control to do what you want. You can practice in here, and only supervised until I say otherwise. Also, because of your wishes, we will focus on non-lethal techniques, but the offer to change that is always there if you want it. Lastly, as I have some experience with knives, but am not an expert, I'll be talking to Kurogyari about bringing in some help. So, until that's sorted, it'll be training like usual. And that was how Izuku met Toga Himiko. When he had been told that he would be meeting his knife teacher, Izuku had not expected a girl his age, with blonde buns, golden eyes, and wearing a middle school uniform, to throw herself at him as soon as he walked through the door, and press a knife to his throat as soon as he was on the floor. Hi, I'm Toga Himiko, but you can call me Himi-chan. You're Izuku, right? You look so cute. But I bet you'd be even cuter covered in blood. As she pressed the knife close, Izuku snapped out of his shock and twisted so their positions were reversed, holding her hands, and that knife, out of the way. Toga! Seriously? We talked about this. You hurt him and we're both dead. Magna stormed over and kicked the knife away, making Toga pout. Ugh, fine. But he's gonna get hurt if we're training. Normal training hurt is fine. Anything else is really not. Boring. But fine. Playing with knives is always fun anyway. Don't you agree? She turned to Izuku, eyes shining, as he quickly got off her and helped her to her feet. Izuku just nodded nervously, not wanting to set the girl off again. Training with Himiko was fun, Izuku soon found out. She may be a bit too obsessed with blood, although he had a great time dissecting her quirk with her when she told him about it. Tamura had walked into the room and straight out again when he saw two Himikos smiling at him. He found her very difficult to spend a lot of time with at the beginning, until they discovered a shared enjoyment of slasher games. Izuku was progressing quickly, as he had with hand-to-hand, and it wasn't long before he had permission to practice without observation, and thereafter could be found in the training room for several hours after he returned from his walks, working out his frustrations on a defenseless target. Too many dartboards had needed to be replaced, so Izuku now had a proper target to work with. Spinner even joined some of the training sessions after Izuku discovered the man's love of weapons. It was strange. Izuku didn't want to be a villain, but what did that term even mean anymore? Heroes and villains, easy titles, but Izuku got negative feelings from the wrong side when he thought of the individuals that existed in each category. Still, he put that thought aside and just focused on enjoying himself with the first real friends he'd ever had. Midoriya Izuku stormed into Naomesa's office despite the objections from the man on reception. The detective started, half rising before he realized who it was. It's fine, he assured the anxious-looking officer, who nodded, closing the door as he went back to the reception desk. Midoriya. To what do I owe this pleasure? She had already made herself comfortable in the chair opposite. I've told you to call me Izuku, detective, and maybe I just came for a catch-up. He wasn't fooled for a moment by the calm demeanor that was so at odds with the obvious stress held in her shoulders, not to mention the way she'd entered the room. Right? Because we've become the sort of friends who have catch-ups. Since Midoriya Izuku's death several months ago, The two had met up on several occasions, although never in a casual capacity. Point taken. Let's get down to business then. Have you managed to verify the Aldera footage? He remembered being sickened when Inko had first shown him the security footage, so many scenes of abuse, with the victim always a small, green-haired boy. She had never been clear about where the footage had come from, but the vague answers she gave had never been enough to set off his quirk, although had helped assuage his worries of illegal behavior. They weren't forthcoming, unsurprisingly, but once the court issued a warrant, I managed to gain access to their camera records and a meeting with the teachers featured in several of the clips. Yes, they are unfortunately real, the woman nodded as though expecting this. Naomasa supposed the lack of a real reaction wasn't too surprising, but he would have usually expected more surprise or upset at the confirmation. He shook his head slightly to clear the thoughts. Good. That ticks one thing off the list. All might, Naomasa tried to hide his flinch. He had been even more surprised when Inko had revealed that she had seen the footage of Toshinori and Izuku. He still had no idea how she had managed that. He was obviously worried, but had informed his friend that one more person was aware of his weakness, and had assured the man that Inko didn't seem like the kind of person who would break the non-disclosure agreement she had been required to sign, especially as the penalties for this would be of the highest level. I told you that you would need to speak to the HPSC about that. The same HPSC who ignore my calls and had security escort me from the building when I tried the face-to-face route? Naomasa groaned. I'll organize a meeting. Thank you. You're welcome. Anyway, is there a reason you barged into my office? You could have just arranged a meeting. Things just aren't moving fast enough. What? Inko, is everything all right? Yeah, everything's... There's just been a lot of birds about. Birds? Naomasa was extremely confused. Yeah, dead birds everywhere I go. She seemed reluctant to talk about it, and Naomasa was getting concerned. Inko, dead birds are normal. They hit windows, get hit by cars. It's sad but not really unusual. Yeah, you're right, detective. I'm probably just anxious over nothing. Let me know when the meeting is planned for. She got up and left after he agreed. Naomasa decided he had too much on his plate to worry about her sudden onset ornithophobia. On top of his usual workload, not only was he investigating a new vigilante who they only had an annoyingly vague descriptions of, he now had to deal with the Hero Public Safety Commission. He hated lies and politics, and the HPSC seemed to deal exclusively in these. Maybe Tsukachi was right, maybe she was overreacting to the birds, but it couldn't be normal for them to be everywhere she went, on her doorstep each morning, on her office windowsill, on the pavement, whichever way she chose to walk. She had accidentally trodden on one once. Sure, the pavement had been clear. After that, she made sure to watch her steps more carefully, and to carry a spare pair of shoes, waiting on the roof of her car whenever she returned to it after going somewhere that wasn't home or to her office, and they were always doves. The cats definitely weren't normal, and were messy. They had started after a few weeks of intermittent emails and daily birds. Inko had come home after a long day and went to collapse on the couch, only to find it already occupied, the rest of the cat, its head, to be precise, staring at her from pride of place on the mantelpiece. When the police arrived and she led them into the living room, they looked at her like she was crazy. And maybe she was? After all, it shouldn't have been possible to remove both cat and blood that suddenly with no trace. She apologized and agreed that maybe it was stress getting to her, and ignored the pointed looks some of them gave to the maybe slightly too many empty wine bottles in the recycling. She'd kept telling herself that was the case until a few days later, when a growing smell prompted her to look under her bed. She hadn't called the police back, just bagged the body as best she could after throwing up, and bleached and scrubbed the floor until her back and arms ached. She spent the next few nights sleeping in her home office. She was becoming an expert at cleaning up bloodstains. She only started hounding Tsukachi with intent after the emails that followed the cat incident began appearing in her inbox. The message was always the same: have they paid yet, Inko my dove? But the images attached were always from the day the emails were sent, picturing Inko's day. Again, the police arrived, and again came the apologies for wasting their time when there was suddenly no trace of evidence. Before this, she had made a cursory effort into Izuku's case, contacting Tsukachi with the security footage she had received and setting into motion the beginnings of a case against Aldra Middle School and All Might, she hoped. Inko had figured that, if it didn't make it to court, then she could at least kick up a fuss by getting the press involved. After all, apart from, hopefully, appeasing Hisashi, she wasn't stupid, she knew he was a villain, and had always enjoyed calling her his dove, as he said she brought peace into his hectic life. The only thing that stopped her telling the police was the fact that she didn't know who he was as a villain. After they had separated, she had used her contacts to find out more about Hisashi to use against him should it become necessary, but there was no trace to be found about the man, whether villain or otherwise, no Midoriya Hisashi or someone with his description with a fire-breathing quirk. It only then started to dawn on her that he was a lot more dangerous than she had initially believed. Now things had changed. She spent barely any time on her other cases. Inko knew she would have been fired already if her workplace wasn't being so understanding of her grief. There had already been several light warnings from HR. She spent her time researching, trying to find previous cases against Aldra, trying to find contact details for All Might, walking the streets in desperation, looking for hero fights on the off chance the number one would arrive. It wasn't like she didn't have the time, she was barely sleeping, only getting a few hours when the wine knocked her out, constantly on watch for the intruder who always left her those gruesome gifts, and hadn't Hisashi known she had always yearned for a pet cat despite not being allowed pets in the apartment, had promised to get her one for their next anniversary that never happened. The meeting with the HPSC was her greatest hope. Finally she would get a result. It was a result. Just not the one Inko hoped for. She had walked into a surprisingly comfortable interview room with Tsukachi, taking a seat opposite the two people, a man and a woman, already there. Midoriya Inko, she nodded, despite it being more of a statement. We are here representing the Hero Public Safety Commission, the woman said, as they showed her identification cards, although put them away before she had a chance to read the names. The man continued. We apologize for the troubles you have had gaining a meeting, but you have to understand that we often get pranksters or lunatics coming with false claims, and therefore do not accept meeting with these people until they have first had their evidence verified by the police. Inko said nothing, but privately thought that this wasn't really in keeping with the public part of the name. It also bothered her that they continued to use we instead of I, like they weren't individuals and incapable of independent thought. Now, before we continue, it must be agreed that nothing that is said in this meeting will leave this room. My partner has used her quirk to completely block any sound or electrical signals from leaving this room, and my quirk will be activated when you respond to me with, I agree. This will result in a binding contract that will render you unable to break your agreement, whether by constricting your throat when you try to speak, or paralyzing your hands should you try to write. This isn't the extent, but gives you an idea of the result. Do you agree to never communicate what is about to occur within this room? Please be aware that, if you do not agree to this, no meeting shall occur, and there will be other consequences to ensure this goes no further. I agree, Inko and Tsukachi answered, seeing no way around this. Thank you for your cooperation. First, we would like to express how sorry we are for your loss. Inko wasn't pleased by the wooden tone this was said in, although it would be hypocritical of her to call the woman out on this. Detective Tsukachi has shared with us the entirety of your son's case, and we, as you can imagine, are concerned about any outcome that can come from the reveal of this to anyone further. I already signed a non-disclosure about All Might's condition. We are aware. However, that is not the only thing that concerns us. What do you dash? The woman continued before Inko could finish. She was getting a neck ache from looking at the speaker. She wished one of them would say everything, rather than alternating who spoke. Ms. Midoriya, do you understand what it means to be a hero? To fight villains? They smiled. If it was that simple, there wouldn't need to be a commission. In a nutshell, a hero is a role model, someone who makes the public feel safe and who they can aspire to be, the man explained. And as they move up the ranks, heroes need to embody this ideal more and more, the woman continued. They need to be someone who people see as being on an unbreakable pedestal, perfect, out of reach but all-powerful. Someone who cannot be brought down, who villains would prefer to turn themselves in before facing. Do you understand what we are saying? Both turned towards a slightly overwhelmed Inko. I will clarify. What do you think the result of showing the footage you have, footage which shows the number one hero, the one on the highest pedestal, as someone who made the kind of mistake anyone could make, and indirectly caused a poor child to commit suicide? Pause. Do you think All Might does a good job? The sudden change made Inko's head spin. Well, I guess. The real question here is, do you think that causing a crack in All Might's pedestal, and by extension, the peaceful society he upholds, is worth it? Do you think the rioting and upswing in villainous activity that would definitely follow is worth it? But it's only telling the truth, and I want justice for Izuku. Even to her own ears, Inko's argument was weak. Well, we have two options for you. Inko crossed her fingers. 1. You decide to go ahead with your attack against All Might, bearing in mind that you will be going against not only public opinion, but an organization with more power and quirks at our disposal than you could imagine. Or you agree to drop any mention of All Might, never speak of what happened again, and delete any record you have of the roof footage, and we will use that power to help you get strong, public justice against Aldra Middle School and your son's main tormentor, a certain Bakugo Katsuki. After all, it's what a good mother would do. Inko shivered. She knew they weren't really offering a choice, and she had heard rumors of the darker side of the commission. If she did go against them, then the only way her body would be found would be as the unfortunate victim of collateral damage in a hero fight. All that was left to be discussed was what the outcome would be of the trial that the commission would arrange. Inko hoped, but knew it was extremely unlikely, that this outcome would satisfy Hisashi. She had no idea how she held her panic in until she was in the relative privacy of her home. She deliberately didn't check her email or the sofa, knowing what would likely be waiting there for her. The only thing she wanted to look at this evening was the bottom of the bottle she took with her into the home office. Justice has been served today, Judge Soros. Words sum up perfectly the result that was handed down at Mizudafu District Court earlier this afternoon. The result of many months of struggle finally brought resolution to lawyer Midoriya Inko, who has been battling to gain justice for her son, Midoriya Izuku, after it came to light that his suicide was strongly influenced by horrific bullying, which was not only ignored by his school, but actively encouraged. Readers may recall the articles from April this year about Midoriya, a boy whose quirklessness was seen as the main cause of his death. This, while tragic, was not seen as unexpected. The suicide rates among those without quirks, approximately 20% of the population, is astonishingly high. After all, it is hard enough to get along in this world with a power, let alone without. New evidence, however, was anonymously presented to Midoriya Izuku that suggested that her son may have been pushed to the edge deliberately, and thereafter followed a tireless fight, assisted by Detective Tsukachi Naomasa, to gather evidence and testimonies from Aldra Middle School. And what a sight they showed. Viewed in the courtroom were hours of clips, and these only a sample of the whole, that told a horrifying story. A small, powerless child being physically and verbally belittled and attacked, including theft, beatings, both with and without quirks, and insults. In many of the clips, teachers were shown to be watching, and in some cases joining in. The final clip, from the day of the boy's end, showed several classmates encouraging Midoriya to jump from a roof in order to hope to gain a quirk. It is unknown how those tormentors felt when they found out that he took their advice. It was of a surprise to no one that the honorable judge decreed that the school was to be shut down with immediate effect, and the children sent to various alternate schools within the district. However, that was not the last of it, as Midoriya's main tormentor, the one, in fact, who encouraged him to jump, and who cannot be named here due to being a minor, has been sentenced to 6 months community service, compulsory anger management sessions, and will gain a criminal record. There was some dissatisfaction within the courtroom when this was announced, seeming to be a harsh punishment for a child, although, as a spokesperson from the Hero Public Safety Commission commented, this is an unprecedented case, and one which we should all strive to learn from. The children concerned, while legally minors, are of the age that they can apply to hero schools. While harsh, this will serve as an example for all. Everyone should strive to be like our illustrious heroes, and work to protect the weak rather than belittle them. It provides a choice, be a hero or become a criminal, which is the first step towards villainy. We hope that the child in question will learn from this experience and work to step back on the path to good. We, at Musudafu Daily, applaud the result and hope that the Hero Commission's wish prevails. Yagi Toshinori finished rereading the article for the nth time before folding the paper and staring at the giant building opposite him. When he had first read the article that morning, he had immediately rushed here, before chickening out and sitting on a bench in the park opposite. He didn't know what he wanted to say precisely, but knew that he had to think of something or the guilt would eat away at his insides, destroying more of them than all for one. Midoriya Izuku. A boy he had met once, for barely 10 minutes, but whose existence would never leave him. Sometimes he found himself hating the boy. His life had been great, if you ignore the hole in his side, and certainly less confusing before April. Then he had answered a question truthfully, and suddenly he had someone's death on his conscience. Toshinori had hoped that paying for the funeral would ease some of the guilt. That was how it usually worked, and he had several funds set up that routinely gave donations to charities that dealt with the aftermath of hero attacks. He had even asked that the donation remain anonymous so it would feel less like he was buying redemption. He guessed it hadn't worked this time because no amount of money could replace a life. Well, maybe he could look for ways to help the grieving mother in ways only a hero could. He was sure the commission or Naomasa could give him the woman's address. But that was something to think about later. Speaking of the Hero Commission, Toshinori sighed and headed towards the large reinforced glass entrance, pressing his hero license to the scanner in order to gain entry. Heading across the large marble foyer towards the bank of receptionists, all busy talking into headsets or typing, he pictured notification of his arrival bouncing around the building through the cables, making sure the right people were aware that the number 1 hero, powered down, had just entered the building without an appointment. And, sure enough, just as he reached the counter, an officious-looking young man wearing a headset and carrying a clipboard came up beside him. "Mr. Yagi?" Toshinori wondered whether the man knew who he was speaking to. "That's me. Please, come with me. She's waiting for you." He didn't need to explain who Shiku's. "I didn't have an appointment though?" "Yes." She has had to make several schedule adjustments. The mixture of annoyance and amazement convinced Toshinori that the man didn't know who he was speaking to. Otherwise, he certainly wouldn't be surprised that his boss, known for never changing her schedule, would bend the rules on this occasion. Without another word, the young man led the way to a small elevator and put a key in the slot where a call button would usually be. This private elevator was the only way to access a certain office. Silent, but for the whispering voices that emanated from the headset every so often, the pair entered the lift when it arrived, and were swiftly and smoothly swept upwards, emerging in front of a heavy-looking wooden door. The young man knocked smartly, and stepped away as a cold voice called for him to enter. "I'll fetch you when called. Don't leave without me." Toshinori really was treated differently to All Might. "Thank you, my boy," he answered, mostly just to see the annoyed twitch of an immature man. He wasn't disappointed, and entered the room without another word. The office was expansive and minimalist. Taking up most of an entire floor, one-way glass made up 3 of the walls, and a sudden glare made Toshinori squint, making it a moment before he could focus on the woman sitting behind the desk that was placed right in the center of the middle window. She was immaculate, ash blonde hair and icy blue eyes over pearls and a tailored suit from an unplaceable and yet obviously expensive brand. "President," he greeted. That was the only name she had, he knew, having had her past erased from all records when accepting the job. She was the HPSC, and nothing could compromise that. Toshinori had never seen real humanity from her, and wouldn't have been surprised if she was a robot purely programmed to be the president. He couldn't deny she was good at her job though. All Might, of course, she never treated him as any less than a hero, and being Yagi Toshinori was less than being All Might. "We do not have an appointment today," she continued. "Well, no, but something came up suddenly that I wish to discuss. It must be important for you to not follow protocol that, may I remind you, is in place to keep your civilian identify safe." He felt cowed and embarrassed. Toshinori hated the reminder that he needed to be kept safe. "Guess what? I wanted to talk about Midoriya Izuku." "What about him?" "You know who he is." Of course, and wasn't that the only answer? She always seemed to know everything. He needed to get to the point before she got annoyed though. her voice already had a carefully disguised edge to it. He pulled the newspaper clipping from his pocket and put it on the desk. I saw this today. Your point? It talks about the causes of Midoriya's suicide. She didn't even nod, just waited for Toshinori to continue. Well, it doesn't mention me. And why should it? Well, you must have seen his note and the security footage from the roof? I did. So, I'm obviously one of the causes. No. What? That threw him. Are you a hero? What's that got to do with anything? Just answer the question. Why, yes, of course. And you read the article? Specifically the commission's opinion. Well, yes. As it says, a hero wouldn't belittle a child or crush their dreams, no matter how pathetic those may be. So, you're saying I'm not a hero? Toshinori was confused and a little afraid by the curve of the president's lips. He had never seen her smile before and hoped never to repeat the experience. No, All Might, I'm saying you, a hero, never hurt the child. In fact, you never even met him. But I did? All Might. Which do you think is more important? Your misplaced guilt for adding an insignificant amount of pain to a worthless life, or society having a figure to look up to and emulate? Society? Correct. So, you need to forget about Midoriya Izuku. We made assurances that any evidence of your involvement was destroyed and that no one would speak out against you. Wait, is that why the punishment for the school and other child was so strict? Her smile reappearing was answer enough. I trust you understand the situation now? He nodded. If that's everything, I'll get Tadashi to escort you downstairs. She pushed a buzzer and the door immediately opened to reveal the same young man as before. Toshinori reached over to get the article, but it was smartly pulled out from under his hand and put into a shredder. Without a word, he pulled his hand back and followed Tadashi back to the foyer and out the front door. Suddenly alone, Toshinori felt lost. He'd never had reason to disagree with the commission. After all, they were all on the side of protecting the public. But he felt hollow and guilty. Thinking back to his earlier idea, he wondered if it would be wrong to help out the boy's mother. After all, that didn't tell anyone he had anything to do with Midoriya. He was just a concerned bystander. But just in case, maybe he should scope the situation as Yagi Toshinori rather than All Might, and maybe try to be inconspicuous in case the president found out. Bakugo Katsuki stared at the entrance to his new school in Mizudafu Correctional Middle School, or the Villain Factory, as it was known locally. He shook his head. He didn't belong here. It wasn't his fault that no other school would take him. He couldn't quite erase the memory of the disappointed expression that his parents wore when looking at him now, although even they had been surprised by the harshness of his punishment. That whole trial was a sham. They barely listened to him, just showed the videos as evidence, and, okay, Katsuki could agree that shown like that it looked pretty bad, but at least put in some context. Then handed down his sentence, anger management classes, and 6 months of community service. Well, that was actually fine. Katsuki could play nice with the anger management people. It wasn't even like he had a problem with his temper. He just chose the most effective route to get extras to leave him alone, and community service cleaning the local trash beach. Easy, it would just count as strength training to make him a better hero. And wasn't that a concern, a criminal record? But no, he had the perfect quirk for heroics, so they would find some loophole to let him in. After all, teachers had always bent the rules to ensure he came out on top, and why should that ever change? Anyway, time to become top dog here. It would take some work, but at least his name hadn't been revealed anywhere in relation to the trial. It was complete nonsense, but he still didn't want anyone getting any big ideas about him. Anyway, wouldn't it make an even better origin story to overcome the odds by rising to top hero from a criminal school? Class, please welcome our new student, Bakugo Katsuki. The teacher could barely be heard over the noise, and she sighed, "Look, just go sit over in the empty desk and good luck." He swaggered towards the chair before feeling something catch his leg. Grabbing the nearest desk for balance, he glared at the leg responsible, before moving his gaze to its owner, a smirking girl with long blue hair. "Wanna move your leg?" he growled dangerously. The girl and several other students just laughed. "Actually, I think you owe me an apology for not watching where you're going." "Huh? What was that beach face?" His palms let off small explosions that seared the wood of her desk. "Bakugo, what do you think you're doing?" The teacher, Ms. Watanabe, had come over when he stopped. "What does it look like?" "I'm showing this beach not to mess with me." "Look, Bakugo, I understand if you're upset, but that does not give you the right to violate quirk laws. I don't know what your last school was like, but here, we settle things with words. If you use your quirk again, I will have no choice but to send you to the headmaster. Now, if everyone would settle down, we can begin the lesson." "But sensei, what about my desk?" The girl gestured to the burn mark. "You're welcome to swap desks with Bakugo," the teacher sighed, walking back to the front of the room. "I'll keep it then." Bakugo wondered why until he reached the desk and slumped into it. It was obviously the last choice desk. None of the chair legs were exactly the same height, so it not only slanted and rocked, but there were some uncomfortable splinters sticking into his thighs and backside. Not to mention the desk surface, which had areas where the varnish and wood had been gauged out, and all of it had been graffitied. He didn't dare look under it to see how much gum was stuck underneath. He was ignored. "Oh!" he yelled, and everyone turned to look at him. "Bakugo, what is the problem? You can't just yell in the classroom." "Well, you weren't answering." "Anyway, I need a different desk. This one is effing useless." "Bakugo, I don't know what it was like in your previous school, but here, you do not address another by You can call me sensei, or Ms. Watanabe, or be ignored. Also, there's no other desk you can have. We were already at full capacity before you joined us, so if you have a problem with your desk, I suggest you put it forward as your workshop project. Now, I would like to start the class if there are no other interruptions." She paused, before continuing to write on the board. Katsuki was shocked. When he'd complained to his teachers before about any problems with his desk, they'd got one of the less powerful kids to swap with him. Maybe they didn't realize his hero potential here? But no, the teacher had seen his quirk and actually told him off about it. She was probably just a goody two-shoes. He still had time to make his mark. "Bakugo, you can't just ignore instructions. Bakugo, you use your quirk one more time and you will be in serious trouble." A week later. "Bakugo, is this you?" Katsuki was ready to scream. He was just acting how he had at Aldra, been calmer, in fact, and yet had been told off in every lesson for stupid things. It had been a full week, and he had made no friends and no progress. And it was now the afternoon break. What could the stupid extras who made up his class want now? "Bakugo, are you listening?" "Back off, bitch face," because of course it was the blue-haired girl again, smirking and holding out her phone. She moved it away from him when he went to grab it. "Careful. Just read what's on the screen. No touchy." He wanted to ignore her, but curiosity got the better of him and he stared at the picture of himself. Wait, he recognized that suit. That was when he left the courtroom. He read the title above it. Revealed, the real villain in the Midoriya Izuku case. "What the dash?" "It is you," she crowed, and the others round the desk took a slight step back. "Don't know what you're talking about." He laid his head back down, heart hammering. His identity was meant to be protected. "Oh, come on, it mentions you by name, and video clips." Suddenly a tinnier version of his voice rang out. "Take a swan dive off the roof," and he tuned out the rest and shot up. Where the f did that come from? He grabbed the front of her shirt, but she didn't drop that infuriating smirk. It was posted anonymously on a new blog. "Wow. Such a great hero you are. Yeah, we know you want to be a hero and think of us as soon-to-be villains. You mutter about it enough, but I can promise you that none of us have someone's death on our hands." Sparks started emerging from Katsuki's palms just as the classroom door opened. "Bakugo, let her go. This is ridiculous. Go to the headmaster's office, now." Scowling, he dropped the front of the now yellowed shirt, grabbed his bag and slumped out the door. Suspended for a week. Katsuki skulked through alleyways, not caring that he was approaching the bad part of town or that the sun was setting. His mum was going to kill him anyway, so might as well delay that fight. He was also sure that he wasn't going to be able to leave the house for the next week. This is all Deku's fault. That was the only thought in his head, creating a beat to which his feet fell. Even from beyond the grave he was getting in Katsuki's way. No. I won't let any of them stop me. I'm going to be a hero, he roared to the empty alleyway. And why do you want to be a hero? The empty alleyway answered with an amused voice. No, seriously, where was that coming from? Katsuki span, but was still taken by surprise when a figure jumped down from the wall. No one ever looks up, was muttered. Well, so I can be the strongest. Why else? Confident shouting tended to solve a lot of problems, Katsuki believed, even if it hadn't done so recently. The other responded with an angry hiss. So, you want to be just another false hero? In it for the popularity, a believer that strength equals worthiness? You're young, but if that is all you aim to become, perhaps I should cut you down now. Katsuki gulped, feeling a coldness at his throat that certainly hadn't been there before. It was when warmth started running from the spot that he realized the other had a blade. What the F dash? Give me a reason not to kill you now and save the world from one more false hero. Look fucker, I don't owe you anything, but if you're so worried about what kind of hero I will be, there's no need to worry. No hero school will let someone in with a criminal record. He decided not to mention his plan to get the rules bent. After starting at his new school, Katsuki was starting to feel like maybe not everywhere would let him get what he wanted just because of his quirk, not that he would admit that to himself yet. The dejected tone seemed to convince the knife wielder, who moved the was that a katana. You know, you don't need a hero school to become a true hero, one who helps without need for recognition or reward, one who fights against the injustices and fakes in this world. It took Katsuki a moment to realize what he meant. You're talking about vigilantism, right? But that's illegal. That's villainous behavior. The other chuckled. If it's villainous to help others and stop those who would hurt them, then I think the problem lies with those who set the rules, and as for it being illegal, don't you already have a criminal record? The other's grin was terrifying, shining through the half-light of the alley. I'll be keeping tabs on you, hopeful hero. With that, he was gone. Katsuki looked around frantically, but there was no trace of the other except a slight cut on his neck. What the f was that? Thanks but no thanks. I'm never going to be a villain. I'm gonna be the number one hero. No matter what anyone says. Katsuki could swear he heard the strains of a laugh mixing with the sirens that grew louder as he approached. It was only later, after having received his lecture and punishment from his parents, who he was now not speaking to, that Katsuki saw the news about the murdered hero Ether, who had been killed with a katana, in the alley next to the one Katsuki had encountered the strange man in. That explained the sirens at least. Really? How long did Izuku think that he would be able to hide this from him? After all, he was a villain with over 200 years of experience. Even if he couldn't physically see, he could smell the scorched fabric, and had seen through the bar cameras when Izuku attempted to sneak towards the stairs. Izuku! Dad. I wasn't expecting to see you until later. The boy turned with a guilty expression. I'm tired, so I'm gonna go sleep. Hisashi sighed. Come here, Izuku. Shuffling, Izuku approached slowly. Hisashi put a hand on his shoulder so he couldn't run away, and to heal the burns on the boy's skin. He saw Izuku slightly relax when the pain left. What's up? Oh, Izuku was definitely feeling guilty about something. It had been a while since he'd stammered this much. Hisashi guessed it was time to start the interrogation. Where have you been tonight? Just out for a walk like usual. Anything interesting happen? And nothing really. Izuku. A stern look was hard to pull off without eyes, but Hisashi had been practicing for moments like this. Why do you smell like smoke? Oh, I accidentally got too close to a fire. While on a walk? The fire was in a building I passed. And the burns? I got too close to the fire. Why? Izuku seemed to shrink on himself. Because there were people inside? So. By the way Izuku's eyes widened momentarily, Hisashi realized this was the wrong answer and tried to backtrack. Couldn't you have just called the fire department? That was what the usual advice would be, right? Hisashi wished he could be sure, but had more experience setting fires, or organizing other people so he wouldn't get his hands dirty, than putting them out. They would take too long to respond. and they wouldn't get involved until the takedown was over, and by then it would be too late. Takedown? Izuku seemed to suddenly realize that he had let slip more than intended by the way his face paled. Yeah. Izuku. What happened? Hisashi was suddenly aware of a choking noise from behind him, and remembered that Tamura was at the bar, laughing? Probably just at something on the phone he was holding. Hisashi turned his attention back to his son, who seemed to be realizing that there was no way out of this by his dawning expression of regret. Well, I was walking, just minding my own business, when I heard shouts. And you didn't turn around to come back at that point in order to follow the rule to stay out of trouble? I was about to turn back. Hisashi was pretty sure this was a lie, but then I heard screams. And I was just going to take a look, in case one of the regulars was being bullied again. But, well, I could see the flames, and that there were people trapped just inside one of the buildings, and I could hear a fight close by that was only getting nearer. I saw that there was a big beam that had collapsed and blocked the door from this side, and, well, I knew I could do something to help. So you moved the beam? The beam attached to the burning building. Hisashi remembered that the burns had been worst on Izuku's hands before the healing. It was only a little bit on fire. Anyway, it's a good thing I did, 'cause the building pretty much collapsed as soon as everyone was out. Wait, did you remove a support beam? It didn't make sense that the building collapsed. The burns had been bad, but not as bad as they would have been if the flames had been hot enough to destroy the building already. No! Izuku was shocked. The building collapsed because someone was smashed into it. Right. And this is to do with the takedown? Who exactly was involved? I assume a hero. They're usually the ones most careless about property damage, but it's usually only underground heroes that patrol this area. Well, I ended up closer to the more popular part of town accidentally. Despite the rules? Accidentally. Fair enough. Well, the villain was a teenager with a mutant turtle quirk. And the hero? Endeavor, of course it was. One of the worst heroes, and that was saying something. The man's property damage was through the roof, and included some of Hisashi's previously favored investments. But unfortunately removing him would cause slightly more publicity than Hisashi currently wished. Right. So then you left? Well, I did try. What happened? He spotted me after handing the guy over to his sidekicks, so I ran, and for some reason he chased me. Of course he did. How did you lose him? Pushed. Like he knows these streets as well as I do. He was out of his normal patrol route and I had a head start and experience getting away from people without being spotted. Excuse me, what? Although I didn't fully manage to avoid his flames, his reach has gotten longer. Izuku pulled the back of his hoodie round to better examine the burnt hole. This was one of my favorites too, he mourned. Izuku, what do you mean you have experience getting away from people without being spotted? Izuku's face paled drastically as Tamura's laugh grew louder. Izuku seemed to notice the other boy for the first time. Shut up, Tamura. And what are you filming? Give that here. The smaller boy began running at Tamura, but froze when Hisashi spoke. Izuku, we haven't finished talking. Yeah, Izuku, aren't you going to tell Sensei about your grinding for XP? Hisashi was impressed by the coldness in the glare that emerged from his son as he tried to reach the phone that Tamura was holding high out of reach by standing on the bar. I'll get you back for this, Tamura, he hissed before turning back to the eyeless man. Well, I promise I don't go looking for trouble. I just end up in situations. Situations? Right. What kind of situations and how often? Izuku shifted uncomfortably. Well, mostly muggings and RPE attempts along with petty crimes, and most times I leave the bar. It took all of Hisashi's enhanced hearing to catch the end of the sentence. Izuku, can you tell me the rules that were agreed before your trips began? Hisashi could feel his headache growing. Call Kurogiri the moment there's any trouble, keep my hood up, stay away from people, don't go too far, and stay out of trouble, he recited. And how many of those rules have you kept? I kept my hood up, the boy answered hopefully, causing Tamura to burst into giggles again and Izuku to hit the other boy on the leg in retaliation. Well, that's something at least, Hisashi muttered. His heart, which only seemed to cause him trouble when Izuku was involved, squeezed as he realized what he would have to do. Izuku, you're grounded. It hurt to squeeze the words out. W.I. You broke the rules. B. But someone needed to help. And you're a villain. Why do you care about whether I obey rules when you don't? I have my own set of rules to live by that I never break, and they have lasted longer than any of those imposed by governmental bodies. And I care because the rules were in place for your safety. And there will always be those in pain, those you can't help. You interfering makes no difference in the long run except putting yourself in danger unless you kill the perpetrator or take their quirk. And I can sense that you have done neither. It made a difference to those victims. The boy was stubborn, something Hisashi could respect, even if he didn't agree with what was being said. Please. Izuku. Would you please follow the rules when the grounding is over? Hisashi. I can't just let something bad happen without at least trying to help. And I can hold my own. I take their quirk to surprise and weaken them, and then I use Magna's training to take them down. You don't keep the quirk? I mean, maybe they can become better people when they learn their lesson. Interesting. It was obvious Izuku didn't entirely believe what he just said, and seemed to be trying to convince himself. Well, maybe he should appeal to the boy's hero complex? You realize that what you are doing is vigilantism? You would be categorized as a villain if you got caught. Yeah. I guess I know that, but I don't care. I'm going to help people if they're in trouble and I have the power to stop it. Looks like Hisashi's persuasion skills were a bit rusty when torture wasn't involved. Fine. Your grounding will be lifted when you have enough skill with the knife, and I'll give you some quirks to keep you safe. I don't want your quirks. Why not? I've got enough to spare. I haven't kept anyone's quirk yet, and I don't want to start like this. I'm also worried I'll get addicted to having a quirk. Again, Hisashi was thankful for his enhanced hearing. I'll drop it for now. Go to your room and we'll meet in the morning. I've got some ideas to keep you busy during your grounding. He definitely was going to come back to the quirk issue, even if it was a single healing quirk. Fine. Night, Dad. Good night, Izuku. Night, Izuku. Tamura was simply answered with a glare that promised revenge. Izuku, greeted Hisashi as the gray-haired boy walked into the office medical room. He just got a nod and a sulky expression. Izuku was rarely in a good mood in the mornings, made worse by being upset about his punishment. Hisashi, on the other hand, was in a better mood than usual. He planned to spend more time with Izuku, as he was shocked that he had never realized that the boy was getting in so many situations, as both boys called them. He wanted to gain more of Izuku's trust so the boy would actually tell him about things that were going on, and all the parenting books said that the best way to build communication and trust was to spend time together and bond over shared activities. Of course, Hisashi's main activities were illegal, and something he had deliberately tried to limit Izuku's interactions with. After all, he had decided not to pressure the boy, and was trying to bring him round from his over-ideation of heroes slowly, something which seemed to be going well. He had definitely seen Izuku grow more relaxed, and his morals beginning to fluctuate, but not enough that he felt comfortable telling him about the Nomu yet. He was sure Izuku would find the quirk research that had resulted in them fascinating once he got over any hang-ups about human experimentation. But, even without Nomu, there were other projects that he and the doctor were working on that Izuku might find interesting. Speaking of which, Izuku, I'd like to introduce you to Garaki Kyudai, otherwise referred to as the doctor. Izuku stared at the man who had just walked through the door, sipping at the coffee Kurogiri had kindly delivered a few minutes before. He immediately felt uneasy at the sight of the short man. The eyes that peeked out through goggles over a large mustache seemed to be those of someone examining a specimen, although the slight smile he sent towards Hisashi seemed to be genuine, if cruel. It probably didn't help that the man also bore a striking resemblance to Dr. Tsubasa, the man who originally diagnosed Izuku as quirkless. No, that was probably the lab coat and mustache. No way would Tsubasa be here. Izuku tried to ignore his uneasiness and tuned into what the adults were saying. Izuku, Dr. Garaki is the man responsible for me being here today. He not only saved and restored me after my fight with All Might, but assists me with experiments, being one of the most eminent scientists in the quirk field. I read a lot about quirk science, but don't think I've seen your name on papers? Don't be rude, Izuku. It's fine, Curiosity should be encouraged. No, you won't find any papers published under my name. It is safer to use a pseudonym, and quirk research is mostly underground, the research that actually brings results, that is. Izuku found himself agreeing. None of the papers he read ever seemed to make any new discoveries, or at least not important ones. That makes sense. So what are you working on at the moment? Something groundbreaking. With the help of All for One, Hisashi interrupted. I'm currently going by Hisashi, and it's better to explain the research while showing it to Izuku. Which is why I introduced you too. But before we begin, Doctor, I've been having a few medical issues. Izuku, would you mind stepping out of the room a moment? Izuku shrugged and stepped outside the door with his coffee, really not wanting to know more about his dad's secret medical problem. Hisashi was embarrassed to use this excuse, but needed some way to warn Garaki to avoid certain projects. The projects had been interesting, mostly based around discovering how quirks had affected evolution and how far a specific side mutation caused by a quirk would travel through a family tree. Izuku knew that he was being kept away from the really dangerous projects, partly because there were far too many locked doors in areas they avoided talking about, and partly because Hisashi was a villain with a lab. Of course, he would be conducting less than legal research. Izuku just knew that he didn't want to know what caused the inhuman screech he heard. That definitely wasn't Garaki's pet parrot, no matter what they said. Still, he was glad to see the back of Garaki, and that he wouldn't be expected to spend time with the creepy man. He had been told that he would be welcome back to the labs if he had any interest in helping out, or had a project of his own that he wanted to work on, but other than that they didn't push. He sat with Hisashi back in the office at the end of the day, both sipping tea. How did you find today? Interesting, I guess, Izuku shrugged. You're still upset about being grounded? Of course he was. I guess. Well, we're going to be spending more time together. You will come here for lessons every morning. Lessons? But I work on my online schooling in my room? I don't see any reason to move. And you will continue to do so. I have in mind a few different skills that you may find useful. Like what? Would you be interested in learning hacking? Yes, Izuku was definitely interested. Tamura was annoyed for two reasons. One, Izuku seemed to be ignoring him. Okay, so he had laughed when Sensei had found out about Izuku's misadventures, and maybe filmed it for posterity, but he didn't deserve the silent treatment. But that hadn't stopped the other boy from sitting in the room next to their usual gaming room instead of spending time with Tamura. Which would be fine, but the older boy had gotten used to not playing alone, and was unhappily playing an online pseudo game with randos. Which brought him to the other reason for his annoyance. He couldn't seem to survive in the game for more than a few minutes. Whenever he spawned, he would almost immediately be taken out, and the majority of the time by the same player. He had no idea what caused the vendetta not all that might seem to have against him, and considering his very creative D0WNW1-0E5 tag, he thought that the other should have seen him as an ally. Paying attention to the screen as a new game began, he quickly crouched and carefully looked all around the rooftop he was situated on. There was no one around or seemingly close to the building. Still, time to move quickly. He entered the building, glancing carefully around every corner and through windows as he made his way down. It seemed to be empty. As he entered the last room on the ground floor, he spotted movement out of the window. Crouching, he aimed his rifle. The other player was crouching next to the neighboring building, back to Tamura. He lined up the shot and was about to pull the trigger. The screen went black, killed by Nato. For F's sake. How? He looked at the chat. Not all that might. GG her 0E5. D0WNW1TH her 0E5. F off. Not all that might. No, I mean it. I'm getting loads of practice at this game. D0WNW1TH her 0E5. So you are a noob? Not all that might. Mayhaps, but at least I'm more useful than golden tools in Minecraft, unlike some people. D0WNW1TH her 0E5. What? Not all that might. You heard me. Not all that might. By the way, do you play Overwatch? D0WNW1TH her 0E5. Sometimes. Why want me to beat you are but there? Not all that might. I was just curious, you don't happen to main Hanzo, do you? D0WNW1TH her 0E5. I'm gonna dust you. Not only mate. Wow, that would probably be scary if said by someone better than Nazim. Tamura would have replied if he hadn't just decayed his mouse. He was in enough of a rage that he barely noticed Izuku lurking in the doorway with a smirk. Get good scrub, he turned and left before Tamura recovered. Izuku grinned to himself as he settled back at his computer, closing COD and opening his other project, a blog. He had already used his newly acquired computer skills to make it untraceable and to gather all the information he required. Hacking was fun, he had learned, and something he was a natural at. His teacher, a quirkless cybercriminal, one who now had the ability to interfere with electronic signals as payment for the lessons, had guessed this was likely due to Izuku's practice of breaking down quirks quickly. He could see what holes needed to be filled, as well as having the ability to type quickly. The idea of a blog came from his need to react to the trial. He had mixed feelings about it. While he was glad that the school that had hurt him and others so much was shutting down, there had been no mention of All Might, although he imagined this was linked to the commission statement, something he definitely intended to research more as his hacking skills improved. He wasn't that surprised that his mum had taken it to court. After all, she was always more interested in looking good to others. This was one of the reasons she tolerated having Izuku around. Although he was surprised it was this soon, he imagined Hisashi probably had something to do with that. Izuku didn't really hate his mum anymore, he was just tired and sad when he thought about her. She certainly hadn't been a good parent, and could even be categorized as a bad one, but he also knew that being a single mum with a child that had a quirk that was so bad that it was better to be thought of as quirkless, was a thankless task. He certainly didn't forgive her, but he understood her a little better. Katsuki. He was glad the boy was being punished, but would it really help? After all, what use was anger management and community service if, in the rest of his life, he was treated with the same reverence he always would be? And Izuku couldn't be fully sure that hero schools would reject him, despite the criminal record, if they had a way of hiding this. He hoped having a taste of what Izuku had experienced would improve the other boy's attitude, but even if it didn't, revenge was cathartic. And, if he was in a good enough mood after bringing Katsuki's wrongdoings to light, he might decide to forgive Tamura. After all, he missed the boy too. Spinner, as he preferred to be known, why would he want to still use the name his parents had bestowed upon him before kicking him out? Sometimes wondered how he had become friends with Izuku. Spinner knew he was taciturn and shy, quiet even when he got used to someone, unless the conversation was about weapons or Stain. At first Izuku seemed to be the same, if Stain was replaced by quirks, and Spinner felt as though he had an ally at times. But then something like this happened. He had walked into the bar during the day, having agreed to help Izuku practice integrating knives into his hand-to-hand fighting, to be met by hell. There was blood everywhere, splattered over the walls, and especially over two figures who were rolling around on the floor, still fighting. Shigaraki was watching, but really didn't seem as panicked as Spinner would have expected. Despite not having entirely escaped the carnage, splashes of red showing on his shirt as he used his quirk to separate one leg from a bar stool before approaching the scuffling figures. "Break it up," he yelled, having actually thrown the leg at the two. No way was he getting within stabbing distance. What's going on?" Spinner croaked out, and the two on the floor, now revealed to be Izuku and Himiko, perked up at the sound of his voice, separating and running at him terrifyingly. "Spinner! Spin, spin!" he shrieked as they both grabbed him. He couldn't pinpoint the exact moment that the three had progressed to hugs, but it was probably after the fifth near dismemberment occurred in training. "Are you two okay?" Yeah? Why?" He just gestured at their stained clothes. "Oh, kind of forgot about that." Izuku looked around the room as his face paled. "Kurojire's gonna kill us." "You mean he's gonna kill you?" "Tamura, you just broke one of his favorite bar stools." The older boy suddenly looked horrified, moving away from the stool. "How are you so calm? You need medical attention." "We're not calm. It's Kurojire. And why would we need—" "Oh," Izuku burst into laughter while Himiko explained. "It's not blood." "Well, not all blood," she seemed disappointed. "What is it then?" Spinner was relieved. "Ketchup." Himiko delightedly wiped her finger across some and put it in her mouth, where her smile widened. "Oh, That bit was blood. Tamura decided to take pity on Spinner's confusion. Some of Toga's blood vials broke, then these two were talking fake blood and thought it would be fun to make a training knife fight more realistic, and obviously ketchup came up. Himiko continued. And when Izuku was playing with the ketchup bottle, he sprayed my face. I said I was sorry. So they started fighting and it got out of hand. Behind Shigaraki, Himiko had thrown herself at Izuku and the two were rolling around again, wrestling. Break it up. We need to get the place cleaned up before Kurogyari gets back. Spinner would be confused about why Shigaraki seemed to be afraid of the man, when he was usually trying to order him around, or defying authority, but this was Kurogyari's bar and they had all seen what the man did to those who damaged it. And the smoke man was very clever when it came to punishing the two boys who lived there. There was still gossip about the time when the two were not allowed to drink from anything but plastic sippy cups after destroying all the glasses in the bar one too many times. Of course, Spinner doubted that particular punishment would be repeated, considering that the two had come up with plenty of ideas to have fun with the cups, to Kurogyari's dismay. Shigaraki's words had brought some sense to Izuku, who was getting up, Himiko still clinging to him like a koala, and helping Shigaraki grab the cleaning supplies. Spinner moved to help out. Yagi Tashinori nervously approached the giant gate, feeling like a child on the first day at a new school, which was ridiculous. UA was his alma mater, the place he could once navigate blindfolded. He pushed away memories of the time in his second year when he had actually had to do so as a result of getting caught in a support department experiment. Pausing before the closed doors, he reached out for the intercom, but the gates began to creep open before his finger even reached the button. Classic Nizu, he tried to stop the shiver that went down his spine at the thought of the principal. Entering, Tashinori headed towards the main building. He wasn't 100% sure where the office was but hoped he would be able to find someone to ask. Creeping along the freakily empty, it was the weekend, but empty schools were horror movie material, corridors, he jumped about a foot when a voice echoed metallically around him. Ayagi. Right on time. A small figure dropped onto his shoulder as Tashinori looked up to see a vent entrance just above him. Hello Principal Nizu, it is a pleasure to see you again. He had to stop himself from bowing so the rodent wouldn't fall from his comfortable perch. Please. Just Nizu is fine. Now, onwards to my office. Tashinori was too afraid to question why the principal was now standing astride his shoulders, using his spiky fringe as reins to direct him towards the creature's lair. Entering the office, Nizu jumped down onto his desk and gestured towards the two steaming cups of tea already sitting there. Take a seat. The tea should be the perfect temperature. Thank you, he sat, watched by beady eyes. Would it not be prudent to revert to your smaller form? After all, who knows what emergencies may happen? When Tashinori did so, it was mostly unintentional and with a surprised cough of blood. How did you? After the tea, please, Yagi. This is one of my current favorite blends and I wish to enjoy it before it gets cold. Tashinori drank his tea as quickly as possible, barely tasting it. He realized this wasn't the best plan as he then had to wait for Nizu, who he wouldn't be surprised to learn was deliberately taking longer than necessary, enjoying the suspense. Setting his empty cup in front of him, Nizu reached for the teapot set to the side of his desk. I really don't need any more. Nonsense. We are planning to talk, and would therefore need to satiate our thirst, but do not worry, I will not make you wait to finish this cup before we begin our discussions. Now, I understand you were looking to begin a teaching position this year. Before that, can I ask how I knew about your different form? Yes. My dear Yagi, you may be a good overground hero, but you really never learned to be good at keeping secrets or hiding yourself from cameras. But no one else has found out? He shrank under the unimpressed look sent his way. We both know that is not entirely true. But did you not know that there is an entire team in the HPSC that tracks you by security camera, ensuring all footage of your transformation is removed? From your expression it seems you didn't realize? Well, you learn something new every day. Anyway, it is obvious to anyone with an inquiring mind and my resources that your hero hours have reduced dramatically over the last 5 years, possibly due to injury? And even with the removed footage, when you find the same skeletal man with statement hair close to every All Might fight, although never in the same shot, well, it's not hard to put two and two together. But enough about that. Tell me, why do you suddenly wish to teach? You have limited time, probably put to better use saving others, unless you wish to teach as Yagi Tashinori. No. I want to teach as the symbol of peace, who would listen to or look up to Yagi Tashinori. The number one's face seemed to show disgust for the smaller form, something Nizu noted with interest. I think it is what you are teaching that is more important than who is teaching it, but enough about that for now. Why do you want to teach? I am looking for a successor. Oh. There was a dangerous glint in Nizu's eyes as he glanced over the rim of his teacup. Yes, it has to do with my reduced hero work. As you guessed, I was injured 5 years ago. He lifted his shirt to show the large injury. Most of my organs were destroyed, and I get weaker by the day. I need to find someone to pass my quirk to before it disappears. I take it your quirk isn't simply strength enhancement? No, it is a special quirk that has been passed through the generations, getting stronger each time. I was given it by my mentor, Shimura Nana. How fascinating. But why teach? You could choose a hero, or discover a student from the sports festival. I do not wish to give it to a hero as it would be too unusual for their quirk to suddenly mutate after reaching adulthood, and as for teaching, he paused, looking for the words, Night Eye recently contacted me recommending Togata Mirio. A boy with a cheerful attitude and a good grasp of his quirk. Yes, I can see he would be a good choice in a lot of ways, but, well, let someone down and helped cause them to take drastic measures. Midoriya Izuku? How did you? Never mind. Anyway, I want to see if there is someone who needs it more than Mirio. Perhaps someone with a weak quirk whose life it could save. I want to teach because I want to get to know the children. Are you sure this isn't just guilt talking, Yagi? The man shrugged. I don't know. I just know I messed up and want to make amends somehow. I'm not sure that I think that is a good enough reason to teach, especially without extensive training. But the HPSC has emailed me explaining that I have to take you on, so I shall. Plus, this will certainly be interesting. Tashinori tried to ignore the shiver that went down his spine at the sight of Nizu's grin. The rest of the meeting was spent finalizing Tashinori's admittance as heroics teacher, organizing lessons for him in teaching plans and techniques, and enough tea that Tashinori couldn't stand the sight of the beverage for over a week. Midoriya Izuku felt watched. You would think that this would be usual, considering she was literally being stalked, but she had never before felt the eyes and camera she knew were there. That was part of what made it so terrifying to receive the photographs. She couldn't work out why this was happening now. The press that appeared after the court case had finally moved on over a week ago, and she had done nothing else of interest. She had barely even started looking at new cases, so it couldn't even be to do with that. Maybe Hisashi was changing things up? The Watcher could be a criminal just waiting to punish her, but making sure she knew she was being threatened beforehand? She was pretty sure she knew who it was that was following her too. His outfit was far too obvious not to notice, and he would jump into alleyways or behind objects whenever she looked around. Maybe not a highly trained criminal then? If this carried on, she would do something about it. After all, this is the first time she had had the opportunity to glimpse her enemy. Yagi Tashinori was pretty pleased with his plan. He would protect Midoriya Izuku in the way that he couldn't for her son, and he would do so secretly so that the commission wouldn't find out. Although, if Nizu was right about the team following his movements, he would just have to hope they didn't care enough to report it. After all, the HPSC wouldn't try to control heroes. He was pleased with his outfit. He straightened the bright red Endeavor hoodie. He wanted to show his support for the other hero, plus it had been on sale. Tugged down the cap of the pink Wild Pussycats cap, and readjusted the yellow Hawks brand sunglasses. He knew that hero merchandise was popular to wear as casual clothes, so was sure he blended in with the crowds. It was surprisingly hard to tail someone. Maybe it was to do with being a limelight hero for so long, but hiding in the shadows just did not come naturally to him. Thankfully, he was improving at getting out of sight whenever Midoriya might notice him. So far, after almost a week of following the woman, nothing had really happened. In fact, The only thing out of the ordinary was that there seemed to be more dead pigeons around than usual, maybe something to do with air quality, or someone with a bird-killing quirk lived locally. Toshinori sighed as he once again moved his foot to avoid treading on a corpse. It had not been pretty the first time he had done so. Distracted by thoughts that maybe he would be able to help her when she went shopping by carrying her bags, Toshinori didn't notice the knife until it was touching his throat. Back into the alleyway behind you. He did so, strangely afraid of the short green-haired woman standing before him. Why are you following me? She sounded on the edge of hysterics. I don't know what you... You're not slick. You've followed me for the past 5 days, always in the same obnoxious outfit. Oh, obnoxious? He was offended, but the woman ignored him. Tell. Or I will hurt you. I've had enough of this. I've been trying my best, but it's impossible to make everyone pay. Tears were running down her cheeks, but Midoriya's hand was steady. Make everyone pay? He repeated quietly. She looked surprised but still wary. Hisashi didn't tell you? Toshinori was extremely confused now. Who's Hisashi? Who? The guy who sent you. The knife pressed further, making Toshinori afraid to even swallow. No one sent me, I promise. But you've been stalking me? I have been following you, I will admit. But I mean you no harm. The opposite, in fact. What does that mean? As quickly as he could, Toshinori stepped back and inflated. Midoriya dropped the kitchen knife in shock. What the F dash? She started laughing hysterically. I can't believe I didn't recognize you. Your disguise worked in that I was too distracted by it to properly look at you. She slumped to her knees, laughs becoming hiccups, then sobs. Toshinori deflated and hovered close, not wanting to alarm the woman more than this. I don't believe this. It. I tried so hard to find you for months, and now you rub it in my face by coming to me when it's too late. I wasn't aware you were looking for me. I contacted you through the email on your website and kept asking the HPSC. I even looked for villain fights. Oh, he looked uncomfortable. That email goes to the HPSC and they don't send on all the emails, but I am surprised they didn't tell me. So, All Might, the mighty hero, why were you following me? To protect you. He resisted the urge to bulk up in order to add emphasis to this. Inko burst into laughter as All Might said this. Protect her? His presence had made no difference to the emails and gifts from Hisashi, but maybe he could help? After all, as the commission had told her, his very name put fear into the hearts of villains. Let's talk somewhere that isn't a dirty alley. My house is this way. Not waiting for an answer, Inko got up and started leading the way. Toshinori looked around the ordered home. He was struck by the contrary nature of it. The surfaces were clear but dusty and stained, despite the overbearing scent of disinfectant. He could see that the bin was overflowing with takeaway boxes and the recycling with empty wine bottles. Tea. Coffee, please, or water if you don't have coffee. He still couldn't stand the sight of tea. He sat on the chair, leaving the sofa for his host, and was surprised when she gave the two-seater a glare and instead leaned against the wall. So why did you decide to protect me? And why now? Midoriya jumped straight into it. I wanted to apologize for what happened to your son. Because you wish you had told him he could be a hero. Well, to be honest, because I think you deserve honesty. No, I don't think he could have been a hero without a heroic quirk, because it would have been a death sentence, but I wish I had said it differently, perhaps made the other options sound more exciting? I don't know, just something. He put his head in his hands. Yeah. Izuku was a dreamer who wouldn't believe that his dream was impossible. I don't know what I would have done in your place. Toshinori was shocked, head shooting up to stare at the woman, who was looking away from him. But I wasn't in your place. I hadn't had the practice that the #1 hero has in encouraging people's dreams. She turned to meet his eyes. You could have done better. How can I make it up to you? He didn't know why he was whispering. Own up to it. Tell the world what you did and accept the consequences of your actions. Her voice had a strange dead quality to it. Toshinori wanted to tell her he would, but thought back to his meeting with the HPSC. What was more important? Being society's unbreakable pillar, or a single quirkless boy who nothing could bring back. I'm sorry. Yeah. Thought you'd say that. I can't explain it to you satisfactorily why, but it's part of the reason I was following you. I want to protect you in the way that I couldn't for your son. Then please help me with Hisashi. Who is Hisashi? My ex, Izuku's dad. He's a villain who's been threatening me in order to bring justice against Aldra and you. What have the police done? Nothing. You haven't told them? Toshinori was confused but ready to help now that there was something he could assist with. He was surprised by the wry smile on her face. Everything disappears. What? You saw all the dead doves? Yes. After he first sent me the security clips of you and Katsuki with Izuku, they started appearing everywhere I go, and then he started dismembering cats and displaying them in the house, usually on the sofa and mantelpiece, and every day I get emails with photos of me from that day. That sounds awful. But it all disappears when someone else goes to see it. What? The cats, the emails, even photos and screenshots I take with my phone. I called the police the first few times it happened, but everything was gone when they arrived. How? Wouldn't that have been very difficult? Surely some trace was left. I don't know how. Now Midoriya was the one with her head in her hands, clutching and pulling at chunks of hair. Hisashi must have contacts. And why are you so sure it's Hisashi? Does he sign the emails? No, but it's got to be him. He always called me his dove, and knew I wanted a cat. And who else would want justice for Izuku? He didn't have any friends. So, you've spoken to him about this? Or told the police about him? I haven't spoken to the man since he left when Izuku was. All I know is that he is, or was, a villain, but there is no record of him anywhere. It's like he doesn't exist. Okay. Well, I will look into this. I really am sorry and thank you for the coffee, but I have to go now. He let himself out before Midoriya began crying again. He felt awful leaving her, but the guilt was too much to look at her. What had he started? Izuku's death seemed to have caused his mother's grief to overwhelm her. He thought back to the wine bottles and the spotless sofa. He sent a text to Tsukachi. He would use his contacts to search for Midoriya Hisashi and for any trace of the things Midoriya had told him about, but he suspected that the kind of help she required was not the kind he was qualified to give. Maybe he should send an email to Fujiya Hospital just in case? It started out as a normal patrol for Aizawa Shoyuta. He had cased the rooftops for a while on the outskirts of town, stopping the few crimes he came across. He hoped it would stay calm. He had had a stressful day dealing with his coworkers and boss. The day of UA's entrance exams always gave him a headache, not helped by the fact that he had badly hit his head the previous evening. Still, he had seen a few promising figures, and, best of all, Hitoshi had enough rescue points to make it into the hero course, even with his abysmal villain score. The only thing that would stop this happening was if he hadn't scored highly enough on the written test, but Shoyuta wasn't worried. He knew his adoptive son had brains. Now his main worry was how to stop Hisashi giving the game away before UA sent the results out. Even Shoyuta had found it hard not to crack when he saw Hitoshi's disappointed expression after returning earlier that afternoon. Movement catching his eye, Shoyuta peered over the edge of a rooftop at a figure standing at a cash point. Not an unusual sight except for the frequent glances the man sent over his shoulders, before touching the machine with a flash of light. A moment later, money began spilling out. Shoyuta leapt off the edge, scarf catching on a usefully situated lamppost as he swung closer to the man who was grabbing fistfuls of notes and shoving them in a bag. Lost your card. The man started, momentarily locking eyes with Shoyuta before speeding into the warren of alleyways that led to the less innocent parts of town, abandoning the remaining cash. Giving chase, Shota was surprised at the man's speed. Although, seeing sparks in the other's legs, combined with what had happened at the cash point, some sort of electricity quirk? One the man obviously had a lot of control over. Shoyuta wondered what had turned the man towards theft. I'm a hero. I promise that if you come quietly and agree to give the money back, your punishment won't be too bad, he called as he rounded the corner into yet another alleyway. Seemingly surprised at how close Shoyuta had come to him, the thief tripped. Turning towards the rapidly approaching hero, he pulled a knife out. Liar! He lunged, sparks showing along the blade. Shoyuta dodged easily, wrapping his scarf around the outstretched arm and using the man's momentum to send him into the wall headfirst, knocking him unconscious. Catching his breath after the long run, he began to wrap the electricity user in his scarf. Izuku was overjoyed. His grounding was officially lifted. After having reiterated the rules, and armed with a knife that he didn't intend to use, he was once more going out for a nightly walk. This time, he told himself, nothing would go wrong. He was practicing his shadowing skills while also trying to work out whether the person had an unusual quirk, or if it was a questionable fashion choice that made foot-long metal spikes poke out from their shoulders, and had somehow ended up close to the not-so-rundown part of town. Not a good idea if he wanted to avoid situations. Turning around, Izuku was about to try to make his way back when he was distracted by a crash and yell from a nearby alleyway. Sighing and mourning his trouble-free night, he headed towards the sound and saw a man unconscious against the wall, a knife close to his hand having seemingly just been dropped there. Leaning over him, wrapping the unconscious man in thin strips of fabric, was someone who Izuku only recognized when they turned yellow goggles towards where he stood. "Get out of here, kid," Omega Eraserhead spoke to him. Izuku noticed movement behind the man, snapping him out of his fanboy days. Sue him, he had always liked Eraserhead, and even Tamura grudgingly admitted the man wasn't as bad as other heroes. Eraserhead, behind you! The man, who had already begun turning, was startled by the recognition, making him slightly too late to avoid the metal spike that tore deep into his shoulder before disappearing when confronted with red eyes and floating hair. The man Izuku had been following earlier rocked forward at the sudden loss of weight. His shoulder spikes are still there, so point for fashion? But the weapon looked exactly like them? Spiky managed to regain his balance, and seemed to be skilled at bare-handed fighting, managing to keep pace with Eraserhead, who kept glancing behind him for some reason. He could have won by now if he didn't keep looking away. What's he? Oh, I'm a civilian he needs to protect. Izuku narrowly avoided slapping his forehead for being so stupid, and was about to run away when Spiky changed direction in the middle of lunging at Eraserhead and charged towards Izuku instead. The hero quickly changed stance and made to follow when his foot was grabbed and he seemed to shudder. Looking down, it appeared that the other man hadn't been quite as unconscious as believed, and it seemed he had a quirk to do with electricity, if those sparks were any indication. Shoyuta tried to ignore the energy buzzing through him. He had dealt with far worse. It was the embarrassment that was really bothering him. How could he have missed that the electric user wasn't fully unconscious? And being distracted was a rookie excuse for not ensuring the villain was fully secured. Okay, maybe the electricity was messing him up more than he thought, and the blood loss from his shoulder didn't help. The blurry vision was also probably made worse by the head wound he had received the night before. He was definitely never going to tell Hisashi that the blonde had been correct, that he should have gone to the hospital with it. But he needed to focus now. There was a civilian in trouble, someone who shouldn't be out this late, or in such a dangerous area. He had been happy to work underground just so he didn't have to deal with civilians getting in the way. It was no good. Whenever he tried to focus, his eyes slid away, and his legs weren't responding. He saw, as though from somewhere to the left, the spiked man get his weapon back, and, struggling and horrified, prepared to have to watch a civilian die while he was powerless. He watched as the villain reached the civilian, who wasn't there, until they grabbed the villain's arm and knocked his feet from beneath him, saying something about fashion. The spike was aimed at the figure and was no longer there? Maybe Shuta's vision was worse than he thought. The hooded figure approached and started panicking, using a phone and muttering to Shoyuta about it being okay, ambulance on the way, and inexpertly wrapping his arm with part of the man's capture weapon. They left as soon as sirens could be heard. Before he lost consciousness, Shoyuta realized, short, hoodie, quirk nullification. This had to be Hitoshi's savior. From months earlier. Izuku sighed with relief from several streets away. That was far too close. He had been able to take Spiky's quirk before getting stabbed, and the man had panicked when he lost it, as they always did, and Izuku had been able to tie him up. He had started carrying zip ties after the first few situations, and was glad that he had forgotten to take them out of his pocket tonight. Thankfully, the electricity user had lost consciousness again straight after attacking Eraser, who had been far too dazed to question Izuku. Rather than staying out to test his luck more, after calling the police, he headed back to the bar to play with his new duplication quirk. Izuku thought that was fair payment for nearly being stabbed. Thinking of stabbing made him remember the knife in his pocket. He would not be telling Himiko that he had forgotten to use it. Bakugo Katsuki was having an awful day, again. He couldn't remember the last time he hadn't felt weighed down inside, but imagined that it could be dated back to beginning at his current health school, or perhaps even further back, to the day Izuku had followed his advice. He may slightly regret how he had treated the quirkless boy. After all, now he knew what it was like to go to a school with nobody on your side, to be the target of classmates' jeers and teachers' annoyance. He didn't allow himself to dwell on the fact that he had it far better than Izuku had. He wasn't attacked with quirks, and the teachers weren't actively joining in the torment. Once again he had faced off with Bitchface. Yes, he refused to learn her name, and her cronies, and once again he had ended up staying late in detention. The only upside was that they were there too, and sported plenty of bruises from the fight. No burns though. He had learned over time that using his quirk always ended up worse for him and had gotten used to fighting without it. He also wore specially made gloves to dampen his sparks. Katsuki flopped back on his bed, staring at the ceiling. He wouldn't have to put up with the school much longer. With his grades, he would certainly pass the exams. But what about after graduation? He knew he would have to make a decision soon, but it was hard when he thought it was all planned out. Reaching over to his side table, he grabbed the letter from UA. "We apologize. After taking your SBMSN into consideration, due to the nature of your offense, we cannot accept your application into the hero course. We wish you luck in your future endeavors and encourage you to apply to our general course, where..." He didn't read on. There was no way he could attend UA and not be in the hero course. Even the thought made him feel sick. He was still in shock at the answer. If not for that FNG blog post, he was sure that they could have bent the rules for him. After all, he was sure worse indiscretions had been swept under the carpet. No way every hero had a squeaky clean record. But it was no use. And UA wasn't alone. He had a drawer full of similar letters from every heroic school he had applied to, pretty much everyone in Japan it felt like. But UA was on his mind, not just because it had been his dream, but because today he should have been fighting their entrance exams, not Bitchface. He sighed, getting up and heading to his wardrobe. It was late, and he wasn't going to be able to sleep without working off some of his frustrations. Slipping into jeans and a hoodie, he hoped the hood and a face mask would cover the worst of his bruises. He slid the window open and pulled himself onto the ledge. Maneuvering so he was grabbing the ledge, he carefully let himself down, feeling with his toes for the edge of the window frame below. Continuing like this, he made his way to ground level, sighing in relief. Katsuki had figured out the best way to sneak out once he realized that he was wasting most of his free time being grounded, and nighttime walks were often the only things that would help him sleep. He wandered aimlessly, turning into side streets whenever he spotted someone else, no final location in mind. He was halfway down a narrow street when he realized it wasn't as empty as he had first believed. "Give me your wallet, sheet." The two figures in front of Katsuki seemed like actors in a play, a perfect performance of a mugging, featuring a cowering figure being faced down by a larger person. The flash of a knife completed the scene. Katsuki turned to go. It wasn't the first time he had turned away from trouble, knowing it wouldn't help his hero school applications to have more marks on his record. His shoe knocked an unseen bottle and he softly cursed. "Help me." The call was quiet, but Katsuki knew it was directed at him. "Who are you? You better not have called the police if you know what's good for you." He turned to see the larger figure coming closer, although still close enough to her victim to stop her attempting escape. He could still run, still go home and pretend that nothing had happened. Lifting a foot to do so, Katsuki paused. Why should he? Another mark would make no difference to his chances at hero school. He'd already been denied acceptance. A mixture of frustration and hopelessness, as well as the pleading cry for help, made Katsuki put his foot down in the direction of the attacker. Running at her caused enough surprise that Katsuki was able to knock the knife out of her hand and kick it away, punching her in the next moment. Seeing her movements told him that she was somewhat trained, but as the two exchanged blows, he realized that he had the edge. Managing to trip her, he fell with her and used his weight to trap her arms. She wriggled mercilessly and he struggled, before managing to knock her head into the ground, stunning her. A final punch sent her unconscious. "Are you okay?" Panting from exertion, Katsuki looked up into the face of the would-be victim. He had somehow forgotten about her during the fight. "Yeah. Are you?" He grabbed her outstretched hand, allowing himself to be pulled up. "I'm all right, thanks to you. I called the police. If you don't want to be found here." She gestured sheepishly to her phone. "Oh, I'll just go," he said stupidly. "Should probably tie her up first though. She might wake up before they get here." He looked around, hoping to find some rope of something. "Here." She handed him a thin cardigan. "Oh yeah, that should work." They worked together to tie the attacker's arms to her legs. "You'll be okay waiting with her?" He really didn't want to get caught. "Yeah, and thank you." Katsuki left without answering. That night he slept more deeply than he had for a long time, emotions finally light. He may still be no further forward in deciding what he would do after graduation, but the thank you he received made him feel like the future wasn't all bleak. Father's Day. Tamura Aya. Help. Tamura looked over to the mess that was once Izuku, and was now a lump collapsed in his bedroom doorway. "Izuku, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Do I need to get Kurogyri?" The last time Izuku had asked him for help was when his and Himiko's fun had got out of hand and he had fainted from blood loss, so Tamura felt his alarm was justified. "No." A not unnaturally pale face looked up at the panicking figure. "So what do you need help with then? I can help you hide a body, but I won't keep it secret from Sensei unless you have a very good reason." "It's nothing like that," Izuku sighed, moving to sit cross-legged. Tamura joined him on the floor. "Well, I'm out of ideas. It's Father's Day this Sunday." "Is it?" "Yeah, and I've never had a reason to celebrate it, but I want to show my gratitude for taking me in." "Huh, so why come to me? I've never celebrated it either." "You don't give Hisashi a gift? Or Kurogyri?" "No." Tamura began to realize what Izuku was getting at. That might not be a bad idea. So what are you getting them?" "That's the thing. I'm so bad at gifts, so I wanted to know if you had any ideas." He buried his head in his hands as Tamura remembered his birthday. Maybe Izuku had a point. "Well, let's get Kurogyri to drop us off at the mall and we'll see if inspiration strikes." "Yes." Tamura slowly followed the smaller boy who had run out of the room with unnatural speed, calling for Kurogyri. That Sunday, Dr. Garaki sat at a table with Jiren, waiting for the final participants to arrive so they could begin the meeting. "He's not usually late. Any idea what's keeping him?" "I really do have to leave soon. I'm a busy man." Garaki shook his head. He never said anything about a previous meeting. Perhaps there was an emergency with the boys? "He's certainly gone strange since that boy arrived. I think I met him maybe twice before he contacted me for a body double. Usually Kurogyri was my contact." "Yes, Izuku's special to him. If anything went wrong and that boy was involved, I don't think Japan would stay standing." The two shared a shudder as a purple warp gate appeared. As two figures emerged, they stared, speechless. Hisashi came and sat at the table, Kurogyri taking position behind him. "My apologies for the lateness. Shall we begin?" All Hisashi?" "Yes, doctor. Did you have something to say?" "Just, what are you wearing?" Hisashi's face became the stuff of nightmares as a proud grin spread across it. "I know a t-shirt isn't my usual attire, but I could not wear a Father's Day gift from my son and successor, could I? It's also, coincidentally, why I was late." "Oh, The meeting started, Garaki and Jiren trying to pay attention to the villain instead of the t-shirt he wore proudly, bearing a drawing of a Disney character and the slogan, "I am Mr. Potato Head." Kurogyri was also distracted, happily thinking back to the awesome dad engraved glass he had received. Unsurprisingly, not much was achieved during the meeting. Kurogyri was cleaning the bar while Izuku scribbled in his notebook, a normal day for the two. "Kurogyri, when's Tamura's birthday?" the boy asked suddenly. Kurogyri paused, thinking. "April 4th, if I remember correctly." The boy stared at him. But that's tomorrow. Yes. We do not usually celebrate it, however, as Shigaraki Tamura declared he was too old for birthdays, and does not have friends his own age. Izuku looked shocked. I haven't had birthday parties because of mum and not having friends, but I'm here now, and Tamura's my friend, so we're changing this right now. He got up, determinedly opening his phone contacts as he walked out of the room. Kurojairi heard the beginnings of the conversation as it drifted back in. Himiko. We have an emergency. Next day. Tamura was annoyed. Izuku had refused to play games with him last night, choosing to stay in his room with someone who sounded like an annoying, giggly blood enthusiast. Still, he had texted Tamura inviting him to play now, and Tamura was the bigger person, so he wouldn't decline the request like he wanted to. Well, he didn't really want to, but he wasn't about to tell Izuku that. He must be here first. It was silent and the lights were off in the gaming room. He reached for the light switch and, "Happy birthday!" nearly jumped out of his skin at the shout and sight of Izuku, Himiko, Spinner and Magna standing under streamers that were slowly falling off the ceiling. He stood there stupidly as Izuku approached, bouncing on his heels. "It's a birthday party for you, Tamura. We have cake." He gestured to a chocolate cake on the table. Tamura brought out his phone and checked the date. "Oh, it is my birthday. I hadn't realized." "Yeah, well, I never had a party either, but we have friends now." And Tamura couldn't bring himself to do anything to change that look of excitement and hope in Izuku's eyes. "Thanks," he put his arm around the other boy. "Of course. Now, open your present." He moved a badly wrapped package into Tamura's, thankfully gloved, hands. He opened it to reveal, what on earth was that? It was an action figure's head with yellow hair and bright blue eyes, glued onto a paper plate that was painted silver. "Izuku, what is this?" "Well, I only found out it was your birthday yesterday, and so me and Himiko were brainstorming, and we thought what you would like most was probably All Might's head on a platter. And as we couldn't get you the real thing." Tamura couldn't help it. He burst into laughter. The party may have devolved into chaos and broken furniture by the time Kurojairi joined, but as Tamura propped his gift up on his desk, he couldn't help grinning at the memories of the best birthday party he had ever had. Kurojairi's best day. Kurojairi woke up to no shouts, blood, or whispered arguments. He made his way downstairs to see nothing damaged and everything shining, just as he left it before going to bed. He had time for a lovely cup of tea and sat with Hisashi, reading the paper and discussing the contents. Izuku and Tamura came downstairs at a reasonable time and calmly talked with the two, helping to cook and then clear the table. Their friends came over in the evening, and there was no fighting, knives, or destruction, just calm game playing. Izuku went out for a walk and came back having followed the rules and not become involved in any situations. Kurojairi woke up to the sound of crashing and breathed a sigh of relief when he realized the calm day had been only a dream. He smiled as he got up to go and find out exactly how much trouble his charges were in. His life may be stressful, but he wouldn't change his family for the world. "Tsukachi, I need all the files you have on a local vigilante with quirk nullification." "What, Aizawa? What's wrong?" Naomasa stared at the man who had just burst into his office. He could see the receptionist getting a dead look in his eyes from the fact that this kept happening and felt sorry for the man. He was involved in the incident last night. The one with the electricity and duplication users? Naomasa had read the officer's statements. "Didn't you have to go to hospital due to that?" He eyed the hero's bandages. "Yeah, I just finished filing my report." "How did your officers find us anyway?" "We received an anonymous call telling us where Eraserhead and 2 villains were unconscious. They hung up before we could ask anything further. It must have been the kid." "Kid? The vigilante? They're almost definitely a kid," Naomasa groaned, recognized the determined look in the hero's eyes. "You can't just adopt every child in a bad situation you come across." "I have no idea what you're talking about," Aizawa lied. "Shinso, that was one time, and you couldn't expect me to leave him there. Because there was obviously no alternative to taking him in yourself?" Naomasa teased. Hisashi got attached. "I don't think he was the only one." The detective couldn't stop a grin spreading across his face. "Shut up. Anyway, about that file, Mesa quickly put his business mask back on and typed a few words on his laptop before turning the screen. As you can see, we don't have much. The suspect is small, presumed male due to the voice, always wears a dark hoodie, jeans and face mask but with red shoes, and has a quirk-nullifying quirk which is apparently touch-based. He also seems to be trained in some sort of martial art and does not use weapons. He also doesn't seem to have a regular patrol, but does keep to the outskirts of town. Yeah, that was definitely the kid last night. He has impressive speed. I'd have even guessed that was his quirk if not for the obvious usage. So why do you want the information so badly? Planning to take him down? I just want to have a word. He obviously doesn't have the best home life if he's doing this, and I know the sort of negativity someone who can stop quirks receives. Perhaps I can persuade him to stop or move into heroics. The kid's obviously got a reasonably good moral compass. I agree. You're probably the best person to speak to him. I was actually going to request your assistance on this soon anyway. There was a knock on the door and Mesa called for them to come in. An officer approached the desk with a stack of papers. This morning's reports for you, sir. Thank you. The man bowed and left. Mesa skimmed through them quickly before something caught his eye. He pulled one of the papers out and started reading it frantically, ignoring Aizawa. What's wrong? This is a report from last night after I left. See anything interesting? He passed the paper over. This means, Aizawa trailed off, understanding the other man's reaction. Yep. Looks like we need to add a note to the file. Can you be sure it was him? Not currently, yes. The outfit isn't exactly unique, but how many child vigilantes are running about Mizudafu? Plus the MO, fighting a mugger without a quirk, is surprisingly unique. It also fits in with the timeline of your attack. I guess his quirk wouldn't have been particularly useful against a quirkless attacker anyway. True. Anyway, I'm only adding a note to the file to be aware that he may be expanding his hunting grounds, that way we can hopefully gain more witness reports. Speaking of which? Yes, I intend to go and interview Tanahaka. Would you like to attend as you are now part of the investigation? Definitely. They got up, and Mesa began gathering what he would need for the interview. Great, he's in interview room C. C? Wouldn't you usually put someone with a quirk such as duplication in room A or B? Even with quirk suppressing cuffs it's dangerous. His quirk hasn't yet returned, so we were medically advised to keep him out of the quirk suppressing rooms. That's weird. Yes, but not unheard of. Even you've had a few people take time to reconnect with their quirk factor after the shock of losing access to it. Mesa grinned at the others, barely showing shame. Here we are. Mesa took a quick glance through the one-way mirror, then did a double take before rushing into the room. Call a medic, he yelled, before checking the pulse of the collapsed figure and starting chest compressions. Aizawa repeated the yell, and in record time 2 officers, carrying a med kit and defibrillator, came rushing in, moving Mesa out of the way. Once the ambulance crew arrived and took over, they soon told the room what they had already realized. Tanahaka, once holder of a duplication quirk and lover of spiked clothing, was dead. Izuku had realized that he had perhaps acted a little rashly when more than one person had asked him if he'd killed the original owner of his new quirk. He had originally been planning to keep it secret until he could come up with a good way to prank Tamura with it. A room full of rubber ducks had been the first thing that sprang to mind, as he couldn't clone the creepy hands the other treasured. Instead, Hisashi had been waiting for him to come back by sitting in the bar. What have you got there, Izuku? What do you mean? I mean, you went out with 1 quirk and returned with 2. At that, Tamura and Kurojiri, the only others in the closed bar, stared. You finally did it. Did you stab them? No, we fought but I didn't stab him. Izuku was surprised at Tamura's excitement. Then how did you kill him? Kill him? You didn't kill him? Izuku, Kurojiri interrupted. While we are all very happy that you have a new quirk, it is tradition to kill the person who originally owned the quirk in order to maintain your father's secrecy. Oh, oops. I can try and give it back. No, Izuku. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. You enjoy your new quirk. And don't worry about killing if you don't want to. Just make sure you let me know when you have an eye on a new quirk and I'll make sure everything works out. Izuku found he wasn't as concerned as he thought he should have been at the thought of how Hisashi was likely to take care of things. You are so lucky he ignored the fact that you obviously got into another situation. Tamura smirked after the scarred man had left. Shut up. Go on then. Tell me how you got your new quirk. And then we can experiment? Not with the glasses if you don't mind. I only just managed to replace them all. Actually, Kurogiri, you might want me to use you glasses with this. He told them about what had happened, Tamura groaning after finding out that Izuku had gotten involved with yet another hero, then threatening to help Hisashi kill the man who almost hurt Izuku. They had fun playing with the duplication quirk. Izuku learned that he could duplicate any non-organic object he touches, provided it fit within a 1-meter square area. The main issue that was caused was when they realized that the duplicates disappeared after 1 hour, discovered when the liquid-filled glasses covering the bar top suddenly vanished and said liquid spilled everywhere. When this happened, Kurogiri decided that Hisashi deserved to be told the full story of Izuku's adventure. Guys, meet Jean. Izuku's voice called from the doorway to the games room. It was afternoon, so the bar was closed, and Magna, Spinner and Himiko had come to hang out with Tamura and Izuku. He wasn't sure when some of their training sessions had become hangout sessions, but Izuku was glad they had. Where did you find this NPC? Oh hi. Can I decorate your mask? I could make it cuter. Nice to meet you, call me Big Sis. Hi. Jean looked a little scared. Hi, you can call me twice. Or Jean. We're gonna have fun. I met him in the bar and he has a different duplication quirk and it's so cool. He also has 2 personalities which wearing the mask helps with. Jean looked gratefully at the boy for explaining this. Now Tamura and Spinner were the ones looking nervous. They knew what happened when Izuku got a new friend. I invited him over so we can do some experiments. Himiko, wanna help? As expected. Yes. Hey, Twicey, what do you think about blood? It belongs inside the body, it's great for decorating the walls. The man was staring at the knife she was happily swinging around as she skipped towards him. Himiko linked arms with Izuku and Jean. We're gonna get along just fine. Izuku pulled the 2 out of the door and the others watched, mourning the new figure's fate. Izuku ended up grounded again after Kurogiri found the results of their experiments. At least clone mud was easier to clean up than blood, although there was plenty of that after Himiko, deliberately, lost a few games of Find the Clone when her knives scraped the real Jean and Izuku, who was also Jean due to Himiko's quirk. Twice was simultaneously traumatized and excited for the next hangout session. Something new was happening and Izuku wasn't sure he liked it. Tamura was spending a lot more time with Hisashi, the 2 spending hours together most days, and Izuku wasn't invited. He didn't begrudge Tamura spending more time with Hisashi. After all, he knew the boy saw the man as a father figure, but it didn't seem casual. For one, they were definitely keeping secrets from him. Tamura would come back from the meetings looking thoughtful or excited, and more than once Izuku had gone to visit him to find the older boy quickly hiding papers when he opened the door. Hey Tamura, what's up? You look happy. Yeah, nothing. So what were you and Hisashi up to today? Oh, he was just teaching me some strategy games. Sounds fun. Maybe I could join in next time? Sorry Izuku, they're just 2-player and I like playing with sensei. And then he would change the subject. Suspicious. If it really was games they were playing, Izuku knew Tamura would tell him about them in detail. He tried a different attack. Dad. Izuku. Are you okay? Do you need anything? I was just thinking that I miss visiting you, said with a fake tear in his eye. Oh Izuku. I'm sorry, I know we haven't spent much time together lately. I'm just working on a big project and it's taking up pretty much all of my time. Cue the awkward hug. Is Tamura helping you? Yes, he's an important part of the plan. Maybe I could help? I finished all my middle school work ages ago, and I've been doing well in my other classes. Sorry Izuku, maybe on the next project. Can I at least know what it's about? It'll be more exciting as a surprise. Anyway, if you've finished middle school work, I will sign you up for high school classes. Do be sure to tell me if there's anything in particular you are interested in. And that was the end of that. Kurogiri. Yes Izuku? Do you know what they're up to? Of course, I have to act as transportation after all. Izuku shot up from where he had been slumped over the bar, nearly knocking over his milkshake. Transportation? Like for meetings? I am not telling you anything else, so do not bother asking. Fine. He slumped over again. The only other clue he had, although this was more of a hunch as he couldn't be entirely sure they were linked, was that the leaders of local petty crime gangs and thugs for hire were becoming familiar faces at the bar. Izuku hated when people kept secrets from him. Finishing his drink absent-mindedly and saying goodbye to Kurogiri, he got up and headed out to work on one of his new projects. It was something he had been thinking about since getting his new quirk. Tamura was right. He hadn't been considering the consequences of keeping duplication. Returning the quirks could be passed off as quirk nullification, rare, but not unheard of, but he had never come across another quirk like his or Hisashi's that allowed the user to permanently erase powers. He knew he would be able to get away with 1 or 2 people permanently losing their quirks. After all, losing access to their quirk factor, even for a short PRD of time, could sometimes cause someone to become disconnected. Although even these instances were usually temporary. The same thing had been observed in those who experienced extreme quirk-related trauma. Izuku knew he should feel more guilty about the idea of leaving someone quirkless. After all, he had grown up with everyone treating him as if he was, and while he shouldn't wish that on anyone, well, what about those who used their quirks to torment? He knew it was just an excuse, but Izuku didn't regret keeping duplication. It was not only fun, and had brought him a new friend, but it felt right to have a quirk in the previously empty space. Sometimes at night, when he couldn't sleep, he would just sit and feel its presence as a comforting weight. But it wasn't enough. Having a quirk in the space both made it feel occupied, but also made the emptiness more obvious. Izuku imagined it rattling around, desperate for companionship. He knew that Hisashi would give him more quirks, the man regularly offered, but Izuku couldn't help feeling a sense of wrongness. He didn't know if it was because that was too easy, or because he knew that the original owners were all dead, but he wanted to make his own collection without help. Which brought him to his current situation. He was deeper into the alleys than he would usually go, towards the areas that even the toughest of underground heroes were wary of patrolling. These were more populated than he would have hoped, with the homeless sleeping or buying drags from shady-looking figures that Izuku kept a distance from. Despite what Tamura said, even Izuku knew when he was out of his depth. Izuku heard shouts and moved to see what was going on. They were coming from an alley with fewer occupants than most. The reason, he was sure, being the shouter. He was a big man, slightly better dressed than those around him, although that wasn't hard. He was currently kicking another person hard in the stomach. And that's the last time you hide crap from me. Otherwise you're dead. I'm sorry, Ori, the other croaked between kicks. Oh, you will be. As he reached his foot back again, Izuku grabbed the man's arm. Is there something I can help with? Back off, kid, this doesn't concern you. You just seem to be a bit upset. Don't you think he's learned his lesson? Trash like this don't learn now. He raised his fist and sent it flying at Izuku, who ducked, grabbing the bare hand and sending the man flying over his shoulder to the floor. The man didn't get up, despite being conscious. He started gasping and curled into a ball as he seemed to shrink. Oh, that's interesting, Izuku mumbled as he watched several others approach. What's happened to him? One asked from a safe distance. Do you know his quirk? Yeah, minor muscle growth. Wasn't enough for him to become a higher-up in a gang, but enough to steal our stuff. Wait, he was in a gang? Nah, think he got kicked out for starting fights with the other members? Oh, good, Izuku was relieved not to have inadvertently made an enemy of an entire gang. Anyway, he hasn't got it now. What do you mean, who are you? Wait, ain't you that kid from Giri's bar? The one who can borrow quirks. Muttering broke out. Heh. Anyway, gotta go. Izuku rushed off, leaving the now quirkless man to the mercy of those he had tormented. Spinner paused. After finishing a spar with Izuku, the two were rehydrating. Heard you got a new quirk. HM? You know about duplication, Izuku replied mock casually. Spinner stared at him. So it was another kid who randomly took a muscle quirk in front of a crowd of homeless people? How did you find out? I have my sources. Seriously? Izuku wasn't impressed. Fine. I used to live rough and I still keep in contact with some people I met back then. They have good gossip. That makes sense. Know anyone who doesn't want their quirk? What? Izuku, what's going on? Izuku sighed and sat against the wall, Spinners soon joining him. I want more quirks. Tamura was right that I should have covered my tracks before, so I'm trying to come up with better ways to get one without killing people. I figured that if I took one from someone who only used it to hurt people and who would be unlikely to go to the police, that would probably be best. But if there's anyone who would prefer to be without their quirk, or would prefer to have money than one, that might be another option. I'll ask around, but don't get your hopes up. You're the best spinner. I know, and don't forget it. They grinned at each other and got up to go for another round. Tamura, who never went outside during the day if he could help it, was sneaking out during the morning. Izuku decided to follow. Tamura, who never went outside during the day if he could help it, was sneaking out during the morning. It was entirely by chance that Izuku noticed it. He usually slept in, having been out until the early hours of the morning, but hadn't been able to sleep that night, so had given up and had gone down to the bar for a glass of water and to see if Kurogiri was around to bother. With no one in sight, he had popped behind the bar, ducking low when he heard footsteps on the stairs in order to surprise the smoky barman. He was shocked when he saw it was the other teen. Tamura usually wasn't up before 1 p.m. unless he had something planned. It was more surprising to see him actually dressed to go outside, in nondescript but neat clothes that hid his features. Not looking around, Tamura headed straight to the door and headed out. Debating for a minute or so, Izuku decided to follow. Either he would get a clue about what the other boy was hiding from him, or it would just be a more interesting morning than the one he had planned. It was surprisingly easy to follow Tamura. He hadn't been hard to find in the first place despite the slight head start, but also didn't seem to be rushing. However, Izuku could tell the other had a goal. He was moving with purpose towards the more popular streets. This was where Izuku lost sight of the older boy. After months of only going out after darkness had already fallen, he was disoriented by the mixture of daylight and crowds. The noise was horrendous, overwhelming Izuku and making him need to take cover in a side street. He crouched, panting, hands over his ears and pulse racing. Not sure how long he stayed like this, Izuku eventually realized that the roaring in his ears had quietened, along with the chatter in the street. Able to finally catch his breath, he wiped the tears from his eyes and peeked round the corner. It was still busy, but definitely less so. Looking at the time, Izuku realized that the rush must have been from people traveling to work and school, as most of those would have just begun. It was an odd feeling, roaming the streets during the day, and he decided to push his luck. He really did want to find Tamura, but would give up if he couldn't find him by the afternoon. He was also curious to see whether his ability to accidentally get into situations would lessen in the daylight. It turns out that it's a bad idea to roam about on a school day when you're obviously school age. The officer had approached Izuku, surprising him. His instincts, usually so well honed, were currently still confused due to the amount of people and quirks surrounding him. Aren't you meant to be in school? I'm homeschooled. Entirely true, but actually speaking to the police made Izuku suddenly remember that technically he had broken the law. A lot. He didn't blame the officer for looking suspicious. Can I take your name? I'll also need to speak to your parents. That was when he ran. And why he was now perched in a tree in the park, hidden, he hoped, by the leaves. Having moved a fair distance and hopefully left it long enough that the officer had given up, Izuku decided to figure out where he was, and maybe get some lunch, he added as his stomach rumbled. Peeking over the top of the branches, he surveyed the area. Oh, he knew where he was now. The UA building had often been used as a marker for directions, being one of the tallest buildings in the area. Well, time to torment myself with what could have been. Izuku decided as he hopped down, surprising some playing children who hadn't realized he was there, and headed in the direction of the school. That was a lot of press. Izuku decided not to approach the mass, peeking around the corner rather than stepping onto the street where the imposing UA entrance gate stood. So, now in past tense, he thought dumbly as the gate suddenly disappeared and a piercing alarm shrieked, no doubt caused by the journalists actually deciding to enter the grounds. Izuku backed off, not wanting to get involved with police or heroes. He never did find Tamura, but had a delicious lunch. He felt slightly bad when he had to duplicate some of his money to pay. He'd misremembered how much he'd brought out with him. Well, he could always return later and replace it with real cash. When he got back, Tamura was already there, and for the first time in a few days wanted to play a two-player game with Izuku. He had a great time, even if Tamura brushed off the idea that he had left the bar that morning. You know, we haven't sparred with quirks since you started actually keeping some, Magna brought up one day. You're right. Sure you want to risk it? Oh, that grin was too cheeky. Magna was going to wipe it off his face. They're on. They got up from where they had been lounging with Spinner and Himiko in the game room. Tamura was with Hisashi. The other two followed them to the training room and stood at the edge. You got this, Izu. Spill all her blood. Himiko jumped up and down in excitement. Try not to die. Spinner grinned, earning a glare. Ready? Magna asked her opponent, who nodded, settling into a fighting stance. Begin. As he rushed at her, she smiled and raised her magnet, pulling him in faster. Instead of losing control, he raised his legs and used the momentum to kick off the magnet, aiming his feet at her chin. She dodged back, narrowly avoiding both the foot and two knives he had sent at her legs. Good try, she called as he stepped back. Before she could lift the magnet once more, he ran at her again and jumped straight up, flipping over her head and landing a solid kick on her lower back. She span, swinging the heavy weapon, but missing his head by a hair as he jumped back. Magna lifted the weapon once more, but sideways, as she heard more knives clang against it. She ran at him, knowing her best bet was to get in close and use her greater size and strength. Dodging duplicated knives with a speed that most people didn't expect, she ran at the boy, dropping her magnet when she was close. It worked better in group fights, and there was an unspoken rule not to involve observers in spars that tended to get messy, especially when Himiko and her stabby tendencies were involved. One knife in each hand, he ran forwards to meet her, and they began trading punches and kicks at furious speed. After training together for so long, both knew how the other moved, although she could tell he was trying to incorporate tricks from Himiko and Spinner, his other training partners. It wouldn't be enough though. Magna had deliberately allowed Izuku to make her retreat, and she maneuvered them to where she had dropped the magnet. Turning slightly brought it into the boy's path, and as planned, he lost balance for a moment. That slight hesitation was enough for Magna to grab his arms and press her weight to force him to the ground. Well, that's what should have happened. Instead, she felt him hold her weight and her fingers forced open. Suddenly, her arms were the ones grabbed, and she was forced to the floor and trapped. Yield. Yield. He let go and she turned around to see, holy cow. Change your shirt, muscles. He blushed like the teenage boy he was, and didn't that look odd with those bodybuilder muscles, ripped remains of the poor t-shirt he had suddenly grown out of showing a sculpted torso. He powered down and headed towards a blushing Himiko and hysterical Spinner to grab a new t-shirt and a bottle of water. So you got a new quirk then? Yeah, minor muscle growth. I didn't tell you because I wanted to surprise you. Well, you certainly managed that. But you might want to buy larger exercising clothes if you don't want to ruin your wardrobe. Good point. He looked sadly down at what had been his favorite exercise top. It was neon orange and said, dress shirt, on the front, and Magna couldn't be more pleased that this was the victim. Spinner brought over the first aid box and Magna realized that a couple of the knives had caught her. Her hands especially bore the evidence that she had fought weaponless against a knife wielder. Good use of duplication on the knives. Thanks. It's something I've been practicing. Izuku bandaged her up with a slightly guilty look, while Himiko looked sad as the wounds gradually disappeared. Izuku had finally stopped apologizing when he hurt anyone during training. As she always told him, they were training with dangerous items, now that he had learnt the basics, and he had to know what damage he would cause someone by doing certain things. He would be more likely to accidentally kill someone if he only practiced with blunt blades, as there would be no real danger. It had been a few days since Izuku had followed Tamura, and he had barely seen the boy in that time. Despite the distraction that sparring with Magna had caused, Izuku was antsy, barely able to settle down. He was worried, Even when they all sat together for dinner, there was a tension in the air, and only Hisashi seemed to really pay attention to Izuku's questions, but even his mind seemed elsewhere. Izuku kicked a rock on the pavement in front of him. He was outside in daylight again, but this time because he had been sent there. Kurogiri had asked him to pick up more coffee syrup, Hisashi had recently developed a taste for caramel lattes, and to get himself a new book, as he had been complaining about having finished the bear selection in the bar. It had actually been an attempt to get access to Kurogiri's room, as he guessed the man had a lot of books but also kept his door locked. It was too weird. Kurogiri was the last person to need someone else to run an errand. But Izuku had gone. He had the supermarket bag swinging over his arm, and the disappointing news that the bookshop was shut due to a burst pipe. If he decided to sneak back in instead of announcing his presence, who could blame him? Moving through from the side door he had decided to use, Izuku saw the bar was crowded. And not in the usual business is booming way. There were petty thugs standing crowded everywhere. Izuku knew who they were because he recognized the gang symbols on their jackets, as well as some of the members, especially the leaders who had become frequent visitors lately. Although the weapons they were all carrying would have given him a big clue anyway. He was just about to try elbowing his way into the room when he saw a familiar figure. He couldn't say it was a familiar face, as the features were mostly covered by one of Tamura's favorite hands. The other teen was standing at the front of the crowd, and Izuku realized the boy had been speaking. He focused to try and hear what was being said. "You all know the plan. Now let's go kill the symbol of peace." "What the dash?" Izuku ran forward, elbows ready to push people out of the way, but before he could get anywhere, a familiar purple fog covered the room and began receding, taking the occupants with it. Izuku reached the front of the room just in time for the warp gate to close right before his outstretched hand, leaving him alone. Fanji heroes. Tamura fell through Kurogiri's portal, collapsing on the ground of the bar and clutching his shoulder. He yelled in shock and pain as something suddenly collided with his injury and looked up to see that the something was a fist, belonging to a furiously angry, short, gray-haired boy. Fear drained the last of the color from his face at the aura the younger boy was giving off. "Is this what you've been planning? You tried to kill All Might? I know he's been hurt badly, but he's still powerful. What made you do it? You could have died." Tamura had a quick view of tears before he was grabbed in an admittedly painful hug. We had a plan. Perhaps I should explain." He looked up and saw Sensei in the doorway. Thankfully the man didn't look too angry. The three of them sat around Hisashi's office desk with cups of tea in front of them. A normal happy tea party with a father, his son, and his successor. If one didn't have a bandaged gunshot wound, one didn't look like he was ready to murder the others. Oh, and don't forget the third being an immortal supervillain. So, where to start? I take it the plan failed, Tamura? The boy hung his head in shame. Since he was more powerful than expected. Well, of course he was. What made you think you would win? Snapped Izuku. A Nomu. A Nomu? Tamura, what's a Nomu? I will come to that, Hisashi cut in. He wasn't convinced that Tamura could explain it in a way that wouldn't send Izuku running. In fact, he wasn't sure he could either. But he had to try. There are several reasons why Tamura attacked All Might now. Of course, there is that he is getting weaker and therefore limited in how long he can hold his muscled form. In fact, we had arranged several events along his commute to work this morning in order to exhaust this time, all of which he attended. We also knew, thanks to Tamura breaking into UA, that he would be at an external location today, away from backup, and with students that he would need to protect. Students? UA? Izuku interrupted, looking confused. He is teaching heroics at UA? Did you not know? It's been all over the news lately. Izuku blushed. They tend to ignore any headlines with his name in them. Ah, I understand. But why would he teach now? Unless he teaches in his smaller form, and it's a way to semi-retire. Actually, it seems he is only using his muscled form to teach. Hisashi was amused by the dumbfounded look on Izuku's face. And the reason for why now? I believe he is looking for a successor. Successor? To what? His quirk. He couldn't blame Izuku for gaping in shock. It took the boy a moment to regain his voice. I mean, no one really knows what his quirk is. It gives him super strength, of course, but there seems to be more to it than that, as it doesn't act like other strength-augmenting quirks, and he always acts too weird when his quirk is brought up in interviews for it to be something simple. You're saying it can be passed on? Yes, Hisashi smiled at his son's rambling. And he's looking to give it to someone in a hero school. Someone who already has a strong quirk they can become a hero with. Yes. Wow. He tells some kids they should give up on being a hero because they have the wrong quirk, while having a way to change that situation and bring someone hope instead of crushing their dreams. Not that I'm saying he should have necessarily given me the quirk. He didn't know me, even if he decided he knew enough to criticize my future dreams. But there's so many people out there who have dreams that might be currently difficult to achieve. Who is he to decide that none of those people are worthy of his quirk? And are there any changes depending on the person's existing quirk? How do they even interact? Actually, considering most powerful quirks have powerful drawbacks or side effects that actually sound pretty dangerous? And are there other quirks that can be passed on? It sounds like a weird opposite of our quirk. Did you actually breathe during that? Shut up, Tamura. I'm still annoyed at you. I'm not sure I can answer all of that. I do not know, thankfully, what goes on in the blonde idiot's head, but I can tell you that as far as I'm aware, the quirk is unique in nature, and the only one that can be passed on that way. You are also correct that it is related to All for One. His quirk is, in fact, called One for All. Fan of Dumas? Hisashi was impressed. You've read The Three Musketeers? I enjoyed the film. Hisashi coughed. Well, you should try the book. And yes, the name comes from my mother calling the three of us the Three Musketeers after my father left. The three of you? I had a younger brother. He was very sickly and struggled, especially with the persecution that our family received for being one of the few families containing people with quirks at the time. He was friendless, as he wasn't allowed to spend time with quirkless people due to my and mother's quirks, but was also shunned by those with quirks due to being quirkless. I decided to help him become more accepted. You gave him a quirk? Izuku's voice was quiet. Hisashi nodded. I gave him a quirk. He said he didn't want it, but by then the process was too far along. I also hoped that a stockpiling quirk would strengthen him. And it did help, a little. Unfortunately, we grew apart. He couldn't forgive me for giving him a quirk, and I had decided to fight for the rights of the quirked. I only learned he had died when I faced a man in one of the riots who had a familiar stockpiling quirk. He blamed me for my brother's death. Years he later died in an attack I orchestrated on a government building. It became a trend. At first, I thought maybe it was guilt that made me see my brother's quirk in so many, so I questioned the third after she came after me. Under torture, she explained that the quirk had been passed on. I examined it and saw that it had mutated and grown stronger since its origin. It had aspects of what I had discovered were the new user's original quirks. It seemed my brother had indeed had a quirk of his own. One that could pass on a quirk. There was silence while Hisashi gathered himself, lost in memories. It remains the only quirk that I cannot take, and the only one that can be given as a second quirk without destroying the user, barring our quirk of course. He grinned at Izuku. And that's what a Nomu is? Hisashi winced at Tamura's interruption. What? I guess I did say I would explain. The Nomu are genetically engineered weapons. They contain a combination of quirks that can be combined to counter specific people. Like the one to counter All Might had regeneration, shock absorption, super strength and speed. Wait, is this the secret project Dr. Garaki didn't tell me about? Yes. We've been working towards perfecting the Nomu for many years. Where do you get the bodies? There are always people who won't be missed. Hisashi had decided to be completely honest with his son, although he slightly regretted this at the boy's flinch. So it wasn't strong enough to defeat All Might. He seemed to be trying to change the subject. Hisashi wasn't surprised. It was a lot to process. Yes. Tamura, why don't you run through what happened? Okay, Sensei. So from the timetable that I managed to steal, All Might and 2 other teachers were meant to be at the USJ, this facility with lots of different disaster areas so the mini-heroes can practice rescue. The plan was that All Might would already be weakened from the morning's emergencies. We would come in, overwhelm the teachers with a bunch of NPCs, Kurogiri would split the kids up into the different areas which would have other NPCs, and Nomu and I would destroy All Might. First, when we arrive, All Might's missing and no one could tell us where he was. So, I started threatening the kids. I figure that'll make them get off their buttes to bring him, and if the baby heroes can't handle themselves then they weren't worth much anyway. Then the teacher, Eraserhead, comes towards us and starts fighting the NPCs, which was pretty cool. I wanted to get a video for you, Izuku, but Kurogiri reminded me that wouldn't look professional. Kurogiri went and separated the kids and put the other hero out of commission, Space Suit Hero. Number Black Hole Quirk, Izuku breathed. Yeah, anyway, Eraserhead was doing a bit too well, so I had to set the Nomu on him. After all, it would have been stupid to take him just to have him look like a garden ornament. What next? Oh yeah, this frog kid stupidly decided to approach, so I figured she would be a useful example, but Eraserhead was really cool and managed to erase my quirk, which feels way less weird than you doing that BTW, before I hurt the kid. And this was while being crushed into the ground. Anyway, that's when All Might arrived. He managed to get out of Kurogiri's warp trap cause some stupid ice kid and a weird bird shadow thing interfered. Then he punched the Noma faster than it could regenerate, and it went flying through the roof. Then I went to attack him because he had to be weakened after all that. But other teachers arrived and I got shot. He trailed off. You did well, Tamura. You didn't get caught, and it was a good way to see what we are missing with the Nomus. It also managed to prove an impressive debut for your League of Villains. Thank you, Sensei. Is Eraserhead okay? And number 13. I think so. He was certainly alive and talking at the end. I imagine the other teachers got to him in time. To know about 13, Kurogiri said they weren't dead when he put them out of commission. Would you like me to find out, Izuku? Yeah, although they'll probably say if there's any casualties on the news. You might be surprised what the news covers up, especially about heroes. Heh, I guess I should have learnt that lesson by now. Do you mind if I go think about things? I'll have Kurogiri take you back. Lying on his bed staring at the ceiling, Izuku was mulling over what he had heard. It was a lot to take in. Although he knew his dad was a supervillain, it hurt to hear about the Nomu. Would Izuku become like that one day? He loved experimenting with quirks and seeing how far he could push and combine them in his own body. Would there come a time where he would be so desperate to see them work in another's body that he would no longer see the victim as something other than an experimentation subject? How long had it taken Hisashi to get to that point? Strangely, it made him more afraid of Dr. Garaki than Hisashi. At least he could somewhat understand that his father may have less empathy when he had outlived so many, not that that was an excuse, but the doctor cared for nothing but his experiments, and he had spoken about pain with glee during the time Izuku had spent with him. Still, there was nothing he could do about that right now. He didn't even know if he could stop the experiments happening. Hisashi must have been aware that Izuku wouldn't approve, hence keeping the experiments secret from him, so maybe that was something to work with? He needed more information before making a decision, so set that aside to think about later. He wasn't sure what he thought about All Might. He was angry and felt sick when thinking about the man's obvious quirk discrimination, and when he thought about the attack. He hoped the teachers and students were okay, especially Eraserhead, but his overall feeling was relief that Tamura was okay. He was shocked to realize that he didn't care one way or another if All Might died. Did that make him a villain? He found that he didn't mind the title. After all, his best friends and basically brother were villains, and Izuku had definitely broken the law and didn't mind attacking people with fists and knives. Izuku decided he didn't care about titles. What he cared about was keeping Tamura safe. And to do that he would have to keep an eye on the things he was planning. And to do that, Izuku rolled off the bed with a thump. He got up and headed to where Tamura was attempting to use the PlayStation without jostling his shoulder too much. Tamura? You good? Izuku moved to sit beside the other, who paused the game to look at him. I want to join the league. I want to join the league. Well, that was not what Tamura was expecting Izuku to come out with. The League? Of Villains? No, League of Legends. Of course the League of Villains. Dumbass, unless you run a secret league I don't know about? Well. Shut it, I know there's no secret league. It wouldn't be a secret if you knew about it. Yeah, Izuku rolled his eyes. So? Can I join? Why now? We just failed and you haven't shown an interest before. Although it wasn't like he would ever deny Izuku's official membership, he couldn't help but be curious. Because I don't want you to die, and I figure the chances of your plans succeeding will go up exponentially with me involved. So you want to kill All Might now? Izuku shrugged. I couldn't give a shit if he's dead or alive. Good enough. Welcome officially to the League of Villains. With that, Izuku grabbed the other controller and they started a new game. So, now I'm in the league, but what does that mean? Izuku was lying on the floor to watch the film Tamura had put on, and rolled so he was facing the other, who threw popcorn at the smaller boy's face from the sofa. We work to take down All Might, Tamura casually replied, laughing at the sight of the obviously fake shark chowing down on some poor swimmers. Well, that's an end goal, but what I mean is stuff like, who else is a member, are there regular meetings, what are our goals other than taking down All Might? Tamura sat up, pausing the film, and Izuku joined him on the sofa, stealing the popcorn. So although the idea of the league has existed for ages, really the USJ was our debut. Sensei said that he wanted me to have some experience leading as his successor, and told me to use it to get rid of the things I don't like. And as All Might is Sensei's enemy as well, I figured that he's a pretty good target. Okay, so what's your next plan? Tamura actually shrugged. Izuku struggled not to groan. He had thought Hisashi was the leader, but he seemed to be more of a silent partner. Tamura was great, but he hadn't thought this through. He was definitely going to get himself killed without Izuku's help. Hold on a sec. Izuku got up and went through to the bar where Kurogiri was stock checking. He came back a few minutes later wheeling a large whiteboard on a stand. Don't ask. Tamura shut his mouth. First of all, members, Izuku uncapped a pink marker and wrote the title to the left of the board, followed by Tamura's, Hisashi's, Kurogiri's, and his name. Who else? That's all the official members. Izuku added to the board in orange, recruitment. Any ideas about who you want to ask? How about your little friends? They hang out in headquarters enough that they're basically honorary members already. I'll ask. Izuku added their names to the members list followed by question marks. He would have liked to keep his friends out of it, but actually thought they'd probably enjoy it. Anyone else? Or do we just make a poster and stick it in the bar? I'll get the crayons, Tamura smirked. Make sure you draw us all with big happy grins. Yeah, can't have a villain group looking unhappy, but I was actually thinking of asking Jiren. That informant? No, the other Jiren. Ha. Yeah, that's a pretty good idea. He added it to the board. Oh, what about that hero killer dude? He sounds perfect. Stain? From what I've heard, he has some pretty powerful ideals. I think you want to get a better motivation than just killing All Might before approaching him, but otherwise, sure I guess. He was added to the list along with a new title in purple, Motivation. Killing All Might. Okay, any other ideas? Tamura shook his head. He seemed a little overwhelmed that Izuku was actually organizing things. Well, let's look at cause and effect maybe? What happens if All Might dies? Sensei throws a party and takes over the government. Now there's no one to stop him. Villains gain power. Rebellion? Government may collapse? Changes in law. Human rights? Collapse of society. Who will take charge? Now, it may be that actually nothing much changes except that other heroes pick up the slack. I'm going to do some research to try to determine several probable outcomes, but for now maybe we should go with something like this to help with recruitment. Well, Sensei told me that he wants to raise this society to the ground to rebuild. So that sounds good, is that it? Izuku stared at the board, thinking. After a brief discussion, they ended up with a list written in green. How to achieve this? Direct attacks on specific people places. Online? Hacking for secrets? Smear campaign? Get a hero on side? How? Blackmail? So, I guess we just add to this when we get ideas? Izuku wasn't really sure what he was supposed to do now after the rush of productivity. Yeah, so, you'll ask your friends when you see them next, right? Yep, and I'll start doing some online research. You'll talk to Jiren? Aha, now sit down so we can finish Jaws. It's not like you haven't seen it a million times. Izuku slumped back next to the older boy. It's a classic. It was in fact the next day when Izuku's friends gathered in the bar again. They had a pack of cards out and were sitting on the floor playing spoons, but with Izuku's knives, and it often turned into a fight when two of them reached for the same knife. Izuku cleared his throat and paused instead of dealing the cards out for another round. Guys? Is it alright if I ask you something? Go ahead, no. Get on with the game. The others just nodded, confused. So, I decided to join the League of Villains and wondered if you guys wanted to join too? He was met with confused glances. Isn't that Tamura's club? Magna broke the silence first. Wait, didn't they break into you? That's impressive, that's so easy, was Twice's contribution. Wait, I thought we were basically already members considering we're here all the time? Spinner. I want to join. It sounds cool. Do we get badges? If you want to make badges you can, Himiko, as long as Tamura definitely gets one. Yeah, the UA thing was the debut. Tamura's main idea is to kill All Might and this should result in changes for society. We're kinda still ironing out the details, but it would be great to have you guys there. It sounds like fun, kid, and someone's got to help Kurogyari keep you two out of trouble. Like you wouldn't be encouraging them all the way, Magna? And, yeah, I think Stain would like the idea of changing society. Can we invite him? We're looking into possibly talking to him. Izuku grinned at the stars in Spinner's eyes. Sounds great. Sounds stupid. I'm in. When's the first meeting? Izuku grinned. He may be slightly panicking over his decision, but it was great to have his friends on board. Even if he was sure they would make this a lot more chaotic. They changed the game to Knife Uno, a version where each round winner's final card had to be pinned by a knife to the wall, and rounds continued until there were no cards remaining. Himiko was disappointed by the reduced number of stabbing possibilities in this game. Yagi Toshinori had never thought of himself as a coward, but that was before he met Midoriya Izuku. He had kept his promise and looked into Midoriya Hisashi, only to find no record of the man other than on the marriage certificate that tied him to the green-haired woman. Midoriya had said that the man was a villain, but had no other useful information. He had even asked Tsukachi to do some research, and there was no record of any villain with a fire-breathing quirk, who was also based locally, within the last 80 years. He also looked at the records of the callouts to Midoriya's address. There really had been no trace of anything, and the reports were similar in reporting on her hypertense state and hysteria. And it wasn't as if the officers had only done a shallow job either. They had used experts with suitable ultraviolet and technology quirks to check for evidence, but there just wasn't any. So, yes, Toshinori was a coward who hadn't gone back to see Midoriya, and had resolved not to get any more involved, as he didn't want to remind her of her son's suicide in case she worsened. He was fully aware that he was just making excuses. But it was hard to not get involved with someone who was screaming outside your window. He had no idea how she had found out where he was, but looking out of the window he could see the unmistakable hair. He ducked back inside before she spotted him, but closing the window didn't block her voice. Get out here, All Might. You're a coward. Own up to what you did. He shrunk down even further, unable to think of a way to refute the claims. A scuffling sound made him peek out. The building's security had heard enough and had gone outside to try to force her away. I won't leave. Not until he faces me. Ma'am, All Might isn't here. He is. I know he's there. Come out, you bithy. Ma'am, we'll have to call the police. What do you think All Might did anyway? The curious voice obviously belonged to a younger security agent. He can tell you. I can't do to the Govesi, she cut off, choking. Hey, are you okay? Loud sobs reached Toshinori's ears. The poor woman was obviously unwell. She must know that what she was doing wouldn't help. He could only imagine her delusions were getting worse. Of course, he would like to put her mind at rest, and possibly help his nightmares, by coming clean about his meeting with Izuku, but he remembered what the commission had said to him, and knew he would be more effective if his mistakes weren't revealed. The USJ incident had shown that he was still needed, and for once he had been glad that he hadn't found a successor, as he still had enough strength to see off the villains. Plus, he wasn't keen on the idea of making himself vulnerable to criticism. This was the only way he could be Midoriya Izuku's hero, he told himself as he called the number he had previously researched. What the F dash? Inko stared around the bare bedroom. She wasn't sure what she had expected from yelling at All Might. Well, All Might's building, she hadn't actually had the opportunity to meet the man, although she was sure he was in there, and even thought she'd caught a glimpse of his stupid yellow antennae in one window. But she hadn't expected to be sectioned. And even if she had, for it to have happened so quickly. Surely these things took time? But no, not even a full day had passed, and she was now in Fujiya Hospital in a locked ward. Apparently, screaming at a building along with claiming to be stalked and tormented by someone who doesn't exist on paper and leaves no evidence, means you're mentally disturbed. Who'd have thought? She just had enough. Inko had thought, after her meeting with All Might, that maybe something would change. But the man had gone AWOL, and nothing had changed. And then she'd started making mistakes at work. And then the mistakes became too large for her office to excuse. It had been a cat day when she was informed that her services would no longer be required and that someone would pack up her office for her. She had sat there, listening to the drips of blood as she read the email, when she realized she had nothing to lose. She had to admit, suicide was tempting, but there was a still existing small nugget of the take-no-sheet lawyer she had once been, enough that told her that she couldn't let Hisashi win that way. She would get her life back. Hadn't she been dreaming about this freedom for over a decade? So, she called in several favors from previous less-than-law-abiding clients and tracked down Yagi Tashinori's apartment after a few glasses of liquid courage. And now she was here, staring at the ugliest floral bedding she had ever seen. She hadn't unpacked the overnight bag she had brought. After all, she could clear this up in the meeting scheduled for the morning, and then she'd be out of here. Back to what? She curled up on the duvet, not bothering to undress, and let the tears fall. Hello, Midoriya. I'm Dr. Hinata, the head of this department. May I call you Inko? Of course, doctor. No sense in being rude to the person who could get her out of here, even if Inko felt an itch at the woman's condescending, she felt, tone. So, this is just a preliminary meeting to get to know each other and work out the best course of action. Do you want to start by telling me why you think you are here? Not to be rude, doctor, but I really don't think I should be here. And why is that? I simply made a mistake and lost my temper. I'm really not crazy. No one said you were crazy, Inko. Would you prefer me to tell you our aim here? I guess. Sometimes people find life overwhelming and find themselves feeling out of control, causing them to act out in ways that can be harmful to themselves or others. We are here to offer support in a safe environment, a place where you will not be judged, and where we can offer assistance to help recreate that control and offer ways to help provide a balanced, calmer mind. I understand that you have experienced a life-altering change within the past year, and it does not seem that you have a solid support network. Here, we can offer this, as well as helping you to work through your emotions and find your feet. And if I say I don't need this? Can I go home? I'm sorry, Inko. The agreement was that you would be able to leave once you start showing progress. It has also been mentioned in your file that there are concerns with how much alcohol you consume. I'm not an alcoholic. I can stop anytime. Then you won't have a problem not drinking here, but that's a good place to start. Can you tell me how much you drink? Or about the situations that make you start? Inko was silent. This was ridiculous and she didn't want to play along. She tried to ignore how much she wanted to drink. Dr. Hinata may have said this wasn't a place for crazy people, but Inko felt like she was going to prove the woman wrong. She hated being cooped up, and still found it impossible to open up in the one-on-one sessions the two had. Inko knew that she needed to play along in order to get out of here, but she had never spoken to anyone about her feelings or situation. She had always responded to those who tried to get too close by cutting them off. Inko was bored. She had read all 3 books she had packed, and was sick of the same view. She thought back to Hinata's words yesterday. The woman had suggested that she perhaps join some of the group activities, and actually socialize. Well, not a chance was she going to join one of the activities. Inko had always hated forced group jollity. School clubs had been a disastrous experiment that she swore never to repeat, but she really needed to speak to someone who wasn't Hinata, and she definitely needed a new book or scenery. The only good thing about being here was the limited computer access, and the excuse to ignore her email. Steeling herself, Inko ventured into the empty corridor and headed towards where she could hear voices, the rec room she remembered from her tour. Inside, she saw tables arranged in one half of the room, with people sat at them doing jigsaws, drawing, or working with clay. The other half held comfortable-looking chairs, containing people chatting, dozing, or watching a television that let out a low rumble of voices. Inko almost froze. Even just a few days of solitude here had made her wary of large groups of people. But someone spotted her, and she knew that if she ran away now, she would never have the courage to return. "Hi, you're new, wanna join us?" This was a young girl with purple hair, gesturing to the others sat at her table, and the card game they were playing. No, I'm okay thanks." Wow, Inko couldn't remember the last time she had spoken so timidly. The girl shrugged and turned back to the game. "Offers open if you change your mind." Inko nodded, despite the girl no longer looking, and headed towards a bookcase at the back of the room, saying quiet responses to those who greeted her. She scanned the shelves, not sure what she fancied, when a series caught her eye due to being in English. She had learnt in order to translate legal documents and enjoyed reading in the language. She picked one out and read the synopsis. It sounded right up her street, a female archaeologist who helped the police solve crimes. She had always loved a smart female protagonist, and a bit of murder and romance was always a good combination, provided it wasn't her reality. She scanned the shelf looking for the first in the series but couldn't see it. "Oh, were you looking for the first Ruth Galloway?" A soft voice interrupted. Inko looked around to see a delicate-looking white-haired woman with sad gray eyes holding up the book she was looking for. She nodded in response. "Give me 5 minutes, I've just got a few pages left." The stranger turned back to the book and Inko took a seat in the armchair next to her, struggling not to fidget. Spying a table with cups and a jug of water, she got up and went to fetch two. By the time she returned, the other was closing the book. "Oh, thank you." She swapped a cup for the book as Inko sat again. "No, thank you. That series had just caught my eye. It's a great choice. I've read them before. They're the best option in our little library in my opinion." "You've been here a while then?" The woman's sadness seemed to increase. "A few years. I'm Midoriya Inko." She decided to change the subject. "Todoroki Ray, please just call me Ray." The pained look while saying her surname made Inko realize that there was a landmine she would be going nowhere near, though she did wonder how the woman was related to the number 2 hero. "Then please call me Inko." It was a strange friendship, and one that likely wouldn't have come about in any other situation, but Inko found herself searching out Ray each day, and found a sense of peace she didn't think she'd ever before experienced in the company of the quiet woman. They would read together most days, Inko even being persuaded to attend the small book club several of the residents had started. Other days they would knit, something Inko was picking back up, having learnt as a child and then ignored. On bad days they would just sit, drinking tea and talking. Inko's bad days were becoming less frequent as time went on, and the need for alcohol became less, but they still flared up. It was on one of Ray's less frequent bad days that she started to open up to the other woman. Inko had gone to look for her friend when she didn't appear in the rec room, and found her still in bed, staring at the ceiling with a blank expression. "Want company?" "Oh, Inko, sure, if you don't mind." "Not at all." Inko pulled a chair closer to the bed, and pulled out her knitting so the other wouldn't feel awkward about staying quiet. She managed a few rows before Ray spoke. "I failed them." "Who?" Inko now knew about Ray's husband, and hated him for how he treated her friend. But apart from knowing Ray had children, she had no other information. After all, children were also a touchy subject with her. "Tuya, Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Shudo. I don't think I ever told you about them." "Your kids?" "Yeah. I think I saw your daughter and one of your sons come and visit the other day." "Yes, Fuyumi and Natsuo. They're very sweet and visit when they can, but it hurts to see them. Do you want to talk about it?" Inko put her knitting down to turn her full attention to the other. "You know, I told you that Enji paid my parents to give me to him to create a child with the perfect quirk." Inko nodded. Fuyumi and Natsuo were both failures, who only inherited aspects of my power. I think Enji just ignores them, which I could have helped with if I was there, but they got off lightly compared to their older and younger brothers. What happened? Inko prompted softly as Ray trailed off. He was the oldest. He had a strong fire quirk, which Enji decided to train. I say train, but the injuries. His skin, you see, is, like mine, designed for an ice quirk, so whenever he used his quirk he burned himself, but Enji saw that as a weakness to overcome and kept training him, until, one day he didn't come home. Silent tears rolled unchecked down her face as she spoke. It wasn't your fault. I should have spoken up, maybe I could have persuaded him? But by the time I realized, it was too late, there wasn't even a body to bury. And then Enji turned on Shudo. He had developed his quirk and it was exactly what he had wanted, so he started training him. Oh, Inko, I should have helped him, but whenever I looked at him I just saw Enji and hated him. Imagine a mother hating her own son? And I was scared that he would turn out like Enji. One day it got too much. I poured boiling water down his face. As soon as I realized, I tried to cool it with my ice. But that ended up being the thing that caused scarring, and that's why I'm here. Ray suddenly seemed to emerge from a trance. Oh, Inko. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have vented to you. I understand if you hate me now. Inko didn't know what to respond to this outpouring, and the woman who clutched at her arm, so did the only thing she could think of, and had never thought she would. She came closer and took the other woman in her arms, and in a barely audible whisper began to speak. I hated my son too. What? Ray hiccuped. Izuku. I haven't told you this, but he died too. He committed suicide last April, and I hated him. He scared me and I'm glad he's gone. I've never told anyone, but you can keep a secret, right? She felt Ray's nod against her chest. I treated him as quirkless and convinced him to act that way as well. I even managed to convince myself most of the time, as that was the only way I could bring myself to pretend to care about him. It was better that he was weak and a waste of space than what he actually was. Which was? He had a quirk. He developed it late, and was 6 when we were together, and something odd happened. He touched my arm and suddenly I felt empty and cold. It was when he moved his arm and the TV remote came towards him that I realized what had happened. He was a thief who laughed as I suffered. I would have given him up but couldn't inflict him on the world. So, I decided to teach him humility and hope he learnt. I hate that I'm relieved he's gone. The two mothers spent the rest of the day holding each other and crying, mourning each other's pasts. There was change in the air, and it made Nizu's whiskers twitch. He was still on edge after the USJ incident. It seemed impossible that the villains had invaded his school. A school with the best possible security, and run by one of the cleverest individuals alive. But all brought low by warp and signal blocking quirks. Of course, the security had since been further upgraded, with experts brought in from all over Japan, and new emergency procedures put in place. If only reputation was as easily fixed. He mustn't blame Yagi, despite the fact that he was the target of the attack and who wasn't even there, even though he had been timetabled, as the idiot had overused his time interfering where he wasn't actually needed. No, if the blame was to lie at anyone's feet, that anyone would be Nizu. He was the one who agreed to Yagi's ridiculous terms. Even with the HPSC's order to employ the man, he could have made changes that put the safety of the students over the comfort of the hero. But Nizu had allowed his curiosity to win out, happy to sit back and watch the chaos unfold. He just hadn't foreseen this opponent. Honestly, he didn't know what to make of the League of Villains. They were a contradiction. The seeming leader, Shigaraki Tamura, was dangerous, but certainly hadn't appeared to be someone with the brains or charisma to put together the operation. And Kurojiiri, while seeming to be more level-headed, obviously demurred to the other. So, perhaps there was someone behind the scenes? But were they a puppet master or strategist? There was also the matter of the Nomu. Really, they should have been crippled by so many of their number being arrested, but those had turned out to be thugs for hire from several well-known gangs. And they had been useless anyway. The few who began to offer information mysteriously died, while the others just vanished from custody. Thankfully that embarrassment hadn't reached the ears of the public. So Nizu was at a loss. How large was the League? What were their resources? Who was the real leader? And what would they do next? Apart from killing All Might, they had shown no other aim, but that couldn't be it. As he had discussed with Detective Tsukachi, they wouldn't be able to detect a pattern until the League struck again. Maybe Nizu could persuade Yagi to teach somewhere that wasn't UA? Sighing, he turned back to his computer, and another frustrating puzzle. Someone was sharing Hiro's secrets. Nothing huge or the type of thing that was hidden deep in the HPSC archives, but also nothing that the average person should be able to know. They were dotted over various social media sites, and would usually have been ignored as the sort of muckraking anti-fans usually invented to make heroes look less than heroic. But these had sources, financial reports, security footage, things that the average citizen shouldn't be able to access. Each post was from a different account, and Nizu was only able to link them due to the writing layout style and that all the accounts had only been used a single time and all were untraceable. That had caught the principal's interest. Even untraceable accounts were usually no match for him, but these he couldn't figure out for the life of him. There was also no obvious link. The poster chose heroes from different age groups, geographic locations, and with varying quirks and problems. So Nizu was trying to compile them all and organize them into date order, in the hope that this would shed some light. He was currently examining what he was almost certain was the earliest post-compilated security camera footage of a, now forcibly retired, hero named Oxman stealing from people he had either saved or attacked himself. So far Nizu had one clear understanding. Someone out there wanted to cause distrust in heroes. And they had the brains and resources to actually pull it off. Right? Is everyone ready for today? Tamura walked into the room and looked around at his assembled league with a sharp grin, one that he doubted could be seen past father. Honestly, when he had originally imagined his league of villains, he had pictured sharp suits and complete obedience, rather than the group of teenagers and immature adults, plus Kurogyri, that were sprawled in various places around the bar. But he couldn't deny their skill and loyalty, to Izuku, at least. He knew it was thanks to the other boy who was currently tapping away at speed on the laptop in front of him that the group even developed to more than a simple idea, and Tamura couldn't hate him for it. After all, Izuku had made sure that it was clear Tamura was in charge, and Izuku would just be there as a strategist. He walked over to the boy, tapping on the laptop when he was ignored. "Oh hey, what's up?" He barely glanced up from typing. "It's meeting time." "Already? Okay, just let me..." "And post." He dramatically clicked a button, before closing the laptop and spinning on his stool to face the room. "Another post?" "Yup, there's just so much corruption." Tamura was pleased by the disgust he could see in the other's expression. "You just can't leave things alone, can you?" He shook his head fondly. "Shut up, it's not like I can go out and help people out of situations." Izuku blushed. He had recently been grounded again after spraining his ankle while running away from several police officers. "So, you decided online situations were a good alternative?" Tamura teased. "All right, meeting time." Izuku shouted abruptly, changing the subject and making the others in the room jump. "Ugh, fine." Himiko dropped the playing card she had been holding, a winning hand. Her opponents noted, pleased the game was interrupted, as they packed the deck away. "So what's on the agenda today, boss man?" "Well, we've got someone who's possibly looking to join meeting us shortly. Thing is, this guy is good, so we need to not scare him off." "When have we ever scared anyone off? What about last time?" His finger was able to be stitched back on. "And the time before? I'll punch anyone who says my magnet looks stupid." His spine fractured. "Not my fault he couldn't take a hit. What I'm trying to say is, there's a track record. Which is usually fine. It's good to make people fear our power. But I want this guy on side." "Who is it?" "Atsuhiro Seiko, villain name, Mr. Compress. The thief. He's from a line of master thieves and has an excellent track record. Oh, he could be useful. Guys, best behavior." "You got it, Izuku. How's the search for Stain coming anyway?" "Well, I got a little distracted when looking for corrupt heroes he might target, but I'm still looking. If that's your a little distracted, I'm slightly scared you should put more effort into things." "That's enough. Compress will be here in a minute, and I want everyone in their positions." "Ugh, Tamura. If he does join, he's going to quickly realize that the members are completely chaotic, so why pretend?" "Magna, we've been over this." First impressions count, and it's better to slowly ease him into it. As Mr. Compress, Atsuhiro Seiko usually worked alone. There were fewer chances for mistakes and betrayal if you only relied on yourself. Plus, he preferred not to share the spotlight. So you may wonder why he was meeting with the intention of possibly joining a group, a league. He couldn't fault their dramatic naming. It had started with a protest. He had been investigating a certain hero's agency, having been employed to reclaim his client's belongings, although it was apparent that they had not originally belonged to said client, but, as those in the business say, finders keepers. The streets had been more crowded than he would have preferred, although would make good cover for his escape, but the crowd just became denser the closer he got to the front of the building. It took him far longer than it should, focused as he was, to realize that this was a protest against the hero. Confused, he had questioned the closest participant and had been directed to a blog post. The hero, famous for his charity, had been laundering the money and using the charity as a cover for drag dealing. Having thanked the participant and completed his mission, he had gone to contemplate what he had learned. It was extremely rare that heroes' corruption was revealed, and even more rare when these weren't quickly hushed up. So how had it got this far? Who was this master magician? Compress didn't usually spend much time online, but made up for that over the next few days, researching and discovering dozens of posts and articles on corrupt heroes. It seemed that whenever the posts were taken down, they were reposted somewhere else, but the one thing no one seemed to be able to tell was who the author was. It was driving Compress crazy. He was an excellent magician due to his never-ending drive to discover the tricks behind magic, and felt a terrible need to know how this had been achieved. He also felt an affinity for someone who stole information to attempt to fix the balance. After all, he was the grandson of a gentleman thief who stole from the rich to redistribute that wealth to the public. He had started frequenting a lower class of bar than he would usually, spreading his name and interest around, until finally he got a bite. No lesser an info broker than Jiren contacted him out of blue, saying that he was looking for the League of Villains, which led him to today and the unassuming door in front of him. He took a deep breath and opened it with a flourish. Time to put on a show. The first impression of the League made him want to give them acting lessons. Their casual leaning against various surfaces was obviously staged to make them look more impressive, and they were almost all children. Oh, well, he'd soon see if they were actually worth his time. Greetings. I am Mr. Compress, thief extraordinaire. It is a pleasure to greet the League of Villains. He gave a sweeping bow, directed at the one wearing, were those real hands? He was most likely to be in charge due to standing front and center. We are honored to have you meet with us. Kurojiri will get you a drink of whatever you would like. The guy needed practice. He sounded like he was reading a script. Compress was losing hope by the second. Thank you, whiskey, please. One was poured and placed on the bar. Compress went over and leaned against it with a show of casualness, holding the glass and swishing the liquid inside, not drinking. So, why do you want to join the League? The handman was obviously losing confidence when faced with silence. Straight into it then? A better script introduces the characters first. He's got you there, Tamura. A blonde girl burst into giggles, and Compress was sure he could see a blush under the hand. Hi, mister. I'm Toga Himiko, but you can call me Himi. Our leader is Hanzi over there. He's Shigaraki Tamura. Himiko. He coughed. My apologies. As she said, I am Shigaraki Tamura, the leader of this league. The others are Magna, Spinner, Twice and Izuku. He pointed at each as he said their names, finishing with a hooded boy who Compress hadn't noticed, despite having been closest to him. His experience allowed him not to start, but it was a close call. A pleasure. Now, you wish to know my motive for being here today? Well, I heard that you are the culprits of the recent hero exposes that are causing such a commotion in the streets. Curiously, they all turned to the boy called Izuku, who seemed to shrink into his hood. I wrote them. Are they really causing a commotion though? Compress was lost for words. This child seemed to be the youngest in the room. Was he really the magician? He tried to recover. Well, I would certainly call protests outside hero agencies a commotion. Did you write them all? This is what I've written so far. He lifted the lid of a laptop that Compress had not noticed and opened a document, turning the screen so the man could read it. There they were, the ones Compress had read plus a few more. This is impressive. Would you tell me why you started? This was the point on which Compress' decision would be made. Like everyone here, I've always been treated badly by society, but assumed it was my fault. I only recently realized how bad the situation is. It hurts more than it saves, and I want to change things however I can, even if there's not much I can do. But that's where the league steps in. Shigaraki had stepped closer and put a supportive hand on Izuku's shoulder, little finger lifted. We want to turn things on their head. Are you in? I'm in. It didn't take long for Compress to start debating whether he made the right decision. As though his agreement had broken a spell, the other members all started talking at once and questioning his views on things, although he wasn't sure he had a particular opinion on blood. As time, and several meetings with the League, went past, Compress noticed things. Tamura was supposedly the leader, and certainly the pushiest with his ideas, but whenever they had discussions, they would all look to Izuku. It was just glances and body language, easily missed if he happened to not be doing the same thing, but even Shigaraki seemed to silently check that Izuku agreed before deciding things. And the boy had such interesting ideas. Yes, despite the complete chaos that inevitably unfolded by the end of the meetings, Compress was glad he was here. With Izuku on board, he was sure they could achieve something great. Hey, Mr. Toga. Are you coming on Friday? Friday? I wasn't aware we had a meeting then. No, silly. Kurojire's hosting a watch party in his bar. Watching what? The UA Sports Festival. Izuku wants to analyze quirks and Tamura wants to laugh at baby heroes getting beaten up. Should be interesting. I shall be there. The bar was noisier than usual and more crowded than Izuku would usually have expected for a daytime opening. But today wasn't usual. Kurojire had agreed to his wish for a viewing party for the UA Sports Festival. He had mixed feelings about UA as a whole. Would he have been taking part if things had been different? No. Izuku knew that, no matter his childhood dreams, he would never have made it into the heroics department. He tried to ignore the pang in his chest at this thought and pay attention to the screen. Even if he had barely slept the previous night, consumed by what-ifs, he was still excited to see so many quirks in action. He settled in the seat that had been saved for him in the middle of the counter, between Himiko and Tamura, and gripped a blank notebook as he watched the students enter the grounds. He looked, but was gratified when he saw no sign of the explosive blonde he was searching for, despite being reasonably sure that Kakbakugo wouldn't be allowed in after his expose. Izuku still hadn't entirely counted on this happening. The first-place entrance examinee was called to the stage to open the festival, and Izuku watched as a boy with spiky red hair and sharp teeth began excitedly proclaiming how manly it was that so many people were here to support the students, and that he hoped everyone would show their manliness and do their best to win. A hero Izuku, recognized as Midnight, thanked the boy for his manly speech as he left the stage. Izuku giggled as he wondered about the boy's quirk, something animalistic possibly, due to the teeth? Oh, an obstacle course. Excellent, plenty of quirks likely to be shown off here. Tamura laughed and Izuku scribbled frantically as a wave of ice trapped the majority of the students, pausing slightly when he noticed a scarred figure sit up sharply at the sight and lean forward to glare menacingly at the screen. Maybe he was interested in quirks too? A shock of purple hair caught Izuku's attention. Shinso had made it in then. He silently cheered the boy who was being carried along by several other students. He hoped the boy with the villainous quirk would do well. Unsurprisingly, Ice Boy won by a landslide, although Izuku was pleased to see that Shinso and a pink-haired girl who used a jetpack, so cool, didn't do badly in the rankings. 10 million points seemed a bit harsh, but it didn't seem to stop people approaching the boy to team up. Guess that's what having a strong quirk means, Izuku thought bitterly, remembering never being picked for teams in PE, although it was worse when he was picked, as teamwork was used as an excuse for making him a target. It was fascinating to see how the teams used their quirks in tandem, some more effectively than others, and the aerial battle between Pink Girl's jetpacks and a team who were actually floating was really cool. Although judging by how nauseous one girl with brown bobbed hair looked, It would be a short battle. They weren't Izuku's favorite teams though, no. That honor went to a sneaky group who were avoiding aiming for the big points, and instead picking off the teams who did by, were two of them detaching their hands? It was weird that two people would have the same quirk though? Maybe not so weird? Izuku was brought back to his earlier thought as the individual battles commenced with the boy who gave a speech and could seemingly harden his skin, against a boy made of metal. Yeah, this would be a long and manly fight judging from what Izuku had seen of the two. It was still funny when they managed to knock each other out, resulting in a tie. Here was Shinso against the girl who had separated her hands in the cavalry battle. His dodging was good against the body parts she sent at him, and he seemed to be able to multitask, chattering away. Izuku was glad to see that the purple boy seemed to be less afraid of using his quirk now, and knew that it was over as soon as the girl's individually floating lips moved. She pulled herself together and walked out of bounds, much to the crowds and bar patrons' confusion. Tamura turned to Izuku to ask what he thought had happened, but Izuku decided not to tell him yet, as he thought it would be more interesting to see what Tamura thought after the boy appeared in more rounds. Next was a boy with a bird head. So cool. Izuku wondered what other bird characteristics he had, and how the shadow bird linked to the mutation, or if he had dual quirks. Was the shadow independent? Or have its own personality? The boy seemed to command the shadow, so perhaps they were individuals, or at least didn't share a brain or telepathic link. Izuku watched as the shadow grew and went to attack the boy who had split in the cavalry battle, but instead of splitting now he dived into the shadow. And now the shadow was attacking its owner until they rolled out of bounds, their blonde opponent separating just before they crossed the line. Izuku really wanted to meet this boy and discuss borrowing quirks. He recognized the darkness quirk from another student who had used it earlier in the obstacle course. Next was Floaty Girl versus a girl with vines for hair. Izuku was fascinated by the graceful way Floaty managed to avoid the vines. Thankfully for her, the other girl seemed to be blocking her own view with her hair, and favored heavy attacks, which caused enough dust that she didn't notice Floaty maneuver herself above the other, press her fingers together, and drop-kick her opponent, before dragging the stunned girl over the border. The next fight was Izuku's favorite. The boy with the speed quirk versus jetpack girl. On paper, it looked like a foregone conclusion, but the poor boy was used as advertisement for the girl, who was chaotic enough that, by the end of her talk, Izuku and Himiko had already discussed whether they could get away with adopting her. Sadly, Tamura overheard and, realizing quite how much more chaotic they had the possibility to be, forbade them from following through with their kidnapping plans. A pink girl with horns versus a boy with a skull-like face began with her skating over. Was that acid? Towards the boy who placed his hand on the ground. Her gliding was suddenly stopped when she seemed to trip and sink into the ground, trapped until the match was called to an end. Izuku filled up another 3 pages on the two of them, wishing he'd been able to see more of the quirks in action. A blonde boy with a black lightning bolt in his hair against a girl with a high ponytail ended quickly, if dramatically. As soon as they were told to start, the girl pulled a sheet from her stomach and covered herself, and the boy sent out bright sparks, before dazedly walking out of bounds. Izuku hummed, confused. Why would the boy send out so much electricity if it made him an immediate liability? But he was glad he would be able to see more of the girl's quirk. The last battle of the first round was the shortest, but most destructive yet. Izuku was unhappy that he couldn't see more from the boy with odd-shaped elbows, which seemed to shoot some sort of tape if the glimpses he had seen from previous rounds were correct, but was impressed by the sheer amount of ice that the red and white-haired boy produced, again, causing a response from the scarred man in the bar. Izuku was happy to see Shinso win again. He couldn't hear what was being said, but was pretty sure that the word, manly, would always get the redhead to respond. Blonde copy boy was back. Against Floaty Girl, who sensibly got out of the way of his giant hand. She wasn't floating yet, so Izuku wondered if she was reaching her limits, although it didn't stop her from using her quirk on the parts of the concrete that broke when the boy hit them. The strength must increase along with the size, and Izuku wondered if the quirk affected areas of the body other than the hands, or how many different sizes he could make. His hands? Still, he didn't think that he would be able to see the blonde in action again. He was making the same mistakes as Floaty's previous opponent, and obscuring his vision. Yep, She dived at him and pushed him out of bounds. Thankfully, she returned his gravity before he floated too high. Izuku wondered why they bothered fixing the stage, considering how much damage Ice Boy had done in his previous battle. He hoped Ponytail could last longer than Elbow Boy. She did. Making a flamethrower, Izuku and Himiko were disappointed that they couldn't have seen her battle against Jetpack Girl, and managing to melt most of the ice before it could consume her. It would have worked if the device had more fuel and the boy had less power, although Izuku was intrigued to notice that he seemed to be shivering slightly after the fight. Usually elemental quirks were well designed and protected their owner somewhat. The first battle of the semi-final was basically quirkless. Izuku was intrigued to see, although he supposed Floaty wanted to regain some of her strength for the final, and did still look a bit queasy. She also seemed fully aware of Shinsu's power, and was able to keep her mouth shut as the two fought hand-to-hand. Izuku could tell that neither of them had been learning for very long, but Floaty's superior muscles won out in the end. Izuku was disappointed. Maybe he would try and track down the other boy again, just to tell him how cool he looked? After all, he wanted to encourage heroes who weren't corrupt, and could imagine that Shinso would benefit the system, particularly as he knew how it could fail people. Unsurprisingly, Ice Boy won against Speed Boy, but not by using a glacier. The blue-haired boy's engines had started to glow stronger than before, some kind of special attack? But before he could move, the engines were encased in ice, and the culprit walked over and moved the other over the line. Something must have happened after Engine Boy left, as it wasn't long afterwards that it was announced that Shinso was in third place as Engine Boy. Ida had dropped out. Curious? But Izuku was happy for the purple boy. The final battle was quick and a little disappointing, with both contestants obviously not at their best. Ice Boy was definitely shivering but still managed a mini glacier, which trapped Floaty's legs before she could get out of the way. She conceded with an obviously forced smile. Izuku closed his notebook with a happy sigh as the medal ceremony began, although his mood dropped as he saw who was presenting the medals. He moved away from Tamura as the older started throwing popcorn at the screen, others joining in his booze. Somehow he ended up near the scarred man who was still staring at the screen, muttering, "He didn't use it." "Who didn't use what?" Izuku interrupted curiously, making the others start. "Oh, you're the kid who borrows quirks." "Yup, I'm Izuku. Do you like quirks too? I saw you staring at Ice Boy a lot. Is that who you're talking about?" The scarred man seemed to consider him before making a decision. "You don't have a good relationship with quirks, but, yeah, Ice Boy is who I was talking about." So what didn't he use?" "His fire." "Fire? Wait, you're saying he's even more powerful?" Izuku opened his notebook on autopilot. "Do you recognize his name?" Izuku forced himself to look at the screen again, where the winners' names were showing. Todoroki Shudo. Todoroki? Wait, is he related to Endeavor? Yup, his youngest son. And he has a fire power. Wait, so that's what the Flash was in the cavalry battle. And how he thawed Ida's engines. Yup, it's as powerful as his ice though. Wow, and he doesn't use it? Why? Isn't that the question? Wait, so how do you know this? Izuku turned to face the scarred man, only to see a blank space. The closing door of the bar told him where the other had gone. Well, looks like Izuku had something else to look into. Spinner came rushing into the games room with uncharacteristic excitement. "Have you heard the news?" He was practically bouncing in excitement, which told the others what this was about. Only one subject would excite the lizard man this much. About Stain attacking Ingenium? Yeah. So we can find him now, right? Izuku considered. He had been struggling to find Stain, as the murderer had been lying low for the last few months, and looked towards Tamura for advice. "Does this mean you can find him?" The older boy asked right back. "Well, considering that he has an MO of at least 4 hero kills per city, and the fact that he didn't murder Ingenium, yeah, I can try to find him if you want." "Do it." "Yes. This is so exciting." Oh, we get to meet Mr. Staney?" Himiko walked into the room, slurping at the straw that poked out of her favorite Mona the Vampire travel cup. Izuku had tracked it down online for her. "Well, it may take some time. He has a lot of practice hiding, so I think we may need to patrol Hosu, but also avoid the heroes who will be doing the same thing." I'll try to put together where we are likely to find him. Woo! She grabbed Spinner's arm and tried to make him spin with her. Please. Stop. Tamura rubbed at his growing headache with 2 fingers, before Himiko decided to grab him and try to make him join the spinning. Izuku ignored the curses and crashes behind him and turned back to his laptop. He would try to put together possible locations for Stain, and it wouldn't take long considering that he already had an extensive list of the man's habits. The main problem would be timing. It would be most effective to grab the killer while he was hunting, but he always staggered the time between attacks. Patrols and footwork would likely have to be the answer, especially considering the man's skill at avoiding security cameras. He would have a look later. For now, a different problem was causing him stress. Who was Endeavor? He knew the hero was dangerous to villains and civilians alike, and really didn't like the man himself. But before now he hadn't attacked the number 2 hero for 2 reasons. It would cause a lot more attention to be thrown at his postings, and while he was pretty sure his security measures would hold up, he didn't really want to test that, and because, apart from the obvious public information, he hadn't found anything suspicious. Which, now he thought about it, was suspicious in itself. Todoroki Enji. When he researched him, the main results were all about his hero work and captures, a surprisingly small amount of charity work for a top hero, and public appearances, often beside his son Shudo. Shudo. Izuku recalled the scarred man, who according to Kurogiri was named Dabi, calling him Endeavor's youngest son, which implied more children. But where were they? The only photo he could find was old, from an article reporting Todoroki Rei's incarceration in an unnamed mental institution, and wasn't that a red flag, considering the lack of information or publicity the event received? But whenever Izuku tried diving deeper into the net, he was met with impenetrable digital walls. His hacking skills had improved to the point where he could get past most firewalls, but in certain cases they weren't yet good enough, especially when it was something the HPSC was deliberately trying to hide. He would love to get hold of their files. Izuku didn't know if it was a side effect of his quirk, but he absolutely hated not being able to satisfy his curiosity. Still, might as well do something with the information he was able to get hold of. Izuku cracked his fingers and started typing rapidly, putting together a comparison report of the top 50 heroes and several villains, and how Endeavor's casualties and property damage as well as unheroic attitude placed him at the most dangerous end of this. He pressed post and sighed. You okay there, Aizu? Yeah, thanks Himiko, just stressed. Oh? Wanna come help us beat Tamura at cards? But I'm not losing. Sure. She laid down a winning hand as Tamura scowled. Nah, I'm not in the mood, thanks though. Well, what about sparring, or quirk experiments? They always cheer you up. Spinner was trying to keep his still existing excitement from creeping out, although kept tapping his toe, causing Tamura to threaten to decay it. Actually, I'll see you guys in a bit. Izuku slid off his seat and headed out, calling for Kurogiri. The others looked at each other. Well, at least he's cheered up a bit? He was met by nods as they started a new game. Hey Doc. Izuku slid into the lab on socked feet. Izuku. We've talked about lab safety, Garaki sighed, rubbing his eyes. Yeah, I just couldn't resist. You always have such shiny floors, Izuku explained, pulling on a spare pair of red trainers he kept with the lab coats. This, for hygiene. How about I promise not to slide any further than the doorway? Fine, Garaki could identify a fight he wouldn't win. Now why are you here? You didn't miss me? Izuku pouted, spinning on a chair now. Garaki was convinced the boy had made a hobby of tormenting him, but couldn't deny that he had good ideas. No. Well, it's a good job I didn't come to chat then. How's our project going? Come and see. Garaki pulled up a file on the computer, and Izuku rolled closer. So that was a miss. What are we missing? Well, as you can see, the experiment began to evolve the pertinent tissue somewhat, causing changes in the quirk, but we are no closer into discovering how to devolve the quirk, Izuku sighed. I can obtain quirkless human samples. It may be better to work on these? We've talked about this, only if the volunteers are willing. Of course, Garaki agreed quickly. They had been working together on creating a temporary quirk eraser for a while. Garaki had been surprised when Izuku had first approached him, as he hadn't felt that any bonding had occurred when they first met. There was still a gap between the two, mostly caused by a disagreement about whether scientific advancements should be made at any cost, especially human experimentation. But they generally worked quite well together, particularly when Izuku had approached with the current experiment they were working on, inspired by something he had read and the effect his quirk had on the people he only borrowed quirks from. When Garaki had asked him why he was so interested, Izuku's only answer had been a shrug and that he was simply interested in whether he could achieve it, which Garaki could fully support. Izuku had never intended to take Garaki up on his offer to work in the lab. But he realized that this was going to be the only way to find out more about the Nomu, which he still wasn't entirely sure how he felt about. When he had been allowed to visit them, he had felt a mixture of disgust, pity, and wrongness. The fact that he could sense the quirks mixing inside the creatures meant that he could tell that they were distorted and grotesque, melding together like solid sludge, rather than the perfect spheres he sensed inside Hisashi and himself. Plus, he couldn't stop being aware that they were originally human with the way that the sludge clung to a particular quirk that was obviously the original. He knew he couldn't stop Garaki and Hisashi creating the grotesque things. After all, they were useful and fascinating if you only looked at the end product, but maybe he could distract the doctor? And he had been thinking about ways to hide his quirk, and the best way to hide something was in a crowd. So if he was able to equip specific others with the ability to temporarily take quirks. But it wasn't going so well, unfortunately. Maybe he'd see if Spinner would help him find some willing volunteers. Now he just needed to find a way to provide an excuse so that he can start actually using his stolen quirks without worry. Hey Doc. What do you think about seeing if we can temporarily inject additional quirks? Without making Garaki looked up. Keep talking. And so a new project was born. Chapter text. Todoroki Shudo was in a bad mood. Not that anyone would be able to tell, considering how unemotional he had trained his face to be. And those that did notice would likely put it down to him inheriting his father's bad attitude. He sighed as he watched Endeavor shout at the poor PR intern, the only one who could be bullied into informing the hero of his falling popularity in the wake of a report which had appeared online, highlighting exactly how terrible he was at heroic acts. They should have asked Shudo. He could have told them that years ago. It was nice that people were finally starting to question his father, and Shudo would love to meet the person who published the report, but he wished it had happened at a different time. His father hadn't allowed him to intern with a different hero, and had been training him extra hard recently, partly to work off his frustrations about his declining popularity, and partly because of his anger that Shudo still refused to use his fire. Not that he had needed it to win the sports festival. He had made the mistake of pointing this out once, and still ached from the bruises he received in training that day. Shudo! He tried to hide his flinch, noticing the hero had finished with his meeting and the thankfully unsinged intern had made their escape. You know that is not how an intern should act. You should use full sentences to show respect to your superior. Shudo nodded, not trusting himself to speak in case he let his thoughts slip. I shall have to repeat the lesson in manners later. For now, we are going to patrol, and you are going to use your fire to bring down a criminal. Wasn't that a bit too dangerous? After all, even if he did decide to use his left side, he wasn't trained to have the control not to hurt someone. Not that he thought that was a particular concern of his father's. He kept his mouth shut as usual, and reluctantly followed the flame user out of the building. It wasn't Endeavor's usual agency, but one of the smaller outposts stationed in Hosu. Shudo really wondered why an intern was being brought along on the search for a killer whose biggest target really should be the number 2, if he was going after those who didn't deserve to be called heroes. Then he remembered the size of his father's ego, and wondered no more. Shudo, are you listening? Yes, he wasn't. And another way to be a better hero is, he tuned out again. It was just like every other patrol. His father overpowered any petty criminals they saw, leaving them with more injuries than they needed in order to show his superiority. Shudo was interested to see the dirty looks that the attending medics threw toward the man. They were about halfway done when a crowd approached, some clutching notebooks. He knew Endeavor would usually ignore them, but also remembered that the PR department had recommended more positive interaction with the public, so wasn't too surprised when the hero reluctantly slowed. Wow! You're no hero. You're so cool. Or maybe I should say hot. Thanks. Murderer. Oh, two of those were not like the others. Suddenly the crowd seemed to get louder, yelling over each other and arguing. Shudo saw an opportunity when his father had to move in to break up a fist fight, and slipped away. He'd had enough for one day. Izuku had been patrolling the alleyways, trying to get a feel for the layout of the area, and hopefully some clues for where Stain would be likely to strike next. He heard a commotion and went to investigate. Seeing a certain flaming a-hole, he decided it would be best to stay out of sight, not wanting a repeat of the night he got grounded for the first time. After all, the hoodie he was wearing was one of his favorites, but didn't have protection against fire. He slunk back into the warren of side streets. Shudo could admit that maybe wandering into the outskirts of an unfamiliar city with no sense of direction wasn't his best idea. His phone was also struggling to pick up a signal for the Maps app. He had been wandering for a while now in what he was sure was actually a maze, and rounded a corner while staring at his phone, held high in the air in hopes of picking up a signal, when suddenly he found himself knocked onto his backside. Looking up, he noticed that it was another person he had bumped into. A shorter boy was also on the ground, hood displaced and revealing a head of curly gray undercut hair over deep red-brown eyes, and freckles that just peeked over the edge of a face mask. They said simultaneously, before a crashing and familiar shouts met their ears. Shudo should probably have been relieved to know that he was no longer lost, but hadn't wanted to meet his father again before getting back to the agency and other people. The shorter boy seemed to see his panic, as he held out a hand to help Shudo up after getting to his feet. He took it, but the boy didn't let go after he was off the ground, and found himself being pulled along. This way. He decided to trust his new companion and let himself be guided. They stopped when the shouts were no longer audible, and Shudo was surprised to see that the boy wasn't out of breath. Maybe he also had hero training? He racked his brains to see if the boy reminded him of any heroes. We should be safe here. Why did you kidnap me? Kidnap? You looked like you wanted to get away from the flaming a-hole too. Shudo surprised himself with the snort of laughter that left him, and was pleased to note an answering grin behind the mask. Yeah, thank you. But most people wouldn't think like that. But because you're his son. So he had been recognized. Yeah. So why'd you do it? The other shrugged. Like I said, you looked like you wanted away from him too. Anyway, I saw you at the sports festival and wanted to ask you something. What? Shudo was getting a bad feeling about this. You have fire, right? So, why didn't you use it? Bye. He turned to go. Wait, sorry, you were lost, right? I'll help you get back to the agency or wherever. What makes you think I'm lost? That way's a complete dead end. Oh. Yeah, come on. Shudo decided to follow the boy warily. He really didn't want to talk about his fire, but then again, this boy had helped him, and seemed to dislike Endeavor. They had been walking for a few minutes before he broke the silence. I won't use his power. His power? What? He paused, about to tell the boy his story, but Shudo hadn't told this to anyone before, and it wasn't like he had any proof. He opened his mouth to try again. He's a bad father. I'm not surprised. Would you tell me more about it? I could find barely anything on his home life. I need more evidence. The boy muttered the end of the sentence in a low voice that Shudo didn't catch. HM? And you probably wouldn't believe me if I told you he hurt our family. I do believe you, but if you don't feel comfortable telling me, look, what kind of hero do you want to be? Shudo stared, surprised at the sudden change in subject. Well, I haven't really thought about it. I was just always expected to be one, but I guess I want to be someone not like Endeavor, and it would be nice to stop people like him. The other nodded firmly, having seemingly made a decision. Todoroki? Or would you prefer Shudo? Shudo is better. Okay, Shudo, can I try something? He nodded, intrigued, and the boy put a hand on his arm. Suddenly, he felt empty, like a piece of him was gone, but as soon as the touch was replicated, it was back. What was that? He gasped. Sorry, it's just, shall we say, read quirks by borrowing them? And well, yours is just one quirk. Huh. Well, you called it his power, But I couldn't borrow just your flames or just your ice. It's one power and it's entirely yours. Plus, it's designed to balance itself. You could really hurt your health if you only use the ice part. Shudo stared at him but couldn't think of what to say. Ah, here we are. Just go left at the end of this street and you should be able to see the agency. See you around, Shudo. By the time he looked back at the boy, there was only an empty street. Time to face the music for his disappearance and reorganize his entire mindset. Izuku had meant to take Shudo closer to the agency. He had been following the other boy for a little while before deliberately bumping into him, and was very worried about his sense of direction. Still, he had gotten a lot out of their conversation and knew two new things for definite. Ice and fire was an incredibly complex and powerful quirk that he would have loved to keep if Shudo wasn't a good person, and that endeavor really needed to be brought low. Still, that was a plan for the future. The man was nearly as protected by All Might as the HPSC, and Izuku wasn't quite ready to make a deliberate enemy of them yet. He also needed to gather more concrete evidence. Anyway, back to why he had abandoned Shudo. He had noticed someone creeping around and decided to follow them, which he had managed for a few minutes before losing his quarry. Sighing, Izuku prepared to contact Kurogiri for a warp back, when he felt something cold touch his throat. Why are you following me? Stain, I presume? Once the vigilante Stendhal, now hero killer. You know me. I was looking for you. Do you have a death wish or something? The blade came closer, slightly biting his skin. Before Izuku could either get his throat cut or get out of the situation, both found themselves forced apart by the floor disappearing. They dropped into a familiar bar through the ceiling, and Izuku was pleased that he barely stumbled upon landing. Stain, of course, had landed perfectly. Izuku, why did you not call me when you first spotted him? Because I guessed you would be watching? Plus, I wanted to be sure before calling for a ride. Who are you people? At least Stain hadn't attacked immediately. I'm Shigaraki Tamura, leader of the League of Villains, and I want to extend an invitation to our group. I work alone. You hate heroes, right? Well, so do we. I will purge this world of fake heroes. Why would I work with villains? All heroes are fakes. We could help you bring them down with our resources. Stain-eyed Kurogiri with eyes full of possibilities. Most are fakes, I suppose. After all, All Might is the only true hero I have discovered, Izuku groaned, guessing what would happen next. He was glad that they had decided to keep the first meeting to just him, Tamura and Kurogiri. All Might is the worst of them all and deserves to die. He is the only one who acts truly heroic. The two ran at each other, Tamura with his hands out, and Stain with his katana unsheathed. Kurogiri sent out warps, directing hands and weapons to a safe distance. Izuku stepped forward and tapped both men's arms. I've just borrowed your quirks and will give them back at the end of the discussion. Stain, we have our own reasons for disliking All Might, but would still like to work with you. Why? We obviously have different aims. Stain seemed to have been shocked out of his anger by Izuku's actions, and he and Tamura moved apart from each other. Because society needs to change, and you are a voice people listen to. Pretty words, but why do I need your help? We have resources and more people to spread the word. And what if my word is that more people should be like All Might? Izuku could tell this was a test, but Tamura interrupted. No. If I get the chance, I'm destroying that man. Then I think this meeting is over. I will have my quirk back and transport back to Hosu. He moved faster than they had seen, and once more his katana was at Izuku's throat. Izuku tapped his arm, returning the quirk, and Kurogiri opened a portal. Once the warp was closed, Stain on the other side, Izuku returned decay and sank onto the floor, groaning with his head in his hands. Tamura, we don't need that all-might-loving freak. And we're going to prove it. Bakugo Katsuki realized he officially counted as a vigilante, but somehow couldn't bring himself to care. All he knew was that going out at night and fighting bad guys was the only thing that made him happy nowadays. He sat through his classes, and couldn't believe he had ended up in a normal high school with barely even a satisfactory amount of gym equipment. He tried not to think about it. The only benefit of the school was its location, far away from UA, so he hardly ever glimpsed the uniforms of the class he always thought he was meant to be part of. Their loss anyway. If he had been there when they were attacked by villains, he would have been a great asset, what with his fighting experience and quirk control. He wondered what his thought process would have been even a few months ago. Probably that he could have taken them all single-handed. Well, he had learned his lesson about that the hard way. He had only been actively looking for trouble for a few weeks when he decided to face off against a drag dealer who turned out to not be as alone as he appeared. That had been the first time he had used his quirk, and the first time he ended up with a broken bone, but it hadn't been the last time either had happened. He thought that the doctor with the bone-fixing quirk would soon make good on her threat to wrap him in cotton wool if he wasn't careful. His parents just thought that he was getting more injured because his opponents were bigger. They had long since got used to him coming home from school with bruises and black eyes. He felt slightly bad about the disappointed look they gave him every time he explained that he needed a lift to the hospital though. But not enough to stop. He was grateful to them for supporting his dream to be a hero when he was a kid, signing him up for various fighting classes, although he never stuck to them for long due to a hatred of losing and being told what to do, and supervising him as he worked out in the gym, as he had been too young to be there alone. The fact that he had practiced with his quirk enough to have excellent control over it, and that he was generally more powerful than those around him, had made him think he was a lot more skilled than he actually was. It hadn't taken him long to realize that he had actually been extremely lucky in his first few patrols, only meeting those whose main skill was caused by desperation and the fact that they underestimated him. Still, he had learnt from experience and a range of opponents in the months since, and was proud of his growth. He also enjoyed feeling like a hero. Katsuki ignored the intrusive thoughts telling him that of course being a technical villain was the closest to a hero he would ever get. He shook his head to clear it. He really shouldn't get lost in his thoughts in an unfamiliar location, especially considering the amount of trouble he would get in if his parents realized that he had snuck out. But he had been struggling not to snap for the past several days. His parents had brought him along to stay with his dad's cousin and her family, and they had finally run out of old stories and were catching up on recent events. And while nothing negative had been said about Katsuki in his hearing, they kept sending him looks and making it obvious that they were avoiding the subject. He needed to vent his frustration somewhere where he wouldn't be judged, resulting in sneaking out after his second cousins had fallen asleep, and leading him to where he was now, roaming the streets of Hosu. Izuku was annoyed at Tamura. The older teen had seemed to take it personally that Stain hadn't wanted to join the group, although didn't see his part in this result, instead blaming it on the man thinking he was superior to the league. Still, maybe it was for the best that the killer hadn't joined? There's no way that someone that fanatical would have been a team player. After all, working with others requires compromise, and he doubted that both Tamura and Stain would have survived a team-up. Although he would have been an excellent person to have as an independent contractor, maybe that could still work? Izuku was careful not to voice his opinions, especially around Himiko and Spinner. The two, especially the latter, were devastated that the hero killer had been to the bar and they had missed him, and had cried for longer than Izuku had thought possible for someone who wasn't him. Tamura and Izuku had a silent agreement not to give them the full story of the meeting, both hoping, for different reasons, to be able to get the man back on side. But Izuku wasn't convinced by this plan. Releasing the Nomu in the place they knew Stain was hunting was something that Tamura was sure would prove to him that the League could cause more damage to heroes, and therefore cause the killer to beg to join them and admit all might was bad, whereas Izuku was surer that it would increase the differences between the two groups, and possibly mean Stain's prey got away. At least Tamura was coming up with plans that were less likely to cause his downfall. Izuku had listened to what the older boy intended, and, after extracting a promise that Tamura wouldn't get directly involved while the Nomu rampaged, had left him to it and refused to get involved. The hero killer stalked his prey. In a lab in Mizudafu, a purple warp gate opened and dropped 3 genetically engineered weapons on an unsuspecting city. This caused a commotion, which allowed a vengeful hero student to escape his mentor. Well, Hosu definitely has more of a nightlife than Mizudafu, thought Katsuki, as he ran from the flickering fire that was rapidly growing out of control. Apparently he had gone the wrong way. He emerged into a battleground in which several heroes, including Endeavor, were fighting nightmarish monsters. Watch out! Katsuki didn't react quickly enough. Feeling claws scrape the top of his shoulder and lift him, He looked up into a nightmare with wings, barely hearing the screams and shouts from below as he was carried away from the battle. Katsuki had just realized he couldn't use his explosions unless he wanted to be dropped and likely break an ankle or head straight into a wall from this height, when the choice was taken out of his hands as the shoulder of his hoodie finally ripped from where it was pinched by the creature's claws. Katsuki fell as the monster screamed. As soon as the hooded figure dropped, a stream of flame enveloped the Nomu. Unfortunately, this was not enough to finish it off, as the distance was too great, but it did begin to flap away, wings crumbling as it went. Endeavor turned back to the muscular black monster, which was proving far tougher. He weighed up the situation. Someone had to check on the civilian who had fallen, but the heroes were all needed here. Judging from where the figure had fallen, they were likely in no immediate danger from fire or Nomu, and it hadn't been high enough to kill, but they may require assistance, and someone who could get them through the danger area. His eyes roved over the assembled group and made a decision. Shudo, go after the civilian and call in if there are any problems. His son seemed to hesitate before nodding and running off in the direction the Nomu had flown. Katsuki had expected more pain, but while he had definitely landed on something solid, it was softer than the pavement, and smoother, he realized as he ran his hand over it. He opened his eyes, having shut them as he fell, to realize that he was stroking a stranger's armor-covered chest. He realized that it hadn't been him who had knocked the stranger over as he heard a sound and looked up to see a face that he couldn't have forgotten if he tried. After all, how many strangers do you meet who carry a katana and are missing a nose? Hi. He couldn't blame them for the incredulous looks they sent his way. It was then that he noticed that the aforementioned katana wasn't sheathed and was painted red at the end. Get out of here, child, you do not want to get involved. I'm not a child. And if I can take this guy with me, then fine, I'll go. Katsuki had no idea what he was saying, but was really not ready to let someone die when he could stop it, and that shoulder wound looked painful. How thin was that armor? Even Katsuki's weight had put a dent in it. Go away. This has nothing to do with you. Nah, since I dropped in, I need to make up for breaking your cosplay. See cosplay? Katsuki ignored the spluttering, using this opportunity to glance around the alley and seeing another prone figure. He suddenly remembered something he had seen on the news about a hero killer and realized that this was probably more dangerous than his flight on Monster Air. This is your last chance. Little Ingenium over there already proved to be a fake hero by coming for revenge, so he cannot leave with you lest he infect society further. So that's who the cosplayer was supposed to be then. So, if I leave you're going to kill Tinfoil here? Tinfoil? You seriously need to use better materials in your costume. Now shut up and get out of here yourself. He will be paralyzed until I release him from my quirk. Now leave. Katsuki turned to face the alley's exit, before spinning back, leading with a fist, which Stain avoided, although the accompanying explosion caught his face slightly. Katsuki jumped back as the katana swept towards him, but couldn't avoid the knife that followed and buried into his shoulder that the monster hadn't grabbed. Sheet! He gritted his teeth in pain, but didn't pull the blade out, remembering something about how there was more chance of death if they were removed. It was a weird feeling though. He tried to ignore the pain, bringing up his hands and sending twin blasts toward the murderer, who moved to the side faster than Katsuki could follow. He moved to the side trying to aim another explosion, when he felt something bite deep into his wrist. If he hadn't moved, he was sure he would have lost a hand. He waited for the follow-up attack while gripping his wrist in pain, hating the wet stickiness beneath his hand, only to see that the hero killer had stopped and was moving the blade to his mouth with a sickly grin. I'm sorry about this, but as you won't leave, I needed to disarm you before finishing my work. Fire burst down the alley, Stain narrowly jumping out of the way. Katsuki looked up to see a boy with wide eyes and split-color hair. Go get help, he yelled. I called it in. The boy took a few steps further into the alley, taking in the situation. Wait, you're Stain? And he took one step back, flinging up an arm to protect himself just in time to catch two throwing knives in it before a wall of ice caught a further three. He dodged forward, sending ice out in waves to try and catch, or at least distract, the killer. What's going on? Hero Killer's quirk did something to these two and they can't move, Katsuki spat out through teeth gritted in pain. The new boy glanced at the paralyzed figures. Ida. Todoroki, get yourself and the civilian out of here. This isn't your fight. Yeah, 'cause you were doing such a swell job before now. Katsuki was getting fed up of the angry cosplayer. At least that should shut him up. I have to insist? Okay, maybe not. Katsuki tuned him out before turning to the newcomer. Okay, half and half, you called this in? Well, not this precise situation, but heroes will be coming. He glanced around, seemingly trying to think of another option, before sighing, can you fight? Yeah, I can explode nitroglycerin from my palms. Left wrist's a bit effed up, but I can still use my right. You've got ice and fire, right? Yes. But I didn't use my fire until someone made me realize something very recently, so it could go out of control easily. But that may still be our best defense. You shot an uncontrolled flame at me? Now's not really the time. I'm a hero student, so I'll take the lead, but we should try and occupy him until the heroes arrive, or at least keep him away from the injured. The other injured, he finished, looking at his and Katsuki's arms. Katsuki gritted his teeth. Of course the guy thought he should be in charge just because lucky circumstances meant he could get into a hero course. He pulled his hoodie off and began to wrap his bleeding wrist, avoiding wiping his blood-stained hand in order to not get rid of any sweat. He realized that, despite half-and-half's ice, the killer should have been able to get closer to them and looked around, running at the other fallen figure while yelling over his shoulder, "Cover me!" Stain whirled, distracted from where he was about to try and finish off the man, and was forced to take a blast to the shoulder unless he wanted a face full of flames. Katsuki was going to kill the other boy if he got burnt by the unpracticed quirk. He started dragging the unconscious man, struggling even with his vigilante-honed strength, and made it back to the others, ducking low under the streams of ice and fire that the other boy was sending at the man to keep him busy. Katsuki suddenly felt heavy and dropped, unable to move. What's going? The three boys looked up to see Stain liking the spot where Katsuki had blasted him and left a bloody handprint alongside the burn. It's blood that causes paralysis? Ida was in tears now. Please, I can't have you die because of me. Ida. Shut up. We're not doing this because of you and we're not going to die. If you want to help, stop blubbering and get up. It was almost like the boy's voice worked as a quirk, as this seemed to be the catalyst for the paralysis to end for the blue-haired boy. He nodded at Todoroki and watched as he ran forward with a shield of ice. Katsuki noticed something that looked like engines pointing out of the knot armor when they started glowing blue. It was the work of a moment. An ice-fueled punch collided at the same time at a high-powered leg, and the hero killer dropped. The air was still, as all three boys held their breath in case of a trick. It was broken by a miming noise coming from the unfamiliar man. It was only a few minutes before Katsuki could move again, thankfully, and by that time the others had removed all Stain's weapons and tied him up with some of Katsuki's zip ties. He ignored questions about why he had them in the first place. It was only as they exited the alley, Katsuki in an embarrassing bridal carry by the man, who was apparently a hero called Native, that the heroes Todoroki had contacted arrived, looking shocked at the group. Shudo, I thought you said it was an alley fight. It was. Just against the hero killer. The flame hero's eyes widened as he saw the tied-up figure. Yeah, anyway, where's the ambulance? We all got a bit stabbed. It's on its way, murmured a dumbfounded sidekick who was holding a phone. Good, mumbled Katsuki, finally giving into the unconsciousness that had been calling him since the end of the fight. Katsuki woke up to an argument. Shouldn't have gotten involved. Well, why did you go and try and get yourself killed? That wasn't my intention. Shut up. Katsuki interrupted, his head starting to hurt. He sat up, wincing when he tried to put weight on his left wrist, seeing that the other residents of the room were the two teens who had been in the alley with him. I must thank you for your assistance. And apologize for the trouble. The blue-haired boy seemed to be trying to fold himself in half with the bow he gave Katsuki. What were you doing there anyway? My brother is Ingenium. He was attacked by the hero killer and now he will never walk again. I wish to get my revenge. So you went after someone who is known to be able to kill fully trained, powerful heroes without any backup? He looked incredulously at the other boy, who had the sense to look ashamed. Oh yeah. I let my emotions get the better of me. You're a dumbass. Did you want to die? Of course not. How can I graduate to be a hero if I die? So you're a hero student too? Yes. Ida Tenya of UA High School, Class 1A. I'm Bakugo Katsuki. Todoroki Shudo, chimed the third boy, who had just been watching, and who seemed to be wearing the fewest bandages. So, what happens now? Katsuki was starting to realize quite how much trouble he could end up in, and wondered if it would be possible to sneak out, probably not, if the pain in his wrist and shoulders was any indication. The doctors examined us already, but I think that the police were waiting for you to wake up before talking to us. So we can get out of here after that? Well, I can leave tomorrow, because my injuries weren't too deep and the knives didn't hit anything important. Ida, I will be here longer so they can keep an eye on my arm. Apparently I am likely to lose some of the fine motor functions in my hand without surgery. So when's your surgery happening? Katsuki was starting to think he wouldn't be getting out of here soon, but hoped he wouldn't have to spend too much more time stuck with Ida. I have declined it. It will serve as a reminder of my mistake. You really are a dumbass. Why do you keep calling me that? Because it's true. Anyway, considering that you're lucky enough to have the chance to be a hero, how are you going to do your best when you won't allow an easy fix to enable you to do your best? Do you think having a damaged hand is going to make your brother's legs better? He tried not to let too much bitterness show. I guess I didn't see it that way. I will think about it. The room fell silent until a nurse put her head around the door. Why did no one let us know he was awake? She berated, moving over to Katsuki and beginning to check him over and asking him questions about the pain. Okay, well the doctor needs to speak to you to give a report on your injuries. I'll be back in a moment and take you to her. She bustled off, returning a few minutes later with a wheelchair and helped Katsuki into it. As they were moving out of the door, she turned back to the other residents. Oh, the police and some heroes will be in a moment to talk to you. Why aren't I being talked to with them? Katsuki asked, as they moved down the corridor. HM? I guess because they're hero students so we're working under different circumstances? I'm not sure, but I know that they wanted to speak to you separately. For now, the doctor and your parents are waiting. My parents? They had reached a door labeled Dr. Sway. The nurse knocked and opened it. I've brought Bakugo Katsuki, doctor. She wheeled him in. Katsuki, what were you thinking? He could hear the tears in Mitsuki's voice as she grabbed him. He hissed in pain as she bumped his shoulder, and she backed off reluctantly. Please, take a seat. She waited until they were settled before continuing. Katsuki, my name is Dr. Sway. We need to talk about your injuries, and then the police have asked to speak to you separately. Of course, as a minor, your parents will be with you during both talks. What if I don't want them there? Katsuki. Well, it is inadvisable but your choice. However, I would like them here while I talk about your medical issues, as they will be looking after you. They have also been given an overview of the situation. Funny, he shrugged. Your injuries consisted of shallow claw lacerations in your right shoulder, a knife wound in your left shoulder, and an extremely deep cut into your left wrist. The claw lacerations and knife wound were easily closed with quirks that we have among the staff, neither thankfully hitting anything that could cause lasting damage, although we did need to give you antibiotics due to worry about possible infection. The tenderness should be gone in a few days. The problem lies in your wrist. Although we were able to reconnect everything, the blade managed to damage your quirk's sparking mechanism in a way that we weren't able to completely fix. This means that you will not be able to use your quirk in that hand, and if you do try to set it off, it is likely the wound will reopen, and probably in a way that we will not be able to fix. You could even lose your hand. She said this matter-of-factly, as though she hadn't just changed Katsuki's world. He hadn't realized that he was gripping his mother's hand until he became aware that his fingers were starting to deaden from her gripping it back. And there's nothing you can do? I'm afraid not. The doctor nodded sadly. Your other wrist will be fine, and as long as you don't go into a career where you need to use your quirk in both wrists, it shouldn't affect your life at all. Now, we would like you to stay in for the next few days in order to finish the course of antibiotics and ensure that everything has healed up nicely. They nodded as a knock was heard, and the same nurse as before popped her head in. The police are ready for him if you're done? Very well. If any of you have any further questions, please let me know. A short while before, Tsukachi Naomasa looked down at the familiar face showing on his laptop and sighed. He should be happy that one part of his vigilante problem had been solved, but would have preferred that it not have happened while the boy was helping to take down a serial killer. We definitely sure it's him? Aizawa interrupted his thoughts. The two of them were on their way to Hosu with Aizawa driving, having been called in partly due to Aizawa's students being involved, and partly due to the vigilante link. Yeah, the starburst scars where Bakugo managed a direct hit on Stain matched those of the villains that were brought in by the explosion vigilante. Reckon he could give us any leads on the erasure vigilante? Hopefully, or at least help us narrow down which of the quirkless altercations were him so we can gather some leads on the other 1-inch. So what are his options? Nothing good. The kid has a criminal record already, and has used his quirk to hurt people, even if it was in order to save others. He could try arguing self-defense, but the hero killer? Yeah, we have no idea how he managed to release that statement, but now it's public knowledge that a vigilante was involved, one that Stain approves of, even if his name wasn't released, and how we deal with him will affect how people react. So he's likely to be made an example of? Unfortunately, it's a shame for someone so young. Aizawa's phone rang, and he pulled it out of his pocket and dropped it into Naomasa's lap, who looked at the screen. It's Nizu. This can't be anything good, put it on speaker. He did so. Aizawa? Came the tinny voice. Tsukachi's here too. We're on our way to Hosu. To interview Bakugo Katsuki, correct? How do you know? You know what, I'm not going to ask, the Chimera chuckled. Usually I'd give a cryptic answer to that, but in fact it is because I just got off the phone with the Hero Commission. And? They're pulling rank, Aizawa groaned at Nizu's annoyed explanation. So what has this got to do with Bakugo? Do you remember the Vigilante Rehabilitation Program? That really old idea that hasn't been used for years? You can't mean. Indeed. But the kid's got a criminal record? He wouldn't be able to get into the hero course anyway. I'm not happy about this either. I also viewed the evidence that was released about his original conviction, and it goes against all my ideals to allow someone who would treat their peer with such cruelty into my school. Perhaps he's changed? The boy I interviewed after Midoriya's suicide would have been someone unlikely to become a vigilante, and certainly would have got himself killed going after Stain, Naomasa interjected. We can only hope. So why are they so eager? Tsukachi and I were just discussing this, and it would make more sense for them to show him as an example for those who follow Stain's ideals. They want someone with such a powerful quirk to owe them, and unfortunately, anyone under the program needs to report to the commission even after becoming a hero. There's also the fact that so many people support Stain's ideals, so if this proves to be a positive move they can take credit, whereas if the result is negative, it falls on you. And not that they said any of this in so many words. And if the kid says no? I doubt the HPSC will go easy on someone who turns them down. There was silence as the three mulled this over. We're nearly there. Okay, I'll email over the program documents. Please also make sure that everyone involved is aware that Bakugo's name is not to be revealed anywhere, for his safety most of all. Of course, I'll call when we're done. Nizu hung up as Aizawa pulled into the hospital car park. Katsuki couldn't believe what he had been offered. Of course he had accepted. The stupid detective from Diz before had made it clear that there wasn't really another option, at least if he didn't fancy going to jail. Not that he'd have turned it down anyway, he wanted to be a hero, even if he wasn't sure how effective he would be with only one side of his quirk working, and that would take a lot of getting used to. The only good result of it was that his mum had decided that it was punishment enough, and had decided not to ground him for this. He had been interested to learn that there was another young vigilante running around dressed the same though. He wondered if they had ever unknowingly crossed paths, as from the list of vigilante activity he had been asked to help identify, it seemed as though their patrol grounds overlapped a fair bit. Maybe if they were caught he would meet them at UA? On the other hand, if the people he would meet at UA were anything like the two he was stuck sharing a room with, prison might be the better option. The hobo hero had just left after lecturing them and getting them all to sign NDA forms about being involved. Apparently it wouldn't be publicized that he was the vigilante who assisted Endeavor in the takedown. Todoroki seemed weirdly annoyed that his dad was getting the credit. Maybe he wanted the attention instead. So now Ida was looking sorry for himself, and reacted by trying to lecture Katsuki about the rules that he would have to follow at UA. He seemed to realize how hypocritical it would be to lecture him about being a vigilante. Todoroki, on the other hand, had briefly complained to Katsuki about the dog-headed chief of police, and then began staring at him silently. It was beginning to get on his nerves. What is it half and half? He interrupted Ida. Are you Aizawa-sensei's secret love child? What the no? Why would you think that? I only met the hobo today. You have red eyes, and so does Aizawa-sensei when he activates his quirk. His hair also floats when he uses it, and your hair defies gravity. You are also a vigilante, which means you use skills much like an underground hero. It would also make sense that your punishment for being caught would be to spend more time where he can train you and keep an eye on you. You're insane. But am I wrong? Yes. Absolutely. Tamura was pacing, annoyed. How come Stain is getting all the attention? Didn't they see the wreckage our Nomu did? They probably just want to advertise their achievements in catching Stain, rather than the destruction the Nomu caused. Killing them isn't exactly palatable news anyway, Izuku tried to reason. At least we managed to keep one Nomu. The flying Nomu, once damaged, had come straight back to where Tamura was waiting, and was currently being looked at by Dr. Garaki to see if they could fix the burn damage. Hey, at least we're being seen as working together? But we're not. Come on, Tamura, it can only be a good thing if it seems like we are, and it's not like we aren't working towards the same goals. I still don't like his infatuation with All Might, the older teen grumbled. And you don't have to. Why'd you have to help him get his statement out anyway? Because he's got ideas that people agree with, and causing more upset towards the status quo is a good thing for the league. I still don't like it, Tamura huffed, flopping into a chair. I know. Come on, what do you want to play? It'll cheer you up before the others get here. Pokemon. Sure, come on. Hisashi was a proud father. Considering that Izuku hadn't originally wanted to be a villain, he had been surprised when his son and Tamura had come to see him after the USJ attack to talk about Izuku's request to join the group. Of course he had agreed, but also made it clear that things to do with the league would all be Tamura's decision rather than Hisashi's. He was hoping that responsibility would help the boy to mature and prepare him for the difficulties in running a criminal empire. Plus, he was looking forward to having more time to devote to his projects. He couldn't deny that, despite being taken back by the decision, he was pleased with it. Izuku got into plenty of scrapes even without being a member, so at least this change would hopefully result in the kind of dangerous situations that were planned and that Hisashi could supervise. He also couldn't deny that he hoped that Izuku would be a good influence on Tamura, and that seemed to be paying off. They actually had loyal and powerful members now, and even seemed to be working towards a bigger goal. And he couldn't deny that he wished he could have shed proud tears when he realized the defamation that Izuku had been posting online. They were a beautiful read, and one that seemed to be causing a stir, one that only increased once Stain's views were publicized. And it may have been down to Hisashi that he had ordered Kurogiri not to help break the hero killer out of custody. He had claimed it was so that they didn't draw more attention to themselves, but the real reason was that he still held a grudge from finding out that the man had threatened Izuku. He was also pleased that Izuku was spending time with Garaki. He had looked into what they were working on and was suitably impressed. Perhaps he would help out by looking into the rumors he had heard of someone else who was researching quirk-destroying bullets? Maybe once they had succeeded, they could work with Izuku? He would have to remember, and bring it up when he saw Izuku next. Which should really be soon. They hadn't spent time together, just the two of them, in too long, as Izuku had been busy planning and spending time with his friends, and Hisashi hadn't wanted to interrupt this. I can't believe he's gone. Spinner cried, dressed all in black. Are you mourning him? He's not dead. But my chances of meeting him are. Can we please break him out? He sent pleading eyes at a bemused Tamura, who had never heard the lizard man be this emotional about anything. Sensei said no, as it will draw too much attention to us. I thought we wanted to advertise though, Magna pointed out. Well, yeah, but it would be better to have a more secure footing before we deliberately make ourselves a target, and Sensei has a good reason for everything he does, so you shouldn't question him. Fine. So what's our next plan? Still working on it, called Izuku from where he sat, but I am interested in this vigilante that Stain spoke about. Honestly, none of the Hosu vigilantes fit the bill, and it's weird how much effort has been made to hide this person's identity. You think they're worried he'll be targeted? Probably. True hero is an interesting term for someone working outside the law, but he seems to mean hero, as in someone who does the right thing no matter the law. So, like us, cheered Himiko. I'm not a hero. We know Tamura, you're a very good villain, soothed Magna. Damn right I am. I can't believe he's Goni. You already said that, Spinner. But who else will dispose of the fakes? Maybe I can go stab them. Only if you want to get arrested I'll help. It takes someone of a certain skill or with a foolproof plan to take down heroes. For now, it is probably best to steadily gain power and for Izuku to continue with his publishings. Mr. Compress is right. And on that note, Jiren just contacted me to ask if he could bring a prospective new member over now. Kurojiri came in with a tray of drinks. Now, League of Villains, battle stations. So dramatic, was muttered as they started to clear up and Tamura went to fetch his hands, ignoring Spinner weeping in the corner. It was less than an hour later when Jiren walked in, followed by a familiar scarred figure. Oh, hi again. Izuku called out. The man raised an eyebrow in surprise, but did sarcastically return the wave. This is Dabi, he's interested in joining the league. You're the guys who worked with Stain, right? What's it to you? I want to take down Hero's Hanzi, no need to be so rude, and why is that guy crying? He's Gani. He's a bit upset that Stain was arrested, but he'll be fine. So, what's your quirk? Dabi took a step back from the gray-haired boy who had suddenly encroached his personal space and brushed his arm. Cremation, he tried to activate it but couldn't, only to see familiar blue flames erupt over the other's palm. Oh, ouch! Izuku waved his hand quickly and willed the flames to extinguish. Kurojiri rushed forward to drag Izuku away to a tap, and Izuku again tapped Dabi's arm as he passed. Sorry for borrowing that without permission. Come with me a sec? Still in shock, he followed the other, ignoring Jiren, who was saying his goodbyes. You caused your own burn scars, didn't you? 1 rude. 2. What makes you say that? When I borrow quirks, I also borrow the body's protections against them to make sure I can use them without damage, as they are usually inbuilt as part of the quirk. Therefore, when I used your flames, I shouldn't have been burnt. So maybe my fire protection wasn't linked. No, it hurt more than it should have even without protection. You have skin that reacts worse than usual to fire. What were your parents' quirks? I'm going to say this once, I don't talk about my family. He stalked back to the room, leaving Izuku with a lot to think about. That night found Izuku tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His thoughts were full of the hero killer and the conversations from earlier. He had been keeping up with public response to Stain's manifesto, and had originally been surprised by how positive it was. But then again, he had been shocked to learn the effect his reports had had. It seemed people weren't happy with how things were, something which went against everything Izuku had felt growing up. If he and the League really wanted to make a difference to how people were treated and ensure that society became more equal, he knew that the government and Hero Commission needed to change, but their main power was in those heroes who relied on them staying the same in order to hide their misdeeds. The fake heroes were the first hurdle, but was killing them actually needed or possible? He got out of bed and went over to his bookshelf, pulling out a burnt and warped notebook that he had ignored for months. Flipping through it, he thought back to Compress's earlier words. It takes someone of a certain skill or with a foolproof plan to take down heroes. Well, it couldn't hurt to see if it was possible, and anyway, it would be good to have a backup if it turned out that his reports weren't enough to destabilize the hero's power, and as he wasn't sleeping anyway. Izuku chose one of the empty notebooks and got started. For some reason, adding a temporary quirk was far easier than removing one. Although only for Izuku, he doubted that anyone without his abilities would be able to do so. The first problem that he and Dr. Garaki had come across with their experiments was how to create an injectable quirk. They had looked at trigger first of all, focusing on how it was able to target the quirk factor. After that it was a case of trial and error, until they realized that, by separating that specific chemical and combining it with certain organic materials, Izuku could transfer quirks to and from the solution. The next problem was to make it temporary and replicable. Izuku had several failures to begin with. He attempted to utilize duplication, but this only worked on the container due to the quirk merely affecting inorganic objects, which was where his new lab assistants came in. "Do you do this on purpose?" asked Garaki, head in hands. "No idea what you mean," grinned Izuku, watching Himiko and Twice run around the lab examining everything. He left it until he thought that Garaki might ban him from the lab if one more thing was damaged, before interrupting their chaos by clapping his hands. "Alright, let's do some experiments." "Yeah." They punched the air and came over. Izuku tapped their arms and turned to the samples he had laid out. He moved an electric shock, mild quirk that he had picked up recently from someone who had trouble controlling it and was happy to sell it to him, into a tiny amount of the solution and proceeded to copy this with Twice quirk. It took a bit of practice. To begin with, he was copying the entire sample, including the test tube, and kept having to pour it together carefully and destroy the empty containers. Once he got his mind around how measurements were affected by liquid, it moved much faster. Dividing the liquid carefully into 2 containers, he chose the one that didn't contain the original quirk and proceeded to move a duplicate of Himiko's quirk into this. If this worked, it would greatly increase the likelihood of the quirk taking on the aspects it needed to be correctly integrated into the body, and reducing the likelihood of side effects. He SED some of the solution into a needle and turned to face Twice. "You sure about this?" "Totally. Not a chance." But considering he had stuck his arm out, Izuku took this as permission. He touched Twice's arm, returning his quirk, and injected the liquid. "How does that feel?" "Fine, like you stabbed me." He was starting to see that Twice wasn't perhaps the best lab rat. "Can I stab you next?" "Toga, please keep the stabbing out of the lab. It is unsanitary." "The spoil sport." She stuck her tongue out at Garaki, who ignored her in favor of watching the experiment. "Right? Please duplicate this." Izuku handed the man a beaker, which was quickly measured and duplicated as usual. Izuku made a note. He got a machine out and waved it in front of the man. You should have been releasing higher levels of static. Can I take a sample?" He took some blood from Twice's arm and checked it under the microscope. No change. Although, hold on. He looked up. Himiko's quirk worked too well and seems to have changed the solution to be a copy of Twice's existing quirk and cells. Although they are showing the beginnings of damage, it seems that they will naturally destroy themselves after a certain amount of time in the body. So it's a failure? Not yet. Izuku tapped Himiko's arm to return her quirk and filled a syringe from the other half of the solution. "You okay testing this?" "Yeah." She stuck her arm out and Izuku took a deep breath before injecting her. "Oh, I feel tingly." Loose strands of her hair began to puff out, and she poked Twice, who jumped. "That was rude, shocking behavior, Hime." Izuku began bouncing on his heels. "Dr. Garaki, did you start the timer?" As soon as you injected her, the man had a terrifying-looking grin. "Himiko, try using your quirk." He handed her a vial of blood that he had collected for this purpose. She knocked it back and turned into a copy of Magna, still letting off small electric shocks. "Great. So now we test how long it lasts." Which seemed to be her cue to start a game of electric tag, which ended with Izuku's curls turning even bushier, and a happy laugh when they realized that it had lasted an entire 20 minutes. A few more tests to check for side effects and to see how it interacted with different bodies and quirks, and he would be able to put one of his vigilante plans into action. Dabi approached where Izuku was typing away while sitting alone at the bar, rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment. "Hey, sorry about snapping at you before." Izuku didn't look up. "They said you couldn't be a full member unless you apologized for the other day, didn't they?" "Yeah. Look, it's fine. Everyone's got lines you shouldn't cross, and I shouldn't have let my curiosity get the better of me." "Thanks." He seemed to relax and leaned against the bar. So what's your deal? How come they all seem to listen to you when Hanzi said he was the leader? Izuku shrugged. It's 'cause they're my friends, I guess. Weird, but fair enough. So what's that you're working on? Izuku finally looked up, eyes flashing in excitement as he turned his screen towards the man. Dabi scanned the document, a shocked expression growing the longer he read. This is, well, guess you're not as innocent as you look. I don't look innocent. Izuku pouted, and Dabi reached out unconsciously to ruffle his hair. His hand paused and he looked uncomfortable as he realized what he was doing. Sorry, Izuku laughed. It's fine, guess you've got little broth, sorry. I won't ask. Heh, yeah, I'll admit I've got younger brothers who I haven't seen in a while. 'Cause you're a villain? 'Cause they think I'm dead, but that's enough about that. Talk to me about these plans. Izuku stared, but decided to ignore the information for now. He'd be a hypocrite if he didn't. After all, he didn't want to talk about the circumstances that led to his own fake death. I don't know how good they are, but I was thinking about how Stain has probably been the most effective person to cause public questioning of heroes, and figured it's always good to have another option. I was also curious to see if I could come up with a plan. Well, I think you definitely achieved that. How on earth did you come up with these anyway? Izuku shrugged. I like analyzing quirks now, but I used to analyze heroes enough to fill over a dozen notebooks. The two are pretty linked, especially with most heroes fully relying on their quirk to fight, so there's a lot of resources to view to see where they have struggled due to villains or environment. Also, while quirks do cover a huge range of abilities, they can actually be organized into limited categories that share weaknesses. For instance, mutant quirks often share the drawbacks of the animals they're based on, and 5-point quirks can be limited by covering part of the hand or removing a finger. Dabi stared. Did you breathe during that? Izuku blushed. Sorry, I just really like quirks. Dabi felt a flash of discomfort when faced with the sudden shyness. You don't have to apologize. It was interesting and I was just teasing. You were. Yeah, kid. Sorry, I tend to use sarcasm a lot. Why was he apologizing? He was a terrifying villain who never apologized, but the kid's hunched posture, as though he expected to be hit, reminded him too much of Baby Shudo. He quickly shut that thought away. Oh, okay, so, yeah. I don't think I want to use the plans yet anyway. I want to see how well my articles affect people's behavior first, I think. Articles? Yeah, he pulled up one and Dabi stared. He had come across some of these when scrolling social media and had been especially pleased by the Endeavor one. I've seen these. You wrote them? Dabi whistled, impressed. If the boy's plans were anything like his articles, maybe one day he would be requesting a plan of his own against a certain flaming a-hole. Can I help out? With what? When you want to put some of your plans into action, I would be very happy to help. Really? Thanks. But yeah. Do you think you could help me out with something else first? He outlined his intention to Dabi, and the scarred man grinned. This would be fun. Tsukachi Naomasa slammed his head against the table in frustration. What was going on? The vigilante incidents should have lessened since Bakugo was caught, but over the past few days they had increased suddenly. If it wasn't for the witness statements, it would have appeared to be the work of just one person due to the similar quirk damage on their victims. He would have said identical damage, but that was impossible. His current theory was a group who all had electrical quirks, and probably a shocking name. Sir, we think we've managed to identify one of the new vigilantes. He lifted his head to see one of the junior officers had entered the office. Great. He took the folder that was being held out to him, but also, you really should knock. I did, but I don't think you heard. The young man looked embarrassed. Naomasa thought back to his previous state and realized that it wasn't unlikely that he had missed a knock. Oh, right. Can I get you a coffee, sir? Naomasa sighed. Yeah, that would be great. Once settled with a strong black coffee, Naomasa opened the file. It contained photographs and a profile, and as Naomasa read, his frown deepened. The surprisingly clear still from a security camera showed a slim man whose scarred visage definitely couldn't belong to anyone other than the person the attached profile belonged to. Dabi, a killer who had come out of nowhere several years ago, and who the police struggled to track. Not killing the thief he had stopped was out of character, But apart from that, Dabi definitely didn't have an electricity quirk previously. Naomasa thought back to the USJ incident, as well as Hosu, and the creatures who seemed to have multiple quirks. He thought back to a story his friend had once told him about a man who could give and take quirks at will. He picked up his phone and dialed. "Hi Tashinori, we need to talk."